Good evening. I'll now call this March 6, 2023 council session to order. The mayor is online with us tonight. I'm Steve Ward, Mayor Pro Tem. In the mayor's absence, physically, I will be presiding over tonight's meeting. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. If you're able, please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. City Clerk, please call roll.
Yes, good evening. Member Anderson?
Present.
Member Neunenkamp?
Present.
Member Russell?
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Present.
Member Wink?
Present.
Member Woodward?
Present.
Mayor Sierra?
Present.
All 7 present.
Thank you, City Clerk. We move to consideration of the minutes of the regular council meeting, February 21st, 2023. May I have a motion?
I move the minutes of February 21st.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Clerk?
Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Neunenkamp?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Aye.
Member Wink?
Aye.
Member Woodward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you. Agenda item 5B, minutes for the special meeting of February 27th, 2023.
I move the minutes of February 27th, 2023.
And I'll second them.
Thank you, members Neunenkamp and Woodward. City Clerk?
Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Neunenkamp?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Aye.
Member Wink?
Aye.
Member Woodward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Agenda item 6A, Women's History Month Proclamation. Mayor, do you have a copy of this proclamation?
I do, and I'll
This
go
is-
ahead and read it. I'm sorry, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
This is part of our approved proclamation series. I will now give the floor to the mayor to read the proclamation.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Whereas the city of Englewood recognizes that our nation was founded upon the principles that all people are created equal and that each person has the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And whereas March is naturally recognized as Women's History Month, with the first Women's Day taking place on February 28th, 1909 in New York City to honor the 1-year anniversary of the garment workers' strike in New York when thousands of women marched for economic rights. And whereas in 1903, a group of pioneer women headed by Miss Jacob Jones began a campaign to make the Orchard Place community near present-day downtown Englewood safer and more desirable by forming a city and a government. And whereas American women of every race, class, and ethnic background have made historic contributions to our nation and community in countless recorded and unrecorded ways. And whereas American women have played and continue to play critical economic, cultural, and social roles in every sphere of the life by constituting a significant portion of the labor force working inside and outside of the home. And whereas American women have served our country in the military, secured their own rights of suffrage and equal opportunity, and been leaders in the abolitionist, emancipation, labor, civil rights, and other social and political movements. And whereas the city established the staff-based Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee made up of 19 staff members from all departments that unanimously approved a recommendation for Women's History Month proclamation. Now therefore be it proclaimed that I, Daniel Sierra, Mayor of the City of Englewood, and the City Council hereby proclaim March 2023 as Women's History Month in Englewood and encourage all residents to consider the contributions of women to the past, present, and future of Englewood. Thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor Sierra. That brings us to agenda item 7, which is recognition of scheduled public comment. Ahead of recognition of scheduled public comment, I'll just make some brief announcements. I see a lot of unfamiliar faces in the audience and some familiar faces in the audience. This chamber does have rules of decorum and laws regarding public comment, and I'm going to make a plea to everyone here tonight to show mercy for me as the presiding official and adhere to those rules. If you've signed up for scheduled public comment, you will have 5 minutes to speak. At the 5-minute mark, in order to ensure an equitable presentation for everyone, we do need to cut you off. So please limit your comments to 5 minutes. If you have written materials, you can present them to the city clerk. We expect that you conduct your presentation in a respectful manner, address the body as a whole as opposed to any specific member of council, After your presentation, council members will have the opportunity to ask questions. And I believe that covers everything. Although there is one additional note tonight to provide, which is this evening we will be having a public hearing related to a development matter. And because we are having that public hearing tonight, if you've signed up for scheduled or unscheduled public comment, we ask that you give any comments on the matter to be considered during the public hearing at the public hearing and not during public comment. And that is part of our council policy. So if you do move to the subject of the public hearing during your public comment, I will be unfortunately obligated to cut you off during that time. All right, and with that, our first individual giving scheduled public comment is Jennifer White. Rick Emmelhainz will be next. Response to public comment tonight, I believe, is on Member Newnenkamp? Member Newnenkamp. Thank you, Member Woodward. Ms. White, if you would state your name and address or cross streets for the record.
Yeah, Jennifer White.
Oh, I'm sorry, your microphone's not on. There should be a button there to turn it on. The light screen, you're good to go.
Does that work?
Yep,
Yes.
thank you.
Jennifer White, 1090 West Stanford Drive. And just a clarifying question, I was going to refer to a bit of Sam's in this comment because I thought it was public comment. Can I still do that, or that's going to wipe away what I've...
So in the sense that it fits the context of the rest of your comment, yes. However, if you have specific comments regarding Sam's on a yes or no basis, those belong during the public hearing. So
Okay.
it's a fine
well,
line.
I'm going to go for it,
Okay.
and then you can keep me honest. Because I can't rewrite it at this point.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. I purchased my home in Englewood in September of 2020. I saw Englewood as a diamond in the rough, a good central location, older homes with character, and getting away from these cookie-cutter neighborhoods with houses stacked upon each other. I quickly realized Englewood is a true community, meeting so many wonderful people raising their families here, and now their children raising their families in the same exact neighborhood. Growing up for the first 13 years of my life in a small Iowa town, it felt like a little piece of home. When the Sam's PUD came up, I talked to many residents walking door to door myself on the Pan and surrounding streets. There has been a consistent reminder to residents that there are no height limits in this area. Hearing this repeatedly, it's becoming threatening. I've heard it several times, if it's not this proposal, it could be a higher storage facility. We've had a planning and zoning member share her thoughts on next door, and I quote, "They could build a pollution-emitting plant or a loud construction facility there. Is that preferable?" As residents, we've been put in a position where we must choose between several large apartment buildings bringing thousands to a narrow two-lane street surrounded by single-family homes, or a larger to-be-determined building towering even higher, now possibly emitting pollution. It's not a winnable game. I watched and participated in the P&Z meeting for this. It took 3 hours to get to public comment. I logged off after midnight after speaking twice, and the meeting was still underway. We can't assume the public should ever stay on until 10 o'clock or later to share their comments and concerns. Making critical decisions in the middle of the night should not be allowed either. This meeting should have been called and decisions should have been made the following day. It was passed with conditions echoing the exact concerns citizens had raised. The builder listened to the residents, thankfully, bringing heights down, doing works on our sidewalk, and enhancements to traffic that are so desperately needed, even though we all know the density on Navajo is a disaster waiting to happen for many reasons. The infrastructure concerns are alarming to me, not only with Sam's, but with Code Next. I've heard people losing water pressure since Oxford Station went up and the other apartment buildings are being built. What are we doing to address this? Not to mention we can't even drink our water without it being filtered. Solar shadowing is a real valid concern, and yet I still don't know what we're doing about this either. How do we realistically believe that Jason Park won't close again for overcrowding like it did last summer, bringing so many people to a small area? But yet we talk about how important our parks are. We have drainage issues here. When it snows, there's an ice skating rink at the bottom of my driveway. We take our own four-wheeler out and plow our streets because we rarely get a plow to come through. We have major infrastructure concerns and issues that need to be addressed far before we continue to build more and more. I've seen a concerning pattern here in Englewood of trying to solve one issue yet creating another, which means we're being reactive instead of proactive. At the city council meeting on 2/23, we announced a town hall in Code Next. We gave residents less than 48 hours notice, and it was scheduled on top of an important meeting regarding Sam's. Why can't we speak to each other in this city and ensure that when we ask citizens to engage, we actually allow it? We continue to this day to schedule meetings on top of one another. It was made clear that there possibly is 4 council votes in favor of Code Next. This would be no different than me going to work tomorrow, telling my entire staff that their jobs are going to change and everything they know will be different. And I don't have a lot of the details nor a lot of the answers, but I have executive backing. Words matter and perception is reality. Whether intended to mean this or not, I question the intent behind saying it multiple times. How about starting with the obvious? We have a housing crisis. Here are some ideas that I want to work with you together so we can make it right. We are not going to be successful in participating in this nationwide affordable housing crisis by pushing this through as quickly as possible, ignoring all existing residents. Existing residents should not be the sacrificial lambs to help others. But do I believe we can do something? I absolutely do. Why can't we start on Broadway? There are multiple locations for affordable housing in these large units. I've heard about a tiny house community. Why can't we start there? With what we've been shared with, there's hundreds, if not thousands of people waiting on a list for affordable housing. This would help so many much quicker than destroying our neighborhoods, building a 4-plex with 1 unit at a time being affordable. Sam's Code Next and other projects coming up are huge changes for our city. We can't keep pushing residents to accept major changes one after another with absolutely no idea how to address the real questions that arise. This isn't a race, it's a marathon. And we need to do it right because we can never go back. What we need you to do is lead through this and not threaten and push harder. We voted for you to be in these seats, trusting that you would look out for each and every one of us. My hope tonight is that you listen, not just hear. Even go as far as putting yourself in others' shoes. And if we don't have an answer to a valid question or a concern that is raised tonight on Sam's or Code Next, then we certainly aren't ready for a vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. White. Any questions? Members of the audience, I appear to have missed one announcement, which is we do have a rule that members of the audience will refrain from applause, jeering, or any other display after. That is done in an effort to make everyone feel equally welcome here, whether they share the majority opinion or not. So you got one. I hope it's out of your system. Thank you, Ms. White. I don't see any questions for you, so next up will be Rick Emmelhainz.
And he is joining us online. All right. Rick, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you.
Good.
You're good to go.
And if you would, please begin by stating your name and cross streets or address for the record.
Yes, I'm Rick Emmelhainz, and I'm a proud Bellevue Park resident at Lepan Drive in Shenango. Thank you, members of council, for the opportunity to address you again. Since speaking 1 month ago on the pending changes on the R1 zoning status, no doubt you've noticed a strong response by citizens. Dozens of citizens spoke at the podium expressing their alarm and frustration at what they felt is a unilateral effort to change their city for the worse. Signs can be seen throughout the city saying, "Stop Englewoodopoly," "No to R1 zoning." There's even a website that encourages citizens to get involved. As of 2 weeks ago, only one council member had a town hall meeting to address the issue. Now we've had 2 more and another 2 scheduled. Pending approval by the city attorney, a citizens initiative has been drawn up by Englewood residents to effectively stop any zoning changes to R1 lots throughout the city. If this initiative makes it to the voters, this special election will cost the citizens of this city tens of thousands of dollars to run and potentially remove council control on zoning for R1 areas. Quite a lot in 4 weeks. I say this because it didn't need to happen that way. Referring to requests of citizens as, quote, non-starters does nothing to encourage discussion. Stating that 4 members are, quote, already on board with some type of R1 modification creates a sense of finality with no option for movement on the part of council. And finally, references to these changes as modest confirm citizens' fears that council is truly out of touch with their constituents in this process. When I spoke last summer regarding the safety and security concerns of residents around Bellevue Park, I was praised more than once for not just complaining about a problem, but offering constructive solutions. It's time that I start speaking about alternate solutions for affordability and increased density. According to the Root Policy Research Report, addressing housing problems does not mean just changing zoning. Ms. Agler referred to a more holistic approach to identifying ways to address the needs of the unhoused, the underhoused, as well as those who wish to transition from renting to owning. She described this as focusing on choices. She described that an ideal model of addressing the unhoused includes both permanent, consistent housing and counseling services. What if a study committee was tasked with the feasibility of such a place in Englewood? While apartment development is strong currently in the area, there's a strong need for apartments that are targeted and stay within the 60 to 75% AMI range. We know that Austin is doing this successfully without scaring away developers. Are there vacant or underutilized city property that has easy access to mass transit and other walkable services? Could these properties be repurposed or sold off with a caveat that they become low-cost housing? Another idea would be to rezone multi-use areas along Broadway, above and below the center of town, to mixed-use residential areas. Increase density in these areas, create a population of working citizens that can walk to bus stops and as well as purchase from restaurants and shops without use of personal transportation. Apartments, townhomes, and condominiums would exist above these shops. I counted the number of used car lots on Broadway in Englewood and came up with 29. Of those, many didn't even have cars on them. This is wasted and underutilized space in a landlocked city, and frankly, creates a feeling of shabbiness to Englewood for passers through. A zoning change to mixed-use residential would make these and other underused areas much more attractive for development. The city could incentivize builders to build low-cost, affordable housing with tax credits, which could be offset by increased sales tax revenue. I understand the lure of adding multi-unit residents to R1 areas, and fundamentally, I'm not against it. We know the city is changing, and anticipating where and how to allow this will put us in a position to open up these changes once they are truly needed. Council could develop a strategic plan to decide specifically which R1 neighborhoods in Englewood could benefit the most from zoning adjustments. Maybe some could really use the change to reestablish community in their neighborhood. Ms. Agler also noted in her report that single-family homes in Englewood are still relatively affordable. Indicators are that the housing market is rebalancing some and that apartment vacancies are trending up. The market dictates that to fill empty units, it needs to lower prices. And this may become more so in the next few months and years. This stuff is cyclical. What do they say? Give free market a chance? Above all, my feeling is slow down. Don't make blanket decisions that can negatively affect Englewood. There are many other options ahead of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Emmelhainz. Any questions? I see no questions from council. Marcy Brown, you are next. Pamela Beets follows Marcy Brown.
Marcy Brown, District 1, Sherman and Cornell.
That's what I was going to ask you. Your cross streets.
Oh,
Thank
okay.
you.
You got them. I saw this on the web under Denver 7 News, where they're talking about Englewood and Code Next. And there's a quote here that says, it's a kind of a once-in-a-generation update to our development codes, explained Joe Anderson, City Council member for District 3. I think that's a very unfair statement that you made, because there have been many changes to Title 16, and they haven't been once in a generation. City Council, the last City Council, did something with the bulk plane, and none of us, or at least I didn't know how that would change our lives and our neighborhoods. But it drastically changed our neighborhoods, especially in R2. And all this support for R1 is great. And you know, it's just like to me that when we were fighting to reverse the bulk plane, we didn't have councils, we didn't have the votes on council. But that's what started all this. And even if all these people, you know, who are here against R1 rezoning, there still is the issue that the bulk plan needs to be reversed. There were many people, if you go back 4 or 5 years ago, we were up here talking that the bulk plan needed to be reversed. And this will, even if you went to, this whole R1 zoning, it'll come back, it'll pop up again in the years to come. Just like when the trash was defeated, people said on council, well, maybe we can revisit that in a few years. So I hope that people here recognize that the true problem here is the bulk plan. Because without changes to the bulk plan, it's going to end up like R2, decimated. And there were so many people who fought for the reversal of bulk plan. Some of them weren't even from R2. So I'm grateful to those people because they saw what was coming down the pike, this. And for everybody who speaks up here, to me it's deja vu because we talked about how solar panels were going to be affected. We talked about lack of privacy. We talked about lack of sunshine, lack of green space, environmental problems, lack of parking, mountain views that were going to be taken away. We brought up all these issues. We also pointed out what all this density would do to our city, our district, and our infrastructure. We talked about what effects it would have on our roads, our alleys, our water, and our neighborhoods. And would density bring in more crime? Well, I think we were right. But council voted us down. And then we decided, well, we're going to try to get STRs out of Englewood. But we were assured that we had enough people here in the city to get all STR certified, and yet that is a disaster. People live next to STRs, and they've got people coming and going, and they don't have privacy. So, yeah, there's been a lot of changes. This isn't a once in a generation change to R1. So I would say if people in council do not represent the people here, do not represent the majority, then you need to do something. There's the polling, the votes that you can get some people out. You can do recalls. You can take legal action. If you don't feel these people are representing you and your voice, then you need new faces up on that dais. And I would also say, whoever is here tonight, please stay involved in the city, because there's a lot of things that go through this council that you don't even know about. And I would hope that you would join the fight and to reverse the bulk plan, because then this all would go away. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Any questions for Ms. Brown? All right, next up, Pamela Beets. Nathan Hoag, you're on deck. Good evening, Ms. Beets.
Good evening. Thank you, Council. Pamela Beets. I'm in District 1, Cross Streets, Delaware, and Floyd. Code Next is more than rezoning one district. It opens up the door to ruinous development in all our districts. It will destroy everything we and you say you love about Englewood. You have not been listening to us for years. Districts 1, 2, and 3 have asked for the bulk plan, Title 16, to again reflect single-family home dimensions and stop right by use development. And I'd like to take a moment to ask people here who are in R1, we understand how terrifying it is to think about your neighborhood being ruined. But I'd like to invite the people here to drive through districts 1, 2, and 3 and see what has happened. Because you don't know till you've driven through our neighborhoods. Residents have come to council and begged And you've been there. People have begged. They've been crying up here to have this type of huge multi-unit development stopped. Their homes have been damaged. They have created financial distress and destroyed their quality of life. And you didn't listen, and you didn't care. What you did was develop Code Next, an even more destructive plan of high-density development. You say this is for affordable housing, and to me, affordable housing is an empty, meaningless phrase. There is no accountability or criteria that determines affordable, either by rent or by income levels. It seems affordable is determined by developers. Prove what has been built or is proposed to be built, apartments or multi-unit homes, is affordable. Give us the criteria. What's the dollar amount? Who does it help? Again, so many residents are completely unaware of your high-density zoning, as they were and are still with changes to the bulk plan. It is due diligence to inform every resident so they know the effect on their own homes, their own lives, their own finances, their own quality of life. If you can mail a financial statement or the Englewood magazine, you can mail an informational piece about Code Next. To think that people are responsible to getting onto your website and sorting through that is not due diligence. Each of you took an oath of office to serve and represent the people of Englewood, which to me means representing our interests first and foremost. Each of you has publicly stated and in written pieces said how proud you are to be serving Englewood and living here. But what does Code Next do? What does it do to preserve our neighborhoods? I am, and we are, the people of Englewood. We are more than homeowners. We are more than voters. We are landowners. Each of us that owns a piece of land, our home, we own a piece of Englewood. Essentially, we own the city. Collectively, we own Englewood. We are the majority in this matter, and our interests are your duty to protect. We are telling you no to Code Next, no high-density development, no change in R1 zoning, no multi-unit building in any neighborhood or district, no right-by-use development, no rezoning of lots for density development. We are telling you we want our neighborhood and our single-family homes in all districts preserved and protected. We want our quality of life in Englewood preserved. We want our financial interests protected. We want our yards, our trees, and our personal green space. We want to keep why we moved to Englewood. We want our actual affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beets. Any questions? Seeing none, Nathan.
What are you
Oh,
looking at?
yeah, there you go. Member Wink.
She already walked up to him.
Ms. Beets, will you take a question from Member Wink?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thanks, Ms. Beets. If Code Next was to have addressed the bulk plan, if council were to reduce the bulk plan, would you be in support of the housing recommendations?
It depends on what it is.
Thank you. Perfect.
Single-family home residences, yes.
Thanks.
Nathan Hoag. And the next on the list is Kevin Wright.
Hi there. I'm Nathan Hoag. I live at Bannock and Eastman. I'm the pastor of a church called Sacred Grace Englewood. I serve on the board of the Englewood Chamber of Commerce and as a chaplain to the Englewood Police Department. And I'm a member of Englewood CAN. Good evening to you, council, those of you who are here and those of you who are watching online. I want to start the way that I usually do when I address council with a bit of encouragement to remind you all that we appreciate the hard work that you put into our city. You do a good job. You're working hard for our city. You're making sacrifices, and the blood, sweat, and tears that you pour into this place has not gone unnoticed. Thank you for your work. I also want to acknowledge that the issue of attainable housing, as we were discussing at length tonight, is complex, and there are no silver bullet solutions. I was talking with a local restaurant owner today about workforce housing, and they told me that none of their staff, including them, live in Englewood. It's just not affordable for them. And an inventory is extremely low. My wife, who was elected to the Englewood School Board last year, was telling me about how Englewood teachers and staff, many of them cannot afford to live in or near the neighborhood that they want to be close to the school that they work. Now, both of these people acknowledge that compensation plays a huge role and wage increases would be extremely important, but they know also what you know and what I know, that compensation and wage raises aren't enough in this particular market. In order for the staff of our schools, hospitals, restaurants, bars, and retail to live near where they work, inventory and housing will have to go up and prices will have to go down. Wages will also need to go up, and or cost of living in general will need to go down. There's no one thing that would fix this, but you can do your part, council. You can do your part to develop a code that helps give breadth of access and attainability to more people. You can do your part to make sure that Englewood doesn't become a place only for the elite and the wealthy. And I can tell you from experience that increased density doesn't ruin a
Order,
neighborhood.
please. Order in the audience, please. We're going to show the same amount of respect for every speaker tonight. Thank you.
And I can tell you from experience that increased density does not, quote unquote, ruin a neighborhood. That is rooted in misinformation and fear. I live in an R2 zone, 2 blocks from Broadway, where multi-unit dwelling has always been allowed. And all that has meant for me and my family is more neighbors to be friends with. The only thing that's increased with this density has been block parties, numbers of neighbors shoveling the snow from my sidewalks, and more eyes watching out for the well-being of my kids. Only good things have come from the increase in density. And no, I don't prefer the huge multi-million-dollar complexes, duplexes that are going up on my block. But that is not what the city is proposing for R1. Far more modest and fitting houses will be developed at an affordable price if you're willing to make it happen, council. It will take courage, but I think that is the right thing to do. When I pick up my children from school, there's often a woman there picking up her grandkids. She's the kindest, hardest working person in our neighborhood, without a doubt. Not long ago, she explained to me that she and her family would need to move again. The rent was going up, and they were having the hardest time staying close to their kids' school. And they were looking and looking and looking, and they were simply unable to find something that was attainable for them. This is terribly sad to me. And I know that it represents the stories of so many others in our city. After spending a lot of time thinking about this, learning about it, researching, listening to people on every side of the issue, talking with my neighbors, my staff, my friends about their needs, I've decided that I'm strongly in favor of changes to zoning that will create more attainable housing in Englewood. I know that there is loud opposition to this. Please, council, don't confuse volume with strength or with size. Many in the city agree that these changes are necessary and vital to the health of our community. It's worth considering. It's important to take it seriously. There are many of us who feel this way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hoag. Questions for Mr. Hoag? I don't see any. So thank you, Kevin Wright. You're up. Kim Wright is next.
I have a flash drive I'd like to play. Can someone give me some assistance? How do I flip through? Just with the mouse. What I'm looking for is going to be the flow forward. But I want to start here with the sinkhole, strikes with vengeance, disaster declaration, meeting summary, caliber assessment, pages 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then end with this flow forward. Click this. this tight. That's it. Good evening, Council. My name is Kevin Wright. I reside at the Julian and Tufts for the last 15 years. Tonight, I come to you to discuss Code Next and the hidden dangers you expose our homeowners and residents of the city to. I would have respected a complete assessment of the pros and cons involved expanding properties to add additional housing, as well as scraping and redeveloping in well-established neighborhoods. With aging infrastructure, unfortunately, dollar signs seem to be the motivation and not the health and safety of our communities. Oh, I don't know how to get back to that. Okay, so I'm just going to go to this one here. In 2018, a young woman named Rachel Marie Haber lost her life. She drowned in an apartment due to the failing infrastructure, the neglected storm sewer system. Immediately following Rachel Marie Haber's tragic death, City Council retained the services of Caliber Engineering to assess the storm sewer system. As you'll see on this, I brought with me to show you what exactly was done. The storm sewer system was found to be in good condition. Unfortunately, some areas were not able to be included in the assessment due to the cracks and different obstacles they connected through. 9 anomalies were, however, severe invert deterioration was observed with heavy sedimentation, deposits, and collection of debris, such as you see here on this. That's a live footage of what they found. Recently, on February 14, 2023, the Water and Sewer Board that has 3 council members discussed the storm sewers and discussed transferring the storm sewer over to the Transportation Board. Councilmember Anderson stated that he believes it's just maintaining concrete works, and that kind of thing does not think that there would be a significant amount of them for them to do anyway. I'm not sure if it makes a huge difference, he said. From their attitude, I had the feeling that city council members on the Water and Sewer Board have forgotten the importance of public service cleaning, inspecting, and repairing a failing storm sewer system. Once we begin removing the ground soil in our neighborhoods and increase the footprints of homes, whether it be ADUs or triplexes, you have depleted the soil that has been absorbing the rain and snow for decades. The new stormwater being diverted to our streets and alleys will now test the storm sewer system that has not been properly maintained, and by the attitude of those council members sitting on the Water and Sewer Board, can face further neglect when they transfer responsibility from Public Works to the Transportation Board, whose main responsibility would be maintaining concrete. And not sure if it makes a huge difference. This type of attitude will only open the city up to potential flooding that could prove to be life and property threatening. Public Works Division is already understaffed and barely able to keep up the repairs to our failing infrastructure. As you can see with the gas and water lines in the roads, which can be clearly seen by all the patches in the street, and should be combined with the Transportation Division to accomplish more for the homeowners. We must always remember the forces of nature and the forces of nature that cannot be predicted, nor controlled by mankind. City Council cannot predict the next flood, whether it be in 5, 10, 25, or 100 years. What they can do is properly set up professionals that will inspect, clean, and maintain the storm sewer system. Like I said, water is a force of nature that can take a life just like that, like the life that Rachel Marie Huber's family will forever mourn. I just wonder if the storm sewer system would have been properly maintained and 24 truckloads of debris had been removed, would this tragedy have occurred? City Council's decision to move forward and rezone and add existing properties places your citizens in potentially life-threatening and property-threatening harm's way. Therefore, I call on the City Council to reconsider your plans to intrude into our neighborhoods and re-examine the city center redevelopment plan that would include 1,070 residential units with the potential of housing over 2,000 to 4,000 residents with double occupancy, retail and office space, a new public hotel or new hotel, public gathering space, as well as a new city hall. It would allow for proper storm sewer systems, new sanitary systems, new water lines, new heating and cooling to conform to the new climate change initiatives being pushed by the United States government.
Mr. Wright?
With a common sense approach to
That's your time.
one, providing our city with everything we seek in our package.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Questions? Seeing none. Kim Wright? Please maintain order in the audience. We will not allow shouting at the dais tonight. We do have police officers in attendance. Mrs. Wright.
That's a tough act to follow. Kim Wright, Tufts and Julian. First, I want to thank the district supporting us. After seeing your districts decimated with the bulk plan and zone changes already, we want to thank you for standing by us. We didn't know what was going on, and I apologize. Englewood is well established. Most lots have trees as old as the home. If a developer comes in and scrapes that property, the trees will be ripped out along with the bird's nest and the homes of other wildlife. This will also impact our pollinators. The more we urbanize our suburbs, the more we are destroying our ecosystem. The gardens and the flowers for our pollinators will no longer exist. Our roads are rated at 59. The goal is to be rated at a minimum of 70. If we are adding additional traffic on a daily basis to poorly rated and maintained roads, what impact is this going to be? Others have spoken about our infrastructure and are more knowledgeable. I do know there have been around 5 gas or water line breaks on the street between Lowell and Federal on Tufts alone over the last year. The street still hasn't been repaired from a water line break. We were told by city street repair crews they are months behind, and the water line break happened the week of Thanksgiving. And they just keep filling it in with dirt over and over again. Noise pollution. With the added traffic all hours of day and night, we're going to lose the quiet of the suburbs. Some of these things that I brought up were the issues for single hauler trash. They were the why to go to single hauler trash. And these are things that they're talking about. We're only supposed to have the trash companies come around twice a week. By ordinance, doesn't happen anymore. These are all the for single hauler. So if we're going to change our neighborhoods, these are things we're going to deal with every day, day in and day out. And I think that needs to be thought about. The impact to current renters would be bigger than expected. Rental property is investment. What's going to happen to the families that rent homes and that home is sold to an investor? I know families that have been in the same rental property for years, over 15 years, some of these people. These families will be displaced, forced to move out of the community they've been part of longer than some people in this room have been in Englewood, some longer than the state. We received a carefully crafted letter in our water bill concerning forever chemicals in our water. I understand the amount of money being spent to improve the taste and color of our water? What's happening with the forever chemicals? These chemicals are not normal. Just ask Aaron Brockovich. The only time we see police on our side of town is when the SWAT team's involved. No patrol throughout the neighborhood ever. The neighborhood has to watch for each other, and we do a good job of it. Neighborhood crime prevention has deterred crime to a degree. As seen with other districts that has been rezoned in recent years, there will be an increase in crime. If rezoning and bulk plan changes happen, what is the city going to do to increase our police force, to improve our infrastructure? All the things that people have brought up at city council meetings over and over again. I have watched hours upon hours upon hours of council meetings, of study sessions, of special committee meetings, to the point where my brain has gone numb, and I have not heard of any of these questions be brought up or answered. I've heard them, I've attended 4 town halls now, I believe, 3, and I hear them brought up, and I hear soft answers. I don't hear true answers, because there are no answers. And city council has got to look at these questions, and they've got to answer them for us, the people, your boss.
Thank you, Mrs. Wright. Are there any questions? Member Woodward.
Yes, can you tell me or tell us on the water line break that you had mentioned that goes back to Thanksgiving, where is that?
Corner of Irving and Tufts.
Irving and Tufts.
On the northwest corner.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, that brings us to unscheduled public comment. The same general ground rules apply for unscheduled public comment, except that commenters have 3 minutes to make their comments. I will reiterate, if you have signed up to speak about the development at Oxford and Navajo, we have a public hearing on that tonight, so we will not be hearing comments on that during unscheduled public comment, but you will have the opportunity to sign up for comment during the public hearing. First on the list is C. Ann Dickerson. Second will be, it looks like David Frisbee. And if I butcher your name, it's probably because I can't read your handwriting. I hope you'll forgive me. Ms. Dickerson, if you would, please state your name and cross streets.
C. Ann Dickerson, Bates Logan. I and others have been speaking for a very long time about problems with code and how staff is favoring developers at the expense of citizens. We have not been heard by council or staff. I am uplifted tonight by the citizens who are now involved and know that my voice, my concerns matter to them and theirs matter to me. I hope our many voiced concerns will now be heard with their continued involvement. We need to continue questioning whether council and staff are doing their jobs and have the authority to do what they are saying that they're going to do regardless of our objections. We elected you council members to represent us, the current us, the people who elected you. Please do not oppose your personal ideologies and agendas on us and abdicate your responsibilities to political think tanks, staff, steering committees, or authors of books about cities that are failing because of these very policies you're promoting. We don't know what's going on. We just know what has been said, which is, it's going to happen. We have the votes, and this book has influenced our decisions. Councilmember Anderson, I actually did an open records request to find out the title of the book that has so influenced your decisions. I was shocked to find out that the city did not know the information. It had not been shared with council or put into the record. Why won't you provide the title and author of this book? We are now being burdened with the solution for a problem we don't have or haven't defined for a mythical group who may now or in the future want to live here. I question the council has authority to dictate any such vague and undefined affordability rezoning. It won't create affordability. It will have exactly the opposite effect. Council's attempt to destroy the zoning that protects our rights will not accomplish affordability. I call on all citizens to continue what you started. Assert your rights. Hold council accountable for their oath of office and the protection of our property rights. We should not be subservient to anybody's needs or wants if it violates our rights. We elected council to protect our rights. They are not our bosses. They are our servants. If
Questions
you agree,
for Ms. Dickerson?
Stand up or raise your hand.
Thank you. Next, David Frisbee. It looks like Patricia, is it Kim or Rim will be next, Monmouth Avenue.
Good evening. David Frisbee, Stanford Drive in Stanford Place. And you did get my name right, so sorry for the handwriting. I've owned a home in Englewood since 2006. Love the community and my neighborhood. In the 17 years I've been here, I've witnessed positive change in many areas in this community. I'm not against change, but I am in agreement with Councilman Anderson's comments in Englewood Magazine and against radical sweeping change, especially in single-family home neighborhoods, which both SAMs and Code Next directly affect. These proposals would usher in neighborhood transformations from which there is no return. Both of these proposals, to varying degrees, have been presented under the guise of vague platitudes of affordable housing. I've even heard some suggest that these largely market-priced solutions would aid in combating Englewood's homelessness problem. I believe that even under just basic scrutiny, the logic of that falls apart. First, we have the PUD proposal at Sam's. As many have continually noted, there are numerous issues that this project would cause at that location.
Mr. Frisbee, if you could refrain from comments on that. We are having a public hearing on that tonight, so if you could just keep it to the Code Next. If you'd like to sign up for the public hearing to make your comments on Sam's, you're welcome to do so.
Can we add like 20 seconds to his time?
Yes, I've been watching.
Okay. Simple fact is we're putting the cart before the horse as far as infrastructure and what we're proposing, which is broad sweeping changes to our neighborhoods and our single family home neighborhoods. As others have noted, there are areas in the city that are commercially zoned right now along thoroughfares that are major thoroughfares in our city, Broadway and Hamden. The city has made it clear that walkability is a major priority. Those thoroughfares in our city are walkable. Oxford and Navajo are not. I've heard at various times, and forgive me because now I'm picking and choosing here. I've heard at various times phrases such as change can be hard and that things like this are necessary to solve a problem of the greater good that affects the entire state, if not the entire country. Yet I've noticed that often the loudest voices that support these types of changes here in Englewood are people who don't live in that neighborhood and would not be affected directly by these changes. So my ask of all of you is that you value the opinions of the residents who live here now, would be affected by this, listen to them and represent their interests as their elected city officials. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frisbee. Any questions? And just a reminder, if you would like to make comment on the Sam's complex, I believe the sign-up sheet is still in the back, and you can go ahead and sign up for that public hearing.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
I would respectfully disagree. If citizens have in their speech things that reply or fit in the context of their speech, they only get 3 minutes. Can we just allow them to make those comments? Because you're not going to change the time that they're spending. And it's not fair to have them rewrite their speeches right now. Thank you.
Member Woodward?
I agree. I agree with Councilmember Russell in that what he was making was a point. He wasn't saying anything about the public hearing that's going on tonight. He was making a point there, and he was just putting out his opinion here. So I don't think it has any effect. We can't consider that comment anyway. So that's up to us not to.
Yeah,
consider
I
that.
appreciate that feedback. And just by way of explanation, what I heard would violate the policy because it sounded like testimony on the complex itself and in opposition to it, which is why I paused at that point and asked him to refrain from further comments on that. In the future, we have numerous other public commenters. To avoid running into this issue again, rather than making a unilateral decision, I'll just wait for a point of order. If anybody wants to introduce one, we can adjudicate it as a body at that point. Thank you. And Mr. Frisbee, I apologize to the extent that you felt like your speech was stifled there. The body has ruled me out of order on that. So next up, Patricia. Ross. Thank you. I was way off on that one. Rebecca Dickman is next.
Okay. I'm Dr. Patricia Ross, and I am at Monmouth and Linden. And I am here to register that I am adamantly opposed to the proposed Code Next initiative. I've lived in Englewood for 22 years, 19 years in a single-family unit zoned in R1. I raised my daughter in this house. This is our home. This rezoning initiative substantially changes my home and our neighborhood, and this is true for every homeowner and neighborhood impacted, R1, R2, and R3. Now I've researched, I've asked, where's the impact study? So let's just look at some of this impact on infrastructure. So you've heard some of this now. How will this affect the existing roads because of the increasing traffic? Are you prepared to ensure the upkeeps of those roads and install and maintain traffic lights and increase snow removal on side streets because the light corridor will be adversely affected? I love my trees, but you know what? I really like having safe roads. And you guys can be as disgusted as you want to, but you have to listen to all of what we're saying. What's going to happen to our neighborhood schools? Single-family units pay property tax. Last time I checked, not high-density dwellings. Have you looked into the cost of building additional schools and then staffing them properly when there is a perennial teacher shortage? These are some of the impacts. What about the fact that there has been a building boom in Englewood, as we've been hearing about, with high-density housing units? But you know what? Every time I drive by one of those, there's for rent signs, for lease signs. The boom is over. The issue is affordability, but as someone has said, a number of people have said, and I agree because I'm an English professor, that word is now empty. So, but all of that would be part of the impact study, the one that doesn't exist. So let's look at a very likely scenario. This is a what if. How many? I'm almost out of time here already? Okay. You pass the ordinance. Let's say you pass the ordinance. My neighbor who lives across the street on one of these corner lots, who wants to sell his property and does so, even at a loss because he's the one who's going to have to eat the reduced cost of his land to accommodate this affordable housing mandate. And if you don't think that that's correct, go and look. I have to sell my house. Now remember, this is a what if, because of the issues I address above. Now, why am I saying this is a what if? Because we're not looking at the consequences, or you're not looking at the consequences as a council as this thing moves forward. Well, my property value has decreased because of Code Next, because of your ordinance, the one that was so vehemently opposed to by your constituents, but you passed anyway. Well, I have no other recourse but to seek legal action. That means I sue. I have the right to do so as a property owner, and I will exercise that right. This is an egregious disregard for zoning best practices.
Ms. Dickman, if you could please wrap up.
It will lead to lawsuits and recalls. Thank you.
Questions for Ms. Dickman? Member Woodward. Ms. Dickman, Member Woodward has a question for you if you...
I've heard you and others refer to Code Next being against Code Next. Code Next is the whole code. It's very big. It's
Yeah.
not just with regards
It's not the
to.
house. And here's the
And-
thing, is this is the information that we get passed to us, that this Code Next initiative. I have not had the time. I take care of my 88-and-a-half-year-old mother, so I don't have the time to go through pages and pages of this. What I'm looking at here is the rezoning issue that affects us as Englewood citizens.
And that's
Does that
what I
make
was
sense?
going to ask.
Yes.
That was my question. And
Yes.
I'm going to assume the others are saying basically the same thing and
I
not.
can't speak for others, as you well know.
I understand that. I'm just making a statement with that.
Yes.
Unless they say the
Yes.
whole code next.
The code
Because
next.
it's a
To
big
me,
thing
Code
that
Next
changes.
is, I mean, you have
Thank
to
you.
look at this, right? All the whole thing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Michelle Marks and Stephanie Brooks will be next.
My name is Rebecca Dickman. I'm District 2.
Sorry, I checked you off. Yep, there you are.
My name is Rebecca Dickman, District 2, South Vine Street at Eastman. So this is something I added just sitting here. I apologize for the level of anger that runs through my comments because this has not been a transparent process. I only found out about this 2 weeks ago on Nextdoor, and yes, we all hear that there are already 4 votes in support of this rezoning. I agree with the prior speaker who said that each homeowner should have been mailed an informational packet regarding Code Next, rezoning of R1, whatever you want to call it. I vehemently oppose this proposed rezoning for R1. I strongly believe this zoning change may be illegal, and my husband and I will be contributing to the legal fund to stop this action that will fundamentally change all R1 neighborhoods to the detriment. Whether you bought your property last year, last week, or decades ago, we all expected these neighborhoods to remain as what they are legally deemed on our deeds, single-family homes. The fact that someone can run for a position on Englewood City Council and then unilaterally decide that they can change the zoning to fit their vision of what they believe this city, these neighborhoods should look like, makes me suspicious that those pushing this zoning through are doing it for their own personal ideological reasons, regardless of the damage that is inflicted on the quality of life and property values of all who live in R1. And that includes certainly forcing some neighborhoods, like parts of District 2, into new schools, new school districts, due to the overwhelming numbers of potential children living in these fourplexes, triplexes, duplexes. The elementary school and school district is the overwhelming reason homeowners bought into my neighborhood that will all be ripped away. There are areas of Englewood far more suitable to this dense housing vision you want to bring to Englewood. It's outrageous to me that you think it's acceptable to remake the long-standing single-family neighborhoods just because you believe our neighborhoods don't deserve to stay as they are. I consider that an act of wealth redistribution, and I believe you do as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Ms. Dickman, thank you. I apologize for the name mix-up. Ms. Ross as well, if you're still in here. I'm operating off a list, and I put a check mark in the wrong spot. So, next up, Michelle Marks, followed by Stephanie Brooks, assuming I didn't mix those names up.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Marks. I live at the cross streets of South Sherman Street and East Hampton. I am a retired registered nurse case manager and paralegal after a 40-year career. Now, during my retirement, I am being forced to live well below the poverty level. I live at Traditions at Englewood's Apartments, an income-restricted, low-income housing tax credit property, which is managed by FPI Management. I am here because this issue severely impacts me and so many of the other seniors living on fixed, very low incomes at my building. Each month, 76% of my fixed income of only Social Security benefits goes just to pay my rent. As mandated by law, since my annual income is below the 30% area median income limit of $24,630 a year, I should be paying no more than $660 a month for a one-bedroom apartment in Arapahoe County. Instead, FPI management is charging me $1,300 a month for a 500 square foot, one-bedroom apartment, which is the rent for the AMI level at 60% income limit. That's an overcharge of $640 per month from my limited financial means. Please refer to the chart that I gave to the clerk. It is the Colorado Housing and Finance Authority's 2022 income limit and maximum rent table for Arapahoe County. Low-income housing tax credit properties are mandated by law to abide by a schedule of tiered rents based on a tenant's annual income falling below specific percentages for the local area median income limits. This is an income-restricted property, yet the rents are set above the income restriction maximums. The $1,300 rent should be associated with a 60% AMI. This monthly overcharge is not a sustainable way to live, and if this continues, we will eventually be forced to become homeless because our low fixed incomes are not enough to pay the erroneously high monthly rent imposed on us by FPI management. In addition, the building, which is only 7 years old, has fallen into disrepair, and FPI management states it does not have sufficient funds in its budget to keep the building up to code. Where is all the money going that this building cannot be repaired and maintained properly? As a result, multiple city code violations and state statute breaches have been identified and will be the subject of a future presentation to City Council. This is clear financial extortion by FPI management. It is collecting taxpayer-funded subsidies from the government for low-income housing tax credit, and it is extorting money from its low-income tenants who are already at or below the poverty level.
Thank you, Ms. Marks. Questions for Ms. Marks? Member Nennekamp.
Hello. Thank you so much for coming and sharing your experience with us. I'm so sorry to hear about what you're going through. I believe you said that you gave some information to the clerk. Could we get that passed?
Sarah just went to make copies for everyone.
Okay. And does that information that you passed on to us explain more of some of the data that you just showed us
It is a table produced by the Colorado Finance and Housing Authority for the year of 2022 for Arapahoe County, specific to Arapahoe County, at the different percentage AMI levels, the maximum income at that percentage, and what the maximum rent should be that corresponds to that percentage AMI.
Okay. Well, I look forward to reviewing that. Thank you so much. That's very helpful. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Member Woodward.
Yes.
Michelle.
Ms. Marks? Member Woodward has another question.
I'm just a little nervous.
Fine. So am I. Question, have you, obviously, I assume tenants are organized to some degree.
No.
At least, okay. Have you or are you aware of anybody that has engaged any law firms or any type of legal help on
No,
this?
because none of us can afford an attorney. We are all well below the poverty level. And most of the tenants, because of that, are so fearful of landlord retaliation and eviction that they are remaining silent and suffering in silence.
Can I make a suggestion?
Please.
I would work
Member
on
Woodward.
getting,
This is the time for questions.
Okay.
If you would like to leave your contact information with the clerk,
Yes.
Member Woodward can hook up with you later. But we're in the Q&A time right now, so.
Sure. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
But please leave me something to get in touch.
Next up, Stephanie Brooks. And it looks like Hans is after.
Hello, Stephanie Brooks, Broadway in Hamden, District 3. Good evening and thank you. Some people know me by now, but if you haven't noticed, I'm a really big research nerd. I love data, and I've spent days rewatching and rereading most of the content on Englewood Engaged. The one thing that I may have missed, and I apologize if it's on there, but again, there's a lot of information there, you go team, is the role that corporate investors are playing in residential real estate prices. This is a huge factor in the affordable housing conversation, and it strikes me as odd that it's not included in the Root report. In the Denver area, we had a rapid growth over the last decade, which caught the attention of many hedge funds, institutional cash buyers, and smaller real estate investment properties or companies that pay cash for houses, said Sean Martin of We Buy Houses in Denver. If you don't believe Sean, take it from the Secretary of the Department of Housing and Urban Development, who recently noted, quote, since the 2008 financial crisis, an increasing number of large corporations have purchased single-family homes to flip or convert to rentals. Investors now own hundreds or thousands of properties, aided by their ability to outcompete individual home buyers with all-cash purchases. I'm requesting that the City Council report on the number of corporate-owned residential units in our city, how much of our housing affordability crisis is being driven by investors. And I'd also like to know how the city plans to prevent this problem from replicating over and over and over again if R1 zoning is left unprotected. Speaking of investors, one of the many reasons I'm skeptical of stripping R1 zoning protections is that the city doesn't exactly have the best track record of holding developers and landlords accountable. We just heard about the Traditions Senior Housing and how the out-of-state landlord is basically trying to force out residents or overcharging them. And then also from my perspective, I've co-worked out of the guild next door for over 6 years, and because of the wine garden shenanigans, there have been so many vacancies at the city center that it's easier to count the vacant spaces. So my second request is for the City Council to provide a plan to hold landlords accountable for violating existing affordable housing agreements and preventing similar wine garden situations from happening again. I feel like these are reasonable requests in light of the fact that you're asking us to trust you to protect residential areas while opening them up for redevelopment. We need assurances that our trust will not be misplaced. Also, before I close, I really do want to thank the UDC Steering Committee members. It is so much work and it's been a huge time commitment. And I know you're probably feeling like, oh God, everybody hates me right now. I really want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for all the work that you're doing. It's a very important issue and I thank you for your time. I also like to thank the City Council and the staff for the opportunity to share my voice with you this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Brooks. Questions? I don't see any. Thank you. Looks like Hans and the last name, I'll let you say it.
My name is Hans Constable, and I live on Radcliffe and Lipan. I'm 68 years old. I've never spoken in front of people before, so I hope you'll understand. I've got a few things scribbled down here. But I've attended some of the meetings that Rita's had the last few weeks. I've watched some of the city council meetings online to try to educate myself what's going on here. I live next door to the Radcliffe storage warehouses. I've lived in my house for 35 years. I've originally paid $65,000 for it, and I have houses a few doors down the street from me that are going for over $500,000. So it's a crazy time. But I have received about 6 months ago a letter from a developer that they wanted to take these storage warehouses and build a 6-story, 65-foot high building right next door to me. I live in a single-story ranch, just like most people, like most houses in the Englewood area. I still have snow in front of my garage, in front of my house from before Christmas that hasn't melted yet, but yet they're gonna put a 65-foot building right next to me where I probably won't see the sun anytime past noon. These developers are not from the Denver area, like most, they're from out of state. They have no interest in anything other than the bottom line, which is profit. So I just don't, I've talked with, I think, one of the city planners, Brooks, a while ago, when he just says there's no restrictions on height. I mean, I hear people complaining about with these duplexes, triplexes on corner streets, 2, 3 stories. I mean, I'm talking 6 stories. Each level is gonna have balconies that are gonna oversee my property, so my privacy has basically gone away. I don't know, I guess it sounds to me like there's nothing I can do about it, that's the law, and there should be some kind of height restrictions on these developments. I mean, I've lived next door to these storage places in the past. We've had issues. We've had meth labs. We've had homeless people living in these storage units. We've had some guy committed suicide a while ago. I mean, but I still would rather prefer that than having a 6-story building next door to me. Anyway, my time's running out, and I just would like to quote Ronald Reagan, if I may, from August 12th, 1986. He says, "The 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, I'm from the government and I'm here to help." So, but thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions? So the next name I cannot read, although it looks like it may be the same as Marianne Herdner. So if 2 people from the Herdner household have signed up, if you would, whoever signed up before Marianne.
I'm Jim, that's my wife after me.
Jim, all right.
Herdner, sorry about that.
That's okay. If you would, state your name and your cross streets.
James Herdner, Redcliffe in Pennsylvania.
Thank you, go ahead.
Some of this is probably gonna be a little bit incompassionate, but it needs to be said. My parents, I grew up in Englewood. I learned to swim right where Walmart is, long time ago. My dad built a house where we lived for 25, 30 years, still own it, and I do rent it out. I'm a landlord. Some people hate that, but it is what it is. I've had people that rent it from me for 17, 18 years, so I try to take care of it. I try to keep it priced correctly. But we all live where we can afford to live. My parents, I see my dad work 70 hours a week so he could raise me in Englewood. And now we're trying to accommodate these people. And I understand this is incompassionate, but these people, if you're gonna live where you wanna live, you work hard and you make enough money to live there. You don't try to lower everybody else's standards so that they can live here. I don't think that's fair at all. We've already looked at, the carriage homes. That's already went away with R1 zoning. R1 zoning right now is it's not enforced. We have 4 and 5 families living in houses. The parking is overloaded. It isn't working as it is now. We sold Flood Junior High, it's gone. Englewood had that property, it's gone. What a shame. The high density housing is not what we need. I know it's good for taxes, but it is not what we need. We have overloaded the fire department to the point we had to sub that to Denver to take care of it. We've overloaded the parking, the sewer, the water, the trash, the police. It's not working, folks, and now we want to do more of the same for high density. R1 zoning is supposed to be R1, R2 is supposed to be R2. Like I say, it is not. All you folks live in Englewood? Or can I ask that? That's good, so you can see what's going on. I don't know, other than trying to generate more taxes here. I don't know where we're headed with this, but as you can see, please listen to us, because we're not happy with what's happening. Another thing, property crime. We're number 1 in property crime. Let's address, we had to kill somebody before we fixed the storm sewers. There's a lot of stuff we can do other than try to grow. Thank you.
Questions for Mr. Herdner? Thank you. Next up, Marianne Herdner, and it looks like Dan Haskell is next.
I'm Dan Haskell. I live in Hampton Hills, 3231 South Race, District 2. I've owned that home for 49 years. I've raised 3 children there and very fond of the neighborhood. I just can't imagine how this effort to change the R1 zoning makes any sense. There have been a lot of good points made. I thank the council for considering those points. I'm not going to take any more of your time. I'd be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Member Woodward.
Yes, you had mentioned you have 3 children, I think, or had 3 children.
3 children I've raised there.
Yes. Do they
They're
still
in their
live?
50s and late 30s.
Okay. Do they live in Englewood now, or did they move out of the area?
My daughter lives abroad. She's 50, and my sons live in Denver and also Basalt, Colorado.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I call the next name, I just want to clarify. Mrs. Herdner, you had signed up. Did you have public comment to give? Okay. I wanted to make sure you didn't get skipped. It looks like Robert Marquez is next. James Levy on deck.
Good evening. My name is Robert Marquez. I'm a Colorado native, 5th generation. I went to Colorado schools, graduated from college here in Colorado. I've seen a lot of things.
I'm sorry, I hate to interrupt. Cross streets?
Shenango and Irving.
Perfect, thank you.
And I just wanted to say that I've had a business here on Broadway in Hampton. Mr. Woodward came to my grand opening. I really put a lot of time and effort into staying in Englewood. When I moved in, a lot of older people were living in the neighborhood. It was really quiet. Obviously, those folks have deceased and new people are moving in, but it's still a nice neighborhood. The reason I am up here tonight is I heard it on Channel 9 News, or the news that we were going to have the possibility of having fourplexes and stuff built across the street from us at any given time if we had a vacant lot. And I would challenge each and every one of you on the board, if you have a house across the street and someone decided to tear it down, would you be happy with the fourplex going in across from the street from you? And I don't think that would be a yes from any one of you. I also would say that if we were talking about Dove Valley up there in Englewood where the Broncos train, and we were trying to put affordable housing around that building, everybody'd be looking at us stupid. And that's why I'm here, is to say, why would we treat Dove Valley any different than the residents here in our city closer to home? Thank you.
I don't see any questions, so that brings us to James Levy? Levy? Levy. And then Matt Crabtree will be next.
Good evening. My name is James Levy. I live at the Dartmouth Place in South Gaylord Street. So I'll address you, elected representatives. I'll say it again, elected representatives. Notice the crowd here tonight. They're here because they're concerned. They're energized. This is the spirit and breathing soul of our city, our neighborhoods. I'm concerned about the rezoning of the R1 situation. And, you know, we're here because we value the families that live nearby. We value the mixed age groups of our neighborhoods and everybody working together, interacting. And I'm just concerned that if we bring in or change the zoning, it's going to change the flavor of our neighborhoods. Not only will market values go down, I believe, because things will not be affordable and the character of the neighborhood will change. And it won't be just those end units maybe, it'll be all the way up and down the streets because it's going to change the character of the neighborhood. And that just concerns me. I value where I live. I value the makeup of my neighborhood, the people we interact with on a daily basis. just the camaraderie. And I really feel like that'll get lost if we change the zoning here. So thank you for representing us on city council. And I appreciate what you do. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Levy. Matt Crabtree, followed by Hope Swearingen.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and members of City Council. My name's Matt Crabtree. I reside on the 2900 block of South Sherman Street.
I think you have to give cross streets.
Okay, so that would be Cornell and Sherman.
Cornell Sherman.
All right. So I had a lot written down here, so I'm going to jump around a little bit because I've changed a few things. But I guess it's important to mention that I live in an R2 zoned area, R2B in fact. My block has seen a significant amount of development over the course of the last 10 years. There have been 8 units redeveloped just on our block alone. One of them was a triplex. It's actually intersection at Sherman and Cornell. The rest of them have been duplexes. And, you know, I didn't take the time to check. I know where some of you guys live because obviously I've been involved in a lot of things here over the years. But I question if any of you have experienced what we've experienced on our block. About one duplex, one construction event per year. It's continuous. When they tore down the house right down the street from me, about 2 doors down, the developer, or actually the contractor, I should say, the developer probably didn't have anything to do with this, but the contractor shut the street down, blocked all the parking along the street. He didn't have a permit. I checked with the city. Unfortunately, traffic was too busy that day to deal with the situation. Totally understand, nothing against them. We received no notification at all that the structure was being torn down. As of right now, they recently fixed the fence, but the fence had collapsed on the sidewalk. Sidewalk had been overrun with dirt because of runoff. Sidewalks destroyed. The alley, I drove through it the other day. I mean, unfortunately, the alleys are never the same after this development happens. What I'm getting to here is it's a big impact to our community. They're tearing down homes that have stood the test of time, that are affordable. I understand that it's not affordable on the scale that maybe some would consider, but it's some of the most affordable homes in Englewood right now. Homes that have stood for 100 years or more. And those are getting torn down and replaced with quickly built, poor quality construction that may not stand that test of time. I'll also make mention real fast here. I'm a bit of a history nut. I looked at the zoning maps. Dating back to 1940, easily available on the website, on the city website. R1 districts have remained largely the same since that first zoning map. The city grew, but the same content or context, I guess, of R1 areas grew with it. R2 along Broadway, R1 further back. This is not a change in a generation. This is a change in the history of the city. Dramatic. There's also 10 seconds. Let's see if I can do it. It's also not an actual change to the zoning. It is a change to defining what zoning is. Sorry, I ran out of time here, but I appreciate all of you and have a good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Crabtree. Any questions? Member Woodward has a question for you, it looks like. Can't get away that easily.
Mr. Crabtree, would you consider currently having affordable housing compared to the rest of the Denver metro area?
Sure. I mean, you look at this, right? I mean, just so I'm what, 2 blocks from Denver? That's Platt Park there. It's a pretty fancy neighborhood, right? Englewood's becoming a fancy neighborhood, but still, we're not Platt Park. My same home in Platt Park or Washington Park, easily 3 times the price. Some of the most affordable homes in this area are in Littleton, Englewood, Sheridan, and they're these smaller single-family starter homes, the home that I bought back in 2003.
Okay. You're obviously very much into the history of Englewood.
Absolutely.
what do you think about, Englewood has been known as a working class, blue collar type of city. Is that still what it is?
You know, I like to say, and have said this quite a bit in the past, that Englewood is that small town in a big city. And yes, it is working class. I mean, it's changing. There's a duplex up just 3 blocks up from me. Its asking price is 1.1 million, one side. It's a lot of money. It's a big change.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not talking about the new stuff. I'm talking about the existing.
The old stuff is probably in the range of 400,000 to 500,000 right now.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crabtree. Next up, Hope Swearingen, followed by Penny Beavers. If you would, please state your name and cross streets for the record.
My name is Hope Swearingen, and I live on Grant in Mansfield, and I serve on the Planning and Zoning Commission. After speaking with a handful of neighbors, colleagues, and friends, it's been clear to me that there are many people in the city who are living here and are worried that an increase in rent will slowly push them out. I'm also aware of many people that are working in the city who are living outside of the city who cannot afford housing near where they work, and it's also not attainable to find housing that is affordable here, if at all. Businesses, hospitals, restaurants, schools, and retail all want attainable workforce housing for their employees. And I know that in the past, Englewood used to be a place where someone could purchase a starter home, and that's no longer the case. I'd love to see the city come back to that place, and I'm in support of zoning policies that create attainable housing here in Englewood. Thank you.
Member Russell.
Did you say you sit on the Planning and Zoning Commission?
Correct. I'm on.
And are you speaking as a member of the Planning and Zoning Commission, or are you speaking for yourself personally?
For myself.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Penny Beavers is next. And the last name on the first page, if you signed up as the last name on the first page, I'm sorry I can't read your handwriting, but I hope you remember. It looks like DJ or DH Reed or something along those lines. Ms. Beavers.
Hi, I've never done this before, so bear in mind. We are so against.
I'm sorry, name and cross streets.
Oh, Penny Beavers, Tufts and Jason. We are so against building all of these apartments and changing our R1. But if you elected council insist on having them built, you should have the developers pay for the infrastructure before they build, such as sewers, roads, safe parking for RTD, light rail, etc. The developers should be responsible for all of this before beginning any construction. There should be a plan in place for all of these things already. We do not want any of this brought up later when one of you are running for office on platform that you are going to fix what already should have been fixed at taxpayers' expense. I've lived here all my life. I've seen changes. I grew up on 2500 South Cherokee. You go down on Cherokee now where I was raised, completely different. There are big high-rises, buildings, and there are just, excuse my language, crappy buildings. The old houses are so run down, and it's sad. I don't want that happening for where I live in Englewood now. So, that's all.
Thank you. Any questions? I hope crappy is the worst word I hear tonight.
Yeah, well.
Thank you.
I mean.
Did you sign up last on the first page? It looks like D.H. Reed on LePan Street, but I can't say for sure.
DM Reed, 4200 South LePan. Great. Thank you, members of council, and thank you for everyone for showing up. It's really encouraging to see everybody here. It's so encouraging to see so many Englewood residents come together to voice our vision for our community. At the same time, it's really discouraging to see that we're at odds with our city leadership. That's the fact of the matter. But the question remains, how did we get here? Someone messed up, and not just someone, many someone's messed up. This should not be happening. This should not be the result of a procedural process. It's been lacking in transparency. We all know it. I'm gonna uncover a few things. You know, we've heard a few things about both Code Next, RE1, and Sam's Automotive. I'll be careful with my words. You know, I live in an area that's pretty unique. It's a pretty cool little area. It's changing, some for the better, some for the worse. But we have some really interesting index scores. I'm an economist, so I study these things for a living. We have some of the lowest walking scores in Englewood, meaning it's hard to get around on foot. That's important. We have some of the worst roads in Englewood. That means we have trouble driving, lots of congestion. We have some of the worst water quality scores. We have some of the worst air quality scores. And so when our Planning and Zoning Commission and our community development team brings a proposal to us, the first question I asked is, well, how's that gonna change these scores? How's that gonna change my quality of life? Because if you're gonna put 400 units in my backyard, I think that's a reasonable question to ask. Don't you? What I learned, very shocking. Did you know that Englewood doesn't have a definition of quality of life? I couldn't get one, either from the city attorney, from planning and zoning, from community development. I couldn't get one. But I'm an economist, I study these things, so I know they're out there. And really important, you know what the most interesting and important indicator of quality of life is? Is when you ask residents what they want for their future, and you act on it. Another really interesting thing, just a coda on this one. The city of Englewood, our city attorney told me that they're actually not to vote just on current residents. They're supposed to vote for future residents, which is important. You have to have some future strategic planning. But I think current residents, I'm guessing that's a lot of us here, should be the people that, you know, we're voting for and in our well-being, in course of our well-being. Okay, 30 seconds, let's wrap up. Transparency is lacking, so is common sense. Let me speak some truths, especially for the Code Next folks. I want to meet more of you people. First of all, the processes are arbitrary that got us to Sam's PUD, and it's really going to be arbitrary for Code Next as well. It's rooted in ideology. I can tell you some really interesting stories, but at the end of the day, we know this is an ideology play. Second, everything is done to keep citizens out of the conversation. It's not intended to be transparent, because if it was, we wouldn't be here like this. Third thing, I want everyone to look at item 10A. Look at item 10A on your agenda really quick. You will see it only says PUD, letters of support. It does not say opposition. There were 100 people who signed
Mr.
a
Reed,
petition.
please wrap up.
10 people who wrote letters of opposition. City council does not have access
Thank
to
you,
that
Mr. Reed.
information today
That's all.
because community development
Mr.
did
Reed.
not want you to know. Vote no.
Thank you. Next up, Sandy Blanchard, followed by Kelly McCloskey. Sandy Blanchard, are you in attendance?
I think she's out in the foyer.
Sandy Blanchard. Ms. McCloskey, are you going to get Ms. Blanchard, or are you coming up? All right. We will move to Kelly McCloskey. If you would, please state your name and cross streets for the record.
Hi, my name's Kelly McCloskey. My cross streets are Elati and Radcliffe. And I just wanted to say, I live on a corner lot. This last year, I lost 3 of my neighbors. I couldn't imagine if those were brought in as duplexes. Could you imagine all of a sudden you've had 3 neighbors you were very close to, like family, and then all of a sudden, boom, 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 you have 3 fourplexes in your neighborhood. No, I don't want that. I love my neighborhood. I moved here in 1998. I know all my neighbors. I'm talking blocks this, north, south, east, and west. We all know each other. We're like family to each other. My grandkids come over to play at my house. They used to come over and play with my neighbors' grandkids. I mean, it's just a neighborhood that we just love so much. Family comes to visit and they say, man, this is so cool. Who would have thought Denver is like this? And I'm like, this isn't Denver, this is Englewood. You know, you guys are, it's so quiet. You would have never thought Englewood is like this, but it is. It's a quiet neighborhood. I love it. My son moved into the Oxford Station apartments. Oh my gosh. He would come to pick up my grandson and he would say, Mom, I gotta go. Why do you have to go? Why do you have to go? You just got here. Because I gotta get back because I'm not gonna find a parking space. He doesn't have nowhere to park if he doesn't hurry up and get back home. There's no parking there. They're building another, he moved in there when there was just one place. Now there's three. The third one's now being built. You try and get out of that place, you can't take a left-hand turn. You know what it's like, the congestion there at Oxford and Navajo? Try and get on to Hamden. You can't, because at rush hour, I have pictures I will bring before you and video. It's just crazy. And there's going to be a terrible accident. Mark my words, City Council, there's going to be a terrible accident there. And you're all going to know because of that, those high rises going up there, that's what's happening. And I don't get to see my grandson. Why? Because my son has to hurry home because he needs a parking spot? Really? You know, that's what it is. I mean, we're building too much, too fast. And I just think you guys need to listen to all of us. I mean, look at the people here. Look at them. Are we for this? No. And we voted you people in to listen to us. And I'm saying I would have 3 fourplexes around me. I truly believe that. And I will not sell out and sell my corner lot as a or as a fourplex if ever that option is available to me. Never. Because it's my home, and I hope someday my kids will have my single family home and they can go have their kids outside riding the bike down the street.
Thank you. Member Russell has a question for you.
Ms. McCloskey, can you tell us what size apartment your son lives in?
Pardon me?
What size of apartment your son lives in? Is it a 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom?
No, he had to be affordable. He had to live in what was it called?
Studio?
Studio. Yeah,
Studio.
My grandson and my son had to live in a studio, and they paid for parking at that apartment complex, and we're told they can't park there because it's full. Even though they paid for residential parking, there wasn't enough parking.
And just one more question. Can you tell me how much his rent is for a studio apartment?
He had to leave there because they moved it up to $1,400.
Okay, thank you very much.
Affordable housing.
Thank you, Ms. McCloskey. I don't see any further questions. Next up, looks like the name says Kathleen. It's on Emerson. I can't read the name. If you signed up third on the back, this is your chance. Can you make heads or tails of that, Councilmember Anderson? Okay.
Hi.
Hi. If you would say your name and cross streets, please.
Kathleen Mulhern, Yale and Emerson. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. My husband and I have lived in Englewood for 40 years. I've owned 2 homes, and we have invested a great deal in getting into Englewood and investing in the community. We feel very strongly about this zoning change, that it is a violation of the covenant you all have made with the city and with your people. We have relied on this covenant, our banks have relied on this covenant, the market has relied on this covenant. And it's no different than if you took out a loan from your bank and then the bank came to you and said, oh, we know we gave you a 4% loan, but you know, things have changed and we're gonna have to raise your loan. This is a breach of the covenant. Communities do change, but after 40 years here raising 2 children in Englewood, we have had our son move back, wants to live in Englewood, and he did buy a starter home, a young married couple with their first child. So it can happen, it does happen, and he's thrilled to be back and wants to raise a child here. I want to communicate too that we are frustrated that these are the ideological priorities of the city council versus things like the water coming out of our taps. the holes in our streets, or the streets being plowed. And finally, one of the voices here spoke about strength versus volume, and volume can be loudness or it can be a majority. And volume in number is clear here tonight, and we hope that you pay attention to that. Thank you for your time.
Member Wink. Member Wink has a question for you.
Are you saying the volume here tonight is the majority of the 36,000 members?
I'm sorry, could you
Citizens of
repeat
this
that?
city?
I think it's probably pretty representative.
Next up, item A, Nickel. Marjan Freeman will be after Ms. Nickel.
Good evening, council. I really was not prepared to speak.
If
I
you
was
would,
not going.
Just open by stating your name and
Oh, I'm
cross streets
sorry.
for the record.
Ida Mae Nickel, and I live in the 4700 block of La Penn and Union. I wasn't going to speak tonight or on this issue at all, but I've been here since 1954, and I started driving around Englewood, and I could not believe what I saw. These big high-rises up everywhere, all along where our little depot is, that whole area in there. I would suggest that you, council people, drive around everywhere in Englewood, particularly in all the areas you want to change. And since I live in District 4, I shouldn't be afraid, but I am, because of what you're doing to District 1, you will be doing to the rest of the city. Eventually, it will move south. And so many people that have spoken here tonight they love their homes, they love where they are, the children grew up there. I've been here since 1954, like I said before. My children grew up here, and I think it's a shame, a crying shame, with all of these big buildings going up in the parking, and where's everybody gonna park? Like, you have to rush home because you won't have a place to park. Well, then, where you park, somebody else is left out. I cannot understand why you are wanting to do this so bad to our city. If you have any vacancies like Windermere, why don't we put manufacturing places back in? That would bring money in. Instead of getting rid of all of our manufacturing places, we're going to put up high rise. It does not make sense to me. And I'm sure it doesn't make sense to a lot of people. I got to thinking, I saw this big building where an elderly lady lived, and it was built right up to her fence. And I thought, what if that was me? It could come my way. And I wasn't going to speak out, but I feel like I have to speak out. I have to speak out for these people in areas 1 or 2 or where all this is happening. And I'm glad to see all of these people here tonight. And I hope they keep coming back, because there will be election at some point this year. And anyhow, thank you people for coming out and speaking before the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nickel. I believe Member Wink has a question for you.
Thank you. Ms. Nichols, thanks for what you shared. Do you mind giving a little bit more detail about where I know you weren't planning to speak, so I don't want to put you on the spot, but where you were describing or speaking to adding more, bringing back more manufacturing. Can you give a little more detail on that?
Well, there's always...
At the mic, please. Thank you.
Well, they're all, like where I live, in the area I live, there was a lot of manufacturing there, but because they've been given a lot of money to sell, that whole area down there is going to be nothing but high rise.
Like where?
The
industrial area on Windermere?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks, Anime.
there's, 3 high rises going up now, and it'll just continue down the whole neighborhood.
Thank you.
And that's where I travel all the time, and pretty soon the cars are parked everywhere, even now. It's hard to get by sometimes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Ms. Freeman. After Ms. Freeman will be Aaron Reed.
Hi, my name is Marcy Freeman, and I live in the corner of Fox and Tufts. Thank you for all the hard work you guys do, and I hope you understand that this is not something personal against each one of you guys. It's just that there is an attack to our homes, our space of sanctuary. I am not, personally, I was not prepared to be here today, and I didn't prepare a written speech, but I really had to arrange everything, and I just found out 2 hours before this was one of the great citizens told me what's happening. So I felt like I need to be present. I just kind of thought about this, and I figured out, how come this is not happening to Cherry Hills? And because I start questioning, if you're talking about land and space and all of that, how come all that land that when you go for a walk, there is not a single person living in this building? How come this is not happening over there? And then I start questioning, because I'm part of the water board, and I see so much issues we have to work on. This city is wonderful. And yet I see this new thing is presented, that this many wonderful people don't like it. And Ms. Wink, I really think if you don't think these people are representative of the citizens of Englewood, then you guys have no business of assuming if that many people are not here for their well-being, then send out some sort of a survey so that you can get a vote for every single one of these people. First of all. And
Point of order. Point of order.
Ladies and gentlemen, Member Camp has a point of order.
Sorry, I just have a point of order. Mayor Pro Tem, can you please enforce the policies and the rules we have in our council chambers just to ensure that everyone is able to speak and be heard?
Yes, so noted. Thank you, Member Camp.
So my question comes into the fact that I live in Platt Park. I've been in Wash Park as well, and I've been in Aurora, and I've been in Denver. And I absolutely agree with the fact that you can't find a parking. Platt Park, now the city start making money by putting some sort of a mark on their cars so that way they can identify the residents. And I actually knew people that they say on a monthly basis, they go to the court taking like 10 tickets to show them their residence and they can park in front of their car, their house. And so these kind of problems raises other kinds of problems. People over here are family oriented. They want to live here. They want to have kids that they're just running outside. They don't want to be on top of each other. And first of all, they pay for this. Now, people that are in future are going to come, just like the rest of us. We had to accomplish our goals and earn them. And this is certainly, those $1.1 million homes that are coming up, is certainly, it doesn't speak of affordability. So this is an agenda that comes with corporations that they like to build, and I totally agree. Research this, and you see all these stock markets, they're just buying lands everywhere now. And so we're a city that's very exposed. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for it.
Thank you.
And thank you again for all of your guys' presence. I really admire all of you.
Any questions for Ms. Freeman? Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Next up, Aaron Reed, followed by Pam Peak.
Good evening, Aaron Reed, Hamden and Corona on the cross streets. Wow, this is interesting. Oh, look. Let's see if we can figure this out. So you'll see the down arrow on the left side of your page, and you'll see the right arrow. And I can put the gray area in. Oh, look, there's a pencil. It actually is gray. It's graphite, but we won't split hairs. I'm going bald. So it says on here with an arrow pointing down on I-4, which is Industrial 4, over there off of Windermere and Oxford area. And then there's an arrow that points up with R1. So we want to upzone R1 and downzone I-4, and we want to call it Code Next. Why? These people that bought their house, including yourselves, me, and probably not even people that live around here, live in the zoning that they live in under the auspices that they thought it may stay that way more than a few minutes. And then you want to do a carve out. I don't need Congress in a carve out. We got that in Washington. By the way, Washington is helping us a little for once. We might bring industry back to the United States. We might even bring it back to Colorado, and it could be a possibility in Englewood, but if you get rid of commercial 4, all bets are off. Why are you people here? Somebody was over here talking about equity and equality. Okay, I'm a gay guy. I'm pretty well versed in that. Equity's cool. Let's be real. We have equality in this country. We have equality as it relates to if you work for something, you get something. There might be a couple people that like gold stars. There might be cookie cutter houses that are all found out throughout the other suburbs, not found in Englewood, where you get 8 different floor plans and they're all about the same cost. Why are you people here? You moved to Englewood because you worked your ass off like the rest of us, and you have equality to buy things. Yes, there are certain people here that have the 6-figure digit, a couple other people, and they know who they are, and I don't need to out them, that make $1 million a year sitting here. And then there was a lady that's on that fixed income that's getting gouged, that's severely afraid of the place that she lives in. We ain't going to be afraid of council, and I think it would be adequate if council would figure out what this zoning is, and let's leave the irony out. I mean, we need the iron so we can have that commercial property do what it was intended to originally do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Questions? Next up, Pam Peak. Kathleen Bailey is on deck.
Good evening. I'd like to thank the council members. I was here on
Before you
February
begin your comments, if you will just state your name and cross streets.
I'm
please.
sorry. My cross streets are Sherman and Hamden, and my name is Pam Peak. On February 6th, I presented my concerns about the apartment complex, one of these high-density housing places, and I unfortunately live there. 2 of the changes were made. 2 of the issues I brought up, changes have actually been made since I was at the last meeting, and I would like to thank you council members, because I think they came about because of your interest. I'm going to say thank you again, and I do appreciate your courtesy and your concern. Presently, we have hot water after a month of cold water, and we also have our west door entrance locked, because it was unlocked since October. Now, I'm going to repeat a very important issue that we are dealing with in this apartment complex. As of December, all new leases and all renewable leases will be month to month. A tenant can be booted out in 21 to 30 days. Manager does not need to show cause. I cannot imagine in this current rental market finding a new place to live in 21 or fewer days. Many apartments now want your income to be 2 or 3 times the amount of the rent. You have a $3,000 security deposit, first and last month's rent, security clearance, and this is really a time crunch. When I moved into Traditions in 2017, the rent was $840, and the security deposit was $300. This is mentally very taxing. We have seniors in the building, and we're concerned with retaliation. This produces anxiety and is not a fair way to live with this 30-day ouster hanging over our heads. I would like to know what can be done about this situation. How can we be protected? And this is, again, this is FPI management, and this is more of what Miss Mark said earlier. There are people in that building who will talk about all of this, but they won't stand up because they are afraid of retaliation. And also, it would be extremely hard to find a place to live right now. So thank you very much for what we have accomplished, and I hope that we can get more done. Thank you.
Questions? Member Woodward.
Yes. Do you think it is the management company or the ownership?
I believe it's the management company. The owner is in Spokane, and the management company's in Cali, and this is something, the management company's in California. And this is, again, part of what I think is a problem here, is the money comes in and out of state, and they don't seem to have any governing body.
Do they have a local business? I mean, the management company?
No.
Or is it just a resident manager?
It's not a
and
resident
staff?
manager, it's just a manager. And in fact, it is manager 14 since we opened in 2017.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Bailey. The next on the list is Gary, who has told us his last name in the past, but I don't want to mispronounce it, so I will let him pronounce it when he comes up.
Kathleen Bailey, Jason and Union, and my heart is so proud. I am so 100% with everyone here who is 100% against what is being designed by everyone up there. And I, unfortunately, am not speaking about tonight. I am opposed. Everyone here knows it. And there's a sign-up sheet for being able to carry petitions out there in the foyer if afterwards you're willing to do that. But tonight I will be talking about the 3 petroleum brownfield sites. One I will cover during the public hearing, and that's Sam's Automotive, and the other two I will discuss now. Community Development Director Brad Power and a board member was a board member on E for over a decade, half a decade, and he and all of you, city council members, are fully aware of the 2 existing automotive industrial sites, JCPenney Automotive site and Chevron Station site, that had significantly high hazardous petroleum contamination that was cleaned up decades ago, including actually removing contaminated soil and water from those sites. In fact, EAF itself was created by the city to protect the city from any liability resulting from the high levels of petroleum contamination on those 2 sites. Recently, those same 2 EAF sites were identified by Terracon's recent soil and water analysis that was requested by the city after recommendations by the CDPHE as still containing residual petroleum contamination in amounts that vary in percentage by depth. Both of those automotive industrial sites are located in urban business areas, and the designated end use for both of those properties is to be developed as commercial. To deal with the recent identified residential contamination on those sites, Terracon recommended an MMP. An MMP is a materials management plan, which would include procedures for identifying, handling, and disposing of environmentally impacted soils while in the process of excavating the property for the planned development. And in commercial business areas and any areas of residual contamination found on those 2 sites left over after the significant major cleanup already been performed decades ago can be managed effectively by MMP. However, the Sam's Automotive site designation end use is residential. And I'll be talking about the Sam's site during the public count of the hearing. But any existing hazardous contamination that is dug up and stirred up in the process of excavating for development in that site will immediately pose direct health and safety risk to the residential neighborhoods immediately adjacent to that Sam's Automotive property.
Ms. Bailey, if you could please wrap up your comments.
Certainly. That will happen through wind-blown dust and rain and snow runoff across excavated areas carried down into the neighboring residential properties.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions for Ms. Bailey? All right.
Good evening, Gary Kozak. I live at Oxford and Lapan, and I happen to be there since my family homesteaded in 1856. Oxford was a dirt road when I was born. I'll start off with the water quality. I got a notice, and I called the city. I used to sit on the water board. I was a city council member in the 80s, back when I was fighting to stop from eliminating the police force and getting rid of the fire department. I kept fighting to keep them. And our numbers of police force is not enough right now. And you add another 1,000 units, because the one hasn't opened yet, and now you want to have another one, okay? We have to have the police force. We've cut too many out, and I'll give you an example. 2 nights ago, my neighbor had somebody wearing a clown mask, went up and threw gasoline on his gate on Oxford and burned his gate down. They tried to get into the house because we have film of it, and they couldn't get in past the property, so they burnt that down. We didn't have enough officers to respond. I've got them on camera. They threw the gas can and the cart that he was carrying in the back of my truck around the corner. I've got them on film. We turned it in. Where's the police department? When I called it up, it took an hour and a half to get a police officer to my house to pick it up. All right. Now, water quality. I went to my vet to ask about the water quality. Will it affect my dogs? Yes, it can easily affect my dogs, let alone us. They said, well, how can I treat us? Well, if you get a water filter system. A lot of us in here can't afford a lot of that, so how are we going to go and reinstall a water filter system? And are all these apartment houses required to have water systems, filter systems put in? Now, make it real quick. I had come to this council before, and I requested a traffic study, an air quality study, and a noise study. I was on city council when Oxford was finally the one that was put in, and the day they opened that, we were right at the border of all 3 of those before all this construction had come in. I've asked for that, and guess what? That's been over 2 months, and they still haven't put any traffic counters down. And when I went to the one hearing, the city said that, well, we just used what's in their lab books to say, well, we'll estimate it. The new apartment house hasn't even opened yet. Okay? I'm putting the city council on notice that I've requested it. The public now has heard it. I've requested those studies be done before you even approve any other type of stuff. And then I also asked for the city, for you council members to consider changing that driveway on the rec center to the middle where the walkway is, because we had a tanker truck pulling in. I live there 24 hours a day, okay? They have over 200 tractor trailers go in and out a day. There's 200 on the lot. And the car went right underneath it.
Mr. Kozak?
All right?
That is your time, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I will be back on the next one for
Member
more.
Russell has a question for you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Kozak. What were the 3 studies? I mean, I have the traffic study in there, quality study. What was the 3rd one?
Noise.
Noise. Okay, thank you very
All right.
much.
The highway department was supposed to put up a 10-foot high fence along Oxford to block the noise because it was already its limits. And the city council that came in after I left and stuff, when we asked for it, they just kind of let it go, and it's never been done. Okay, thank you.
Thank
Any
you
other
very
questions?
much.
That's it. Just a note to the clerk's office or IT, we do have someone online causing noise.
It's actually the next speaker.
The next speaker is Chris Tonelli.
Oh, okay. Well, can we have this person go maybe? They've muted, so we'll go back to them.
Chris Tonelli,
Thank you, everybody.
till the public hearing. Okay. On that, we will go to our online speakers. I don't have a list, so the clerk, you have the floor.
On the sign-up sheet, most of them indicated that they wanted to speak during the public hearing. Justin Overland, if you want to unmute, you did put public comment down, but we just want to clarify if you want that or the testimony for the public hearing. Now they're scared to unmute. Okay.
Sorry, was it me?
Yeah, hi, did you want to provide public comment?
Yeah, I would just like to voice my approval of the idea of increasing the residential densities in the city of Englewood.
Okay,
I live in
just one moment. Sorry, this is Mayor Pro Tem Ward. If you would state your name and cross streets for the record, and we'll give you your 3 minutes for public comment.
Justin Overland, and we're at Pennsylvania and Oxford. We already have a duplex on the end of our street, and it definitely is not a problem. There's a great need for additional units. I would like to build a unit for my mother on our property. I came to the meeting about the ADUs when we had that, and I did point out that the ADU should be proportional to the size of the lot, and that was ignored by the planning. 600 square feet is awful small for someone to live in. But to voice my support, I think that at least a duplex or maybe in some cases a triplex would not be a bad idea on the larger lots. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Overland.
All right.
All right, that concludes public comment for this evening. That was agenda item 8. Agenda item 9 is our consent agenda. There are no agenda items.
Point of order. Response to public comment.
Thank you. Yes, rolling back, Member Noonencap has response to public comment. I don't know how I managed to skip that, but.
Trying to let me off easy. I refuse.
Thank you, Member Noonencap.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone, for coming out this evening and sharing all of your thoughts and your opinions with us. I have a lot of notes here, and I'm going to try to do my best to respond thoughtfully and holistically. And if I miss anything, please do come and chat with me or reach out to me. And I just want to say, there are so many folks who are, saying that they're coming here for the first time or they have never given public comment before. And I love that you're here. I love that you're engaging in the process, and I really appreciate folks who are coming for the first time. We're not as intimidating as it may seem, and I know that it's a little odd that we're up here on this dais and you're out there. It sets us up like we're against each other, and I really don't feel that way, but I'm really grateful that you're here for coming and sharing your thoughts and opinions. And I appreciate, especially, I'm going to kind of speak to all of the housing piece at once, but I just appreciate everyone who's engaging on this issue. This is one of the most important issues that we have to think about and work on right now in our community. And I'm listening to every single one of you. I'm listening to your thoughts and your opinions and your concerns and your desires and your needs. And that's what we do here, right? We listen and we consider all of your thoughtful feedback. And we're also getting feedback from people, in meetings. I'm doing a lot of coffee meetings and town halls, people who are sending me emails. And I appreciate an engaged citizenry as we evaluate these issues. I want to share a few things. We're considering several items as part of our code update. One piece of it is how we potentially allow for more naturally occurring attainable housing. But all of those decisions that we will make, I just want to assure you, will be made thoughtfully to the best of our abilities and backed by data and considering all potential impacts. So things like infrastructure and safety are high priorities to this council. As we've done our strategy sessions about how we plan strategically for the community, infrastructure and safety continue to be top priorities for us. And we would not want to do anything that would get ahead of those priorities. And so those will definitely be taken into consideration with any potential changes. I know a few folks brought up this idea that we have 4 votes, and I just want to speak a little bit to that and explain a little bit about what where we're at in this process. So to be clear, the city council, when it comes to any potential changes to our development code, we've not voted on anything. We have only discussed any potential changes right now in study sessions, which are non-voting meetings. And in those meetings, what we do is we consider ideas, we evaluate them. Those are learning sessions for us. And we need a majority consensus to keep considering anything. And so there were 4 members who said, yeah, let's keep looking at this. Let's keep evaluating it. Let's keep learning about it. But we have not voted. We have not made decisions. What we call Code Next, or what now is being called Code Next, is a regular update to our land use code in the city. Land use codes get out of date. They don't keep up with the current needs of the community. We haven't updated ours since 2004, and so we are due for a thoughtful update to what are the current needs of the community and how does the code serve that. We started this process a couple of years ago, so we've been at this for a little while with a lot of citizen input. There have been surveys, there have been studies, there's a steering committee. It has been in the Englewood magazine multiple times. We have endeavored to make this as transparent as possible. All of the conversations have happened in open public meetings. I understand that there's a frustration potentially if you're just now hearing about it, but all of those meetings continue to be available on our website and all of the information in those articles. And if you have more questions, if you go to englewoodengage.com/codenext, you can learn more about where we are in the process. A couple other things is that before we do make a decision, before we do vote, we will continue to have some more study sessions to learn more about what the right next steps are. And then there will be a public hearing, both in our Planning and Zoning Commission, which will evaluate these potential changes, and then a public hearing at City Council. So there's lots more opportunity for you to engage and to share your voice. Before I get into some specific responses to some members of the public, I did just want to say, I know that this room can feel a little divisive, and I want to start by just acknowledging a lot of what I heard tonight that we agree on right now as a community. We agree that we love Englewood. We love that fact that we have a small town. We want that feeling to stay the same. We want Englewood to continue to be an attainable city for working class people. We want safe neighborhoods. We increased the number of sworn officers on our police force. I was on a ride-along on Friday night for 6 hours watching the work of our excellent police force. We want good roads, and we are making historic investments in our road maintenance actually right now because of the support from Englewood voters to invest in our roads and our infrastructure. We want water that tastes good. I want water that tastes good. Trust me, we're working on that. And actually, you may have seen an article in the news this week. The city is planning to invest more than $168 million over the next 15 years investing into our water infrastructure to address taste, odor, and hardness. So we unfortunately don't get to focus on one thing at a time up here. We have to focus on everything at once. So we are looking at all of those things in conjunction with how we also meet the moment with our housing needs. A couple of responses to some of the specific comments that we received tonight. Mr. Emmelhainz, I just wanted to say thank you so much for sharing ideas and strategies with us for how we can continue to ensure Englewood is an affordable place to live. We are considering many of the ideas that you shared and are interested in anything we can do to address the diverse housing needs of our community at various price points. Ms. Beets, you had a question around what does it mean to say something's affordable. What is currently being considered, a potential allowance or an exception to the current R1 zoning would be 1 unit at 80% of the average or area median income. So that's how that piece of it is considered attainable or affordable, would be if you're making only 80% of what the median income is in that area. Let's see here. Mr. Wright, you brought up City Center, and I just wanted to share that we are continuing to consider what is the best and highest use of this place, how we can create a meeting and gathering space and more affordable housing, attainable housing in this place where we're sitting right now. And so we're continuing to be thoughtful about how we approach that. And Ms. Wright, you brought up the concern around displacement for renters, and that's something that's really, really important to me, actually. And so I'm currently evaluating and looking at proposals from across the country on what we can do with displacement costs and how we can avoid displacement of renters with the current development code that we have, and then if there were to be any changes. So thank you for bringing that important issue up to us. Let's see, Ms. Brooks, thank you for just continuing to be thoughtful and a researcher and bring us constructive ideas. I did jot both of your ideas down tonight, and I appreciate you bringing them to us and continuing to ensure that we don't have unintended consequences that none of us want. Ms. Marks and Ms. Peak, thank you so much for bringing the concerns about the traditions building to our attention. I was not aware of those, and I do look forward to investigating those further, so thank you for being here tonight. Mr. Crabtree, thank you so much for coming to speak about our historic homes. No one in Englewood, I don't think anyone on this dais, wants to see the beautiful history that we have in our community completely demolished. And so something that is important for this group to know is that in conjunction with any work we're potentially doing on housing, we also, as part of Code Next, are actually strengthening our historic preservation tools that we have within our development code. So just this last Monday, we gave consensus, we gave direction in a study session, because we haven't voted yet, to strengthen some of the tools that we have to ensure that both historic homes and historic districts in the community have tools available to them to ensure that those buildings are preserved. So we really are taking that seriously. And Mr. Kozak, thank you so much for coming. I did note your request for the studies and for your continued advocacy for the rec center entrance. I appreciate you being here. The last thing I'll just say before we move on to the other parts of our agenda, because I know we have many more things to talk about tonight, so I won't keep going, is just to say that there are no easy answers to these challenges. Trust me, if there was an easy answer, we would have found it by now. We are working very hard to determine what we can do, right? As a government, as a city council, we only have so many tools at our disposal. We can't say, well, why don't we put this business in, or why don't we do that? The government can't do that. But what we can do is we can look at our ordinances and we can say, what are the best environment that we can create with the tools we have to ensure that we're meeting the needs of our community. And my personal commitment is that I'm going to continue listening, I'm going to continue working, I'm going to continue really considering and fighting for the best thing that we can do for the community. And I really appreciate every single person for being here tonight. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Member Needham-Camp. Member Russell.
Thank you, and thank you all for coming out tonight. I greatly appreciate it. I have a few council requests on some of the information that was provided tonight, and there may be more that when I go back, but Kevin Wright made some requests about infrastructure repairs made since 2018 and some other things there. Kim Wright has gave some information in her report about the water main breaks and the road not being repaired since Thanksgiving. We need answers to that, and I think that's mostly what she has. There was also a question, what are we going to do to increase the police and address infrastructure? So I would like to, I know council has done some things to increase police officers, but more the infrastructure. What are we going to do to increase infrastructure? Then also with Michelle Marks and Pam Peaks, council request about the questions that were asked there as well. And then for Mr. Kozak, I also would like to know, he has requested a traffic study, an air quality study, and noise. And I want to know if, I know council has not talked about those things since he asked, but I would like to know if staff has addressed them, or can we address them before we make a decision on things tonight. That's it for right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Woodward, did you have something?
Yes, just right after the consent agenda and prior to the public hearing, can we take a break, please?
Yes, I was going to get to that, Member Woodward. I'm presiding over this meeting.
I wanted to make sure.
Just kidding. Just kidding. Yes, so there are no consent agenda items, and I believe we have actually this time concluded our public comment section. So that brings us to number 10, It is 8:27. I would suggest we take a 10-minute break and plan to reconvene at 8:40, which will bring us to agenda item 10, which is our public hearing tonight. 8:40. Member Woodward and everyone else, 8:40. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be resuming shortly. Please take your seats. Council members, prepare to resume order.
I recognize your face.
Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats. The council members are making their way to the dais and we'll be ready to resume momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, the council has returned to the dais. We'll be ready to resume momentarily. City Clerk, are we ready to reconvene?
First one, and I have a separate ones for the second public hearing. I'll bring up. I just didn't want them to get confused.
Okay.
And they're front and back.
Okay. Which do we do?
It doesn't matter.
Thank you, folks. I will now call this council session back into order. We are preparing to call the public hearing, agenda item 10A. I will first, before we call the public hearing, I do have some information to share with the public. The clerk, I believe, has provided a little fact sheet at the entrance. We did not? Did we? City Attorney?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, I handed out some FAQs along with the statement that Mayor Sierra had planned to read. And I also set them at the sign-up table because people had already filled the room pretty significantly by the time I got here.
Thank you. I'm going to read a prepared statement regarding the public hearing process ahead of us opening the public hearing. Then I will entertain a motion to open the public hearing. City Council's direction, review, and approval of a planned unit development, or PUD, are governed and limited by the Englewood Municipal Code. The PUD zone district is an alternative to conventional land use regulations authorizing qualities of development or amenities not allowed through existing zone districts. The PUD zone district combines use, density, height, design, and site plan considerations into a unified process. Each PUD zone district must include its own list of permitted and conditional uses and shall identify what development standards will apply. After the City of Englewood Planning Commission held a public hearing and recommended approval to City Council is required to review the proposed PUD, review the recommendation of city staff, review the recommendation of the Planning Commission, and hold a public hearing. At the next City Council meeting following the hearing, the council will vote on the issue. It may approve the PUD by a vote of at least 4 members, deny the PUD by failing to adopt an ordinance, or return the same to Planning Commission for further consideration. City Council can only base its decision on matters presented during the public hearing. I'll repeat that again because it's very important. City Council can only base its decision on matters presented during the public hearing. Tonight, City Council will hold the public hearing. City Council can only consider the following factors in determining how to proceed regarding the PUD. Number 1, the application is consistent with the comprehensive plan in Title 16. Number 2, the application is in conformance with adopted and generally accepted development standards. The proposed development shall comply with all applicable use, development, and design standards set forth in Title 16 that are not otherwise modified or waived according to the rezoning approval. Number 3, the application is in conformance with any other ordinance, law, or requirement of the city. Number 4, the application is substantially consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the city. Number 5, the resulting rezoned property will not have a significant negative impact on those properties surrounding the rezoned area, and the general public health, safety, and welfare of the community will be protected. Number 6, the proposed development will exceed the development quality standards, level of public amenities, level of design innovation otherwise applicable under Title 16, and the proposed development will not be allowed or practicable under a standard zone district with conventional uses or with a reasonable number of zoning variances or administrative adjustments. And number 7, the property cannot be developed or no reasonable economic use of the property can be achieved under the existing zoning, even through the use of conventional uses or a reasonable number of zoning variances or administrative adjustments. Thank you, everyone. I'll now entertain a motion to open the public
Actually,
hearing.
can I ask a question before we
Yes, Member Russell.
enter into that? One thing that we heard tonight was how late the meetings go. Is there any way that we can change the order that, I mean, in the past, generally the developers present, council asks questions, and then it's open to public comment. Is it possible that we could perhaps change council questions to public comment before council questions for the sake of the community? I don't know if that's legal to do that?
Yes, it is. In fact, our municipal code specifically recognizes that the procedure may be modified by city council when circumstances require the order to be changed. So I think by just majority vote by city council, you could decide to do so.
Thank you. I would like to make a motion that we change the order and allow the public to comment after the developers present.
Your motion is accepted, Member Russell. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Moved by Member Russell and seconded by Member Woodward to move the public comment to the front of the public hearing process, followed by the presentation from the developer. Is that correct?
No, the developers present first and then the public comment. Well, if,
That would be the usual order.
No, council asks questions generally after the developers present before the public. That's how we usually do it. But if.
So you just want to move the council questions to the end of the developer present, of the whole kit and caboodle?
We can, or you know what? I'm okay with how you interpreted what I said.
Okay, I'm not trying to make a suggestion. I'm just seeking clarity on the motion.
I want to make it easiest for the peeps. So, yes, that's it.
So the motion is to take public comment first,
Correct.
followed by the developer presentation.
Yes. Wait.
Member Woodward?
I believe we ought to have the developer present and then have public comment, because some of the public comment might be answered within the developer's presentation.
Okay, that makes sense. I agree with that.
Okay, so let's go back to the motion. We had something moved and seconded. City Clerk, what do you have for that?
What I have and what I'm going to say the motion is interpreted as is that public comment will occur prior to council questioning of the developer.
Okay, so that's been moved and seconded. Are there any comments on that? We'll now vote.
Okay. Member Anderson?
Nay.
Member Noonenkamp?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Aye.
Member Wink?
Aye.
Member Woodward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Nay.
Let the record show 5 ayes and 2 nays, the 2 nays being Councilmember Anderson and Mayor Sierra.
Thank you. So council will hold any questions of the developer until after the public comment section. And we will begin with the motion to open the public hearing. Somebody give me some training wheels, please.
I move to open the public hearing on 1314 West Oxford Avenue.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Member Noonenkamp. We will now take a vote.
Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Aye.
Member Wink?
Aye.
Member Woodward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you. So this is the public hearing for a planned unit development at 1314 West Oxford Avenue. That's the Sam's Automotive property. I believe we are ready for the staff presentation. And do we need to swear in the staff who are testifying on this?
Yeah, so actually, I think in this setting, it would be good for anyone who plans to speak during this public hearing to stand up and raise your right hand, and we will swear everybody in at the same time. And then when you come up to provide testimony, that you state your name and either address or title for the record, so. All right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter now being heard by Englewood City Council?
I do.
Thank you.
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Brian Isom, Planning Manager, Community Development Department. We're here to present the Sam's Auto PUD at 1314 West Oxford Avenue, or the Embry, Oxford, and Navajo PUD. The subject site overview: the site is currently zoned I-1. The site is approximately 8.61 acres, and it's outlined in red on this map. Current use is automotive services. Surrounding the subject site, to the north, we have Medical Dairy. It's currently zoned I-1 as well. We have R1Z zone property developed as single-family residences to the east, I-1 to the south, and then to the west, we have two previously approved PUDs for multifamily projects for 238 and 146 units respectively. And the subject site is approximately located on the southeast corner of Oxford and Navajo. Project overview, it's for a 395 unit residential development at approximately a dwelling units per acre at 46.9 dwelling units per acre. The construction of the property would include a 4-story multifamily building containing approximately 361 rental units, as well as 7 3-story buildings with 34 rental townhomes. The PUD site development plan is for residential development with height limitations of 65 feet. The max height proposed in the buildings is 60 feet 8 inches. They have proposed to increase landscaping from 37% to 8% in the I-1 district, and proposing 638 off-street parking spaces, which calculates to approximately 1.6 spaces per unit, and our current code is 1.7. Here we saw the site plan of the project. Page left is map north. So here you can see the multifamily building that would be on the northern side of the property and townhomes on the southern end of the property. The applicant has included some building elevations of the multifamily portion of the development, as well as some typical elevations of the townhome products. We did request the applicant to include in their code modifications comparisons to the existing I-1 zoning, but also comparisons to if this project were to be built in MUR 3B. That way we're comparing more apples to apples than apples and oranges. So you'll see that in the I-1 zoning, there is not a maximum building height. However, if this were to be built in MUR 3B, there would be a 60-foot limitation. They're proposing 65 feet. You can see the differences in some of the setbacks based on the I-1, or if this property were zoned MUR 3B, and then their requests on the far right. So they are proposing to increase a lot of the setbacks for the multifamily projects, however, decrease some of the setbacks for the townhome product. One other comparison that we wanted to make, and an earlier mention was made that they're increasing the landscaping from 8% to 37%. In the MUR 3B for a project of multifamily over 4 units, the requirement would be 25%. So they are increasing the landscaping in that comparison as well. They are proposing a number of multimodal and traffic improvements, including new curb ramps and crosswalk striping at the intersection of Oxford and Navajo, protected left turn signal heads for those heading north on Navajo and making a left turn onto Oxford, widening Oxford east of Navajo to provide 2 through lanes adjacent to the proposed development, and bus stops at southeast corner of Oxford and Navajo will be upgraded to current RTD standards. They're also including a detached 5-foot sidewalk, 6-foot wide tree lawn buffer areas to increase pedestrian safety. Staff finds that the application is consistent with the comprehensive plan. The application is in conformance with adopted and new and generally accepted development standards and other ordinances, laws, and requirements of the city, including the PUD approval criteria. The application is substantially consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the city, and the application furthers goals, objectives, and policies of the Englewood Light Rail Corridor Station Area Master Plan and the Oxford Station Industrial TOD Study. City staff recommended conditional approval of this case based on the approval criteria found within the staff report and the conditions that applicant meet all requirements and improvements requested by Public Works, Traffic, and Utilities. In addition, design and construction of the public improvements will be required by the applicant prior to final occupancy issuance for the first residential unit. A major subdivision will be required and filed at Arapahoe County prior to building permit approval for any necessary public easements and property combinations and right-of-way dedications. Based on community input, staff recommends the developer collect traffic data adjacent to Jason Park and design and construct pedestrian crossing enhancements that incorporate traffic calming features along Quincy Avenue near Jason Park based on collected data. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval, conditional approval of this case by a vote of 5-3. with the conditions, requirements, and public enhancements outlined in the city staff report, as well as one additional item, number 14, monitor construction at Oxford Avenue and Navajo Street to determine if additional improvements are needed. And we do have some additional slides that Deputy Director Tim Hoos can come up and discuss some of the public improvements that are being proposed along with this project.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I just wanted to go over these exhibits real quickly to kind of show the public improvements that are required to mitigate the impacts of this development after we studied their traffic impact analysis and different impacts they would have to public infrastructure. These are the requirements that we have recommended be approved with this development. If it is approved, these are the things that should be constructed along with this to help mitigate the impacts that this development would have to the surrounding infrastructure. So the first item there is the second through lane that's going eastbound there on Oxford there when you come off of Santa Fe. We've requested that that through lane go all the way across their property and then merge back in after their property on the east side. So that'll get rid of that little choke point there. So that was a consideration there for the traffic coming off Santa Fe to make sure we get it through that intersection and past the development further down Oxford. We've also got number 2 there, the bus stop relocation at the corner there. That's to accommodate the detached sidewalk. The bus stop's going to have to be reconfigured to fit in with the new infrastructure there. We also got the right in, right out driveway with accessible ramps there on the east end of the property there. So that's a alternate access there for people to come off of Santa Fe and get into the development from Oxford rather than having to go down Navajo. So then the next thing I think here is the accessible ramps at all the intersections. That's a standard upgrade for any corners they touch. They have to upgrade all the ADA ramps to current standard. And then the new crosswalk striping in the intersection, that would be all 4 legs to have the crosswalk striping improved there and freshened up. And then the 6th item there is the Oxford Avenue restriping. The main purpose of that would be to get a left turn lane a little bit longer going into Navajo to accommodate the additional traffic that's going to be coming in and out of this development. And then number 7, the lengthened left turn lane. I guess the 6 is the restriping in general to accommodate that left turn lane. And then number 7 is actually that lengthened turn lane on Oxford coming in westbound to southbound there onto Navajo. And then the number 8 is the other dedicated left turn lane on Navajo to go northbound Navajo to westbound Oxford there to get over to Santa Fe. The turn lane would need to be lengthened to accommodate the traffic that's predicted to be increased with this development. So that is one piece that would help to smooth the functioning of that intersection. And then number 9, there's an existing traffic signal pole at the corner there that they would have to relocate, and we would have them replace it with a new signal and mast arm to improve that and make it a little more up to current standard. And then number 10, the wayfinding signage, that would be signage be matching with the city's master plan for wayfinding around the city to direct people to different points of interest and things like that. And then number 11 is the kind of a bigger one there. So there is been a lot of discussion and talk about coordination with CDOT on the signal timing at Santa Fe and at the one at the signal at Oxford there. Those 2 signals are obviously very close, and they need to work together in order to accommodate the traffic flow through here, especially with this new development. There's going to be some changes. So there has been discussion about, I was a little surprised myself, but they have come up with a way that they can make the traffic come in and out of there if they work with the signal timing between the 2 and coordinate them better, that they can get the traffic through there. Their study does show that is feasible. So we have looked at that and determined that there is a way to work with signal timing to make the traffic flow work to the city standards. So I think that's all we've got on that. I guess we got a couple more things here. The signal ahead warning signs on Navajo there, just to kind of make sure people are cognizant of the signal coming up. And I guess a big thing too, we do have what we requested is there is the Oxford pedestrian bridge project that crosses Oxford there just to the east of Santa Fe there. That's a city project that we did have grant funding for, and we are actually it's a little underfunded. We don't have enough funding, and what we've requested of the developer is to contribute funding towards that project based on the amount of pedestrian traffic that would use that bridge. So similar to what we did for the Fifield development there across the street here at Jason and Kenyon there. It's a similar ratio we took to the amount of pedestrian traffic contributed. The dollar amount is the same ratio there. So there's a contribution required for that to help that project hopefully move forward. And then the last is the enhanced pedestrian crossing on Quincy there at Jason Park. That's another item that the developer is required to look into to make sure that pedestrians can get across Quincy okay to get to the park. And it's also a traffic calming measure on Quincy after some concerns about speeding and stuff on Quincy there. That would help traffic calming and reduce the length of the crosswalk to allow it to be a little safer for pedestrians to cross Quincy there. And anticipating that this development would generate a little bit more pedestrian traffic in that area. So the developer has agreed to construct that, design and construct that as well, if the development is approved. So I think with that, that's all of our, all 14 of our public improvements that we've identified that would be required to mitigate the impacts of this proposed development. All right, I'll turn it back over to Brian.
And I did want to apologize for something we heard during public comment for the unfortunate choice in naming nomenclature that was used on the agenda. Those letters, the opposition support petitions were all included in your packet. My understanding is that those additional items were things that came in after the agenda started going through routing and publication. And I do completely apologize for the poor choice in naming nomenclature, and going forward, we will always try to use something that's a lot more subjective.
Thank you. Is that it for the city presentation? All right, the applicant.
Can we put the presentation up on the board? Oh, sorry. There you go. Good evening, council. My name is Jimmy McCloskey. I'm with Embry Partners. Embry's a family-owned business. It's been around for about 50 years now. And we've been active in Colorado for 25 of those 50 years. And I'm here with the Colorado division. I know there's interest of time, so I'll be quick through my part of the presentation. But just introducing some of the folks that you may hear from tonight that are answering some questions. Of course, myself with Embry, but TPC, HKS, Humphreys and Partners, and Norris Design are all available for some questions, answer some questions that come up. So we're a company that really prides ourselves in a few things. We do construction, development, and property management. So we kind of do all three of the life cycle of a project. And so some of the projects that you're seeing here are some of the projects we've done over time, some in Colorado, some in other states. One to the bottom right is Lowry, which is out by the Lowry redevelopment that was completed a few years ago, which we still own and operate. And so tonight, what we're here to discuss is the rezone from light industrial to planned unit development, and then the site development plan. And I'll turn it over to Marcus. I just wanted to say, I wanted to thank you for your time. I know it's late in the evening. We've worked a lot with the neighborhood, and I really appreciate their time. We've met with people that support us. We've met with people that don't support us. But it's kind of all part of the process, and we understand that. And we've done our best to hear what they have to say, and hopefully our presentation reflects those meetings that we've had.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. My name is Marcus Pockner, 1480 Humboldt Street. I will go through the next bit of our presentation. I'll be very dutiful to try to move through it quickly, and we look forward to your questions. We do have, just so everybody knows, about 50 slides. We'll work through those. Some of that material has already been presented this evening. I wanted to start a little bit. I'm a land use and community outreach consultant. I want to thank staff and the city for your remarkable clarity of your documents, the guiding documents you have here, and the community. The community has been involved in this project for nearly a year and a half, and this project is holistically better because of their involvement. This, folks, is the context. You know this site very well, but this shows kind of the overall context. In many ways, anchored to Santa Fe and the light rail line, and then making the transition transition to more of a single-family or residential neighborhood. We all know Oxford on the north and Quincy on the south of the site. This is important to see the neighborhood context as we start to look at this really transitioning from the Oxford station, the multifamily buildings, understanding that this is a true TOD site, and then it does transition to a neighborhood and to the Jason Park neighborhood. We understand that transition, but we want to be clear that we have looked at the neighborhood feedback and what the documents that have been in place for nearly 10 years on this site have said should be developed on this site. This gives you a context or a vision of what is there today. Many of you probably know the Sam's Automotive site. It goes counterclockwise if you look at the images here. So number one is looking west on Oxford. You see that view there today. Not much of improved sidewalks. Number two, maybe one of the more pedestrian challenged intersections at Navajo and Oxford. You see the grade separated. I drove there today again, and there was a bicyclist trying to get along that area there, a very dangerous area. You see three, as you're moving on, Navajo 4 and 5 show the existing conditions, no fabric, no street fabric, no network for pedestrians or cyclists, and we really want to incorporate that. Those are industrial uses that are there today. I want to show a little bit about these existing documents. We are, again, just focused on our hearing tonight, but I wanted to be sure and labor a little bit on what you have put in place. You have a 12-year planning continuum on this site. There are 4 documents that address the site specifically. The first in 2013 is the light rail corridor plan. It says this about our site outlined in yellow. It should be a redevelopment of existing and 2 multifamily, and it should be a 4-story minimum. It says the densities should be between 15 and 75 dwelling units per acre, and it actually says a parking ratio of 1 per unit. We knew we had to provide more parking than that, so I just want to say, again, this is what is in the guiding document. As you go in time then to 2015, this is the walk and wheel master plan. Again, identified Navajo particularly as a priority pedestrian corridor. It says fix that bridge, right? Make improvements there at Oxford and Navajo. It says if this site is to be developed, you must provide or help move that pedestrian bridge forward. We then move to 2017. This is your comp plan, Englewood forward. This shows exactly the Oxford Station area plan, again outlined, and in the pink it shows down there, this is where redevelopment is poised to occur. So it actually outlines our site and it calls it out for redevelopment. It says we encourage high-density housing south of Oxford at Navajo to support the light rail. So again, specific guidance on this particular parcel. Lastly, you came back 2 years ago and did the Oxford Station TOD study to learn from the 2 stations that are there today. What can we do better? And it said, again, this is a redevelopment opportunity area. Use public infrastructure to create place here, and let's encourage walking and biking and really make changes on this site. This was our initial concept from those plans. We started with a plan that frankly had too much density on it. We started with 550 multifamily units. We went to the community, it was 100% 4-story, and boy did we learn from the community. The community had a lot of great ideas about how to change that and what was wrong with that. I'd also show that we showed 2 open parking areas, if you will. Those were visible to the neighbors to the east. It really showed that transition. So this is what we went to thinking we were being compliant, and the neighbors did a wonderful job of leading us forward. We took this community outreach, we take this very seriously. This is our role. We have a concentric outreach philosophy. We work with the most impacted neighbors and we incorporate their guidance into our plan. And this shows those respective neighbors and those areas, the community stakeholders, and then to the broader community stakeholders. If you use that same key in the right-hand corner, this is what we did. We did 3 walking tours with all the immediate neighbors. We wanted to touch the site, to understand it, to see what we needed to do. Many of those improvements you've already seen. We did 4, now 5 Englewood community meetings to go through this, talk about it, and learn. And then we did 4 business outreach events with the chamber and other organizations. Total, we had 1,674 total community touch points, individual community feedback on this plan. This led to a much better plan. And here's what is before you tonight. We have 361 multifamily units. You can see we kept one building, but we transitioned the entire southern part of this to 34 townhomes to really make that transition to Quincy, away from the light rail station, to provide that proper density transition. We also have 638 parking spaces to find that balance, right? Again, parking at 1.6 per unit. I'm going to show you what the community did here. A very significant reduction in density, 160 less units than where we started. The housing variety, the typology, many of the things talked about, we are having different forms even on this site. So the multifamily, and then we move to the townhomes. Very important to have those 34 townhomes, a different typology and transition. Increased setbacks, that was covered by staff very well. We're actually going even more than the R3 zone district because we want to have that separation from those neighbors that are to our east and south. We worked with them on fencing. We're privately or doing a privacy fence with masonry columns or something similar. Some people have even brought up maybe we use a composite material, but we want to work with them so they have a great privacy fence as it transitions to the back of their homes. Additionally, we have concealed parking garage completely inside. All of the trash, all of the things are inside of that parking garage. We'll talk about access there. Enhanced streetscape, we're going to spend a lot of time on what that means, how that's important for the pedestrian, the vehicular, and the cyclists around this site. This shows today, the yellow, the dashed lines are not there today. There is no fabric, there is no sidewalks around the site. The orange show the existing sidewalks. You really have a hard time getting around here. And then that future bridge, that approximate location, how we want to bring that forward as soon as possible. This shows, last slide for me here for a moment, the 4 movements to pull vehicles into the site. So on Navajo, 2 full movement intersections. You see those there. On Oxford, a right in, right out, and we are actually putting a median there, so you cannot make a left turn onto Oxford, and then a full movement on the southern end of the site. I will come back. Bonnie's going to go through a few more of the public improvements now that I've talked about community improvements.
Hello, good evening. Bonnie Nijelik with Norris Design, 1101 Bannock Street. Thank you again for your time this evening. Like Marcus said, we're just going to do a quick walkthrough through the architecture, some of the sustainability features, as well as the proposed public improvements. The multifamily building you see here is looking northeast along Navajo. The architectural character provides a transition between the modern apartments to the west and the single-family homes to the east. A combination of pitched and flat roof tiles help facilitate this transition, and the building facades are articulated to break down the scale and massing of the building. Included within the design standards in the PUD is a requirement for the buildings to have a minimum of 30% masonry. Here's another rendering of the proposed building. This is taken from the corner of Oxford and Navajo, looking southeast. Here you can see the addition of the tree lawn and detached sidewalk along Navajo. So that area that Marcus pointed out earlier that's so challenged from a pedestrian perspective has a much improved condition here. And here is a view from Quincy, looking through the townhome portion of the community back to the multifamily building. The townhomes help provide additional home options in the community. Each townhome includes 2 to 3 bedrooms with attached 2-car garages. Here you can also see some of the provided amenity spaces, which include informal outdoor gathering spaces, a pool and clubhouse, and outdoor kitchens. The amenities, along with the informal landscape areas and buffers, cover approximately 42% of the site. We have also included sustainability features within the community. The multifamily building is targeting an NGBS, that silver designation for sustainability. The community features all electric design with high energy heat pumps and Energy Star appliances. The plumbing includes low flow WaterSense fixtures. We've also elected to include electric vehicle charging. 5% of the spaces within the parking structure will have EV charging stations, while each townhome garage will include 1 charging station. Finally, the landscape located throughout the community is water efficient and has been designed to minimize the use of sod. As a part of the proposed community, we have included a number of public improvements. Many of these improvements were identified as part of the traffic study, which was part of the very initial pre-application process with the city. We heard from staff how important it was to work through the traffic improvements and worked with them starting on day 1. We also met with the dairy to the north to talk about how they are utilizing traffic and how we can work together. We'll talk through these quickly, since staff did go through these, but just want to go through one by one because there's a lot of improvements and there's a lot of pieces to talk about. So the first one is we've added a second through lane on Oxford, continuing west from Navajo, within right-of-way that is dedicated along our northern property line. This helps move the merge location from west of the Oxford-Navajo intersection to east of the intersection. It's farther away from Santa Fe, and it helps avoid last-minute lane changes at or in the signalized intersection. We're also working with RTD to improve the bus stop along Navajo. This brings the bus stop up to current requirements for ADA and access. We've included, as Marcus said, an entry and exit point along Oxford, which is limited to right turns, which is protected by that median. The proposed community also enhances ADA and overall accessibility by removing and replacing all non-compliant ADA curb ramps at Navajo, Windermere, Oxford with additional ADA compliant curb ramps. New crosswalk striping is located at Oxford and Navajo to accommodate those new curb ramps. And this needs to happen because of the right-of-way dedication and the lane configuration. This also accommodates the relocated bus stop and bike lane. The left turn lane has been lengthened from its existing condition to provide more storage for those turning. This helps prevent cars from backing into travel lanes. A protected left turn lane has been added along Navajo at the location of the 8 shown here. We have improvements to and replacement of the traffic signal and pole located at Oxford and Navajo, where the 9 symbol is shown. We're also providing wayfinding signage for light rail users complying with the city's wayfinding plan adopted in 2021. We're coordinating with the CDOT signal, one ahead, with the CDOT and the signal timing to provide better flow along Oxford. And we're also providing signal head warning signs on Navajo, north and south of Oxford. These will help drivers in the area better plan ahead as they approach the intersections. And then, as mentioned previously, we have the $485,000 for the bridge. Marcus will talk through this and enhanced pedestrian crossing on Quincy. The last piece I wanted to talk through was the West Oxford improvements. We've talked about these in a lot of our neighborhood meetings and just wanted to provide additional clarity on this. So the top image is the existing condition. Where coming east off of Santa Fe, you have a left turn. You can go straight or you can make a right turn. The bottom image is the proposed condition, which, as you can see, adds that second through lane heading east along Oxford. And then you can see here how that merges into the northern turn lane further east. So today it's at Navajo, and we've shifted that a few hundred feet to the east to help clear up some of those congestion points. And with that, I'll transition it over to Marcus to wrap us up.
Folks, we are trying to finish in 20 minutes, so we are working through it. Our last 7 or 8 slides here. I do just want to provide some context on how we got to all of you. This is the background on that process. We went to Planning Commission on November 15th. This is what we heard from commissioners. There was actually, and the public, there was a lot of discussion about density, parking, and pedestrian safety, particularly at Oxford and Quincy, talking a lot about that. So we actually, as you heard, it was recommended approval, but we heard some things that we thought we could address better. And so we went back to work trying to address some issues that we heard from neighbors. Specifically, all of you may recall, we came to you. We were scheduled on January 17th, and we asked for a postponement. We appreciate you giving us that postponement. We asked that because neighbors asked us to look at 2 specific things. I will be honest, maybe I didn't have impeccable timing to come back tonight, but that was our request to do that. We did have, very importantly, an additional community meeting. I do want to focus on, this is what led us to these 2 items. There were 3 things that we heard that were actually kind of hard for us, right, to balance. The city codes and original concept, and then the modified plan. Actually, a lot of the Planning Commission wanted us to go further. They wanted us to have more density and less parking. So we looked at these documents. Again, the codes, the 4 plans say 15 to 75. Our original concept was 65. We have ended at 48. We think that's the right balance, the right transition of the plan. The parking, as some people have referenced earlier, we knew the light light rail station plan was only about 1-for-1, one per unit. We think that right balance is at 638. Again, we hear both sides of that, but neighbors ask, please provide parking on site. So again, we think we found that balance to support the light rail and also acknowledge that some people are going to drive to the grocery store, right? To really find that balance for the community. But these are the specific things. They said, you haven't done enough on the pedestrian safety. We want some other neighborhood amenity. So we said, let's go look at Quincy. There is not a stop sign from Navajo to Broadway, if everybody can picture that on Quincy. So we said, we need to go look at that and study how we can make that improvement. So we had a neighborhood meeting on February 23rd to make 2 additional changes. We suggested with our engineers here that we work with city staff. You can see this is Jason Park on the image. Jason Court is that first road you come to, and Jason would be just to the right off the screen. We believe that it's appropriate to put in some type of a rapid flashing beacon crosswalk there to allow there to be a slowing of traffic and a stopping of traffic to really provide that safety to the neighborhood right beside us and the neighbors south of Quincy Street as well. We don't know, I want to be really honest, you all have a terrific team that scopes these when you walk to the park. We don't walk to the park right now because it's winter. So we said, how can we assure the community we're going to do this? One, we put these images in the presentation. We priced out the most expensive typology of this, and that's at $85,000. So what we'd like to propose, and we'd love for you to make it a condition so people know what's going to happen, is to put that in. If we don't spend all $85,000, the remaining part of that money goes to the pedestrian bridge. We think that's so important to include this crossing, this pedestrian flashing. So that one thing we've added here, and again, we'll work with staff moving forward. The second is we also heard that bridge we've been trying to fund that pedestrian bridge for nearly 12 years. We are at $485,000. We are going to put another $100,000 to try to bring that forward so we can actually build that pedestrian bridge. So all in all, we believe that we have learned from the community, even post-planning commission, about things that need to be incorporated to provide the community benefit that is necessary. I'm going to be very quick here. The compliance, the approved city documents, I talked about those 4 plans. There is such clear, unified vision for this site and what it should be. I understand that, but seeing what is there for 10 years and telling how this site should develop, even in the last 2 years, strategic goals. Most importantly, it pulls out a lot of these following goals: implementing components of the walk and wheel, bringing that pedestrian bridge forward, helping with the green building codes, all of the elements we've tried to incorporate into this plan. With that, folks, this shows the criteria that was mentioned at the beginning of this. We believe we are in full compliance with the approval criteria that has guided the planning on the site. We have tried to bring those to life in our proposal, and we would respectfully request your support with those 2 additional accommodations or conditions to hold us accountable to community to bring in that crosswalk and the additional monies. With that, I'll finish with this image. This is our snapshot of the planning that the community has led. The blue dots are the public improvements on this site, and the yellow dots are the community improvements. We didn't start with these, we put in the plan, and this is all the feedback we got from the community and staff, and we believe it has led to a very supportable and a neighborhood plan that really can benefit the surrounding neighborhood. With that, we're here for any questions. I know you're going to go to public comment, so we'll look forward to that after that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So that concludes the applicant presentation. We'll now, per our earlier vote, move to public comment. Our process is we will accept public comment in favor of the proposal first, and then we will hear public comment in opposition to the proposal. I have 2 lists in front of me right now. The first on the favoring, Larry Olander. David Carroll will be next.
Good evening, I'm Larry Olander, 1314 West Oxford. I'm partner and family member of Sam's Automotive. And just to give you an insight that we're not just a business selling our property, we're neighbors. We are this community. Sam's Automotive has been in this community for 80 years. Sam started on the corner of Broadway and Floyd at the Conoco station, which is still there. He went from there to Fox Street, and then at our present location in 1969, where we've been since. Our whole family has worked at that location since then. Sam's always taught us to take care of our community, and our community will take care of us. And we have done that. We've been good stewards to this community. Sam himself drove the school bus at St. Louis in the mornings before he'd go to work. All of us have been in community service here with the Lions Club, Sertoma Club, Knights of Columbus. We've helped out the chamber more than once. We've donated monies and time and effort to our middle school and elementary schools, and we've been a proponent and supporter of our high school in both sports and our property, letting them come down almost every year to build their homecoming floats. So we're not just another company selling their company to make money. We went through painstaking efforts to find Embry. We've been doing this for over 2 years to find the right people, including the two that have already built next to us. We said no to them. They did not have our plan in mind. We were looking for something that was going to take care of our community and cared about our community. They were not one. We also had a hotel approach us. No, we weren't going to build something that tall. That wasn't good for our community. We had a storage facility come and talk to us. Again, too tall. We weren't going to do that. Sam always told us, when you guys are ready to leave, make sure you leave it better than when you came. And that's what we're doing. As shown by Embry and what they've done and how they've reached out to this community, it's obvious. They care. And they're a company that's going to be here. They're not going to build this and leave and take off. They're here. They're here to run it. They're here to take care of it, and they're here to make sure that everything they've proposed gets done. And it will be done. Mike and I have made sure of that. We just want you to know that we take this to heart. It was very important for us to have this and have it done right. We could have done other things and been done with this probably a year or more ago. Now we're going on close to 2 years, but we're doing it the right way. Please look at this. I beg you to look at it in the right way and vote yes on this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Carroll, and then Michael Chavez will be next.
Great. Thank you, Council. David Carroll, you want my cross streets, Jason and Quincy. Right. I've come in support of the project. I was initially supportive of the opportunity to make this block more walkable. And what I mean by that is Jeff Speck, who's a city planner and has lectured and written many books on walkability, states there are 4 elements to make a street walkable. First, we need a place to go, such as the light rail, sidewalks, and pedestrian bridges. From where I live, just a block away, that's one of the hardest parts about that area. There's really no good sidewalks to walk on. Next, there needs to be, there's great places to go. Next, it needs to be infrastructure like wide sidewalks or the pedestrian bridge, which you've heard this project's going to take care of. And the third element is it must feel safe. I don't know how many times I've tried to walk along that area and I see families walking in the street or people in wheelchairs in the street. Just simply, if you're familiar with our area, all our sidewalks are really narrow. And so these wider sidewalks, I believe, will make the area safer, as well as the lights and other things along the path that they showed you of this development. And last is a walkable street needs visual interests such as landscaping or public art. And I think this project meets those requirements to help this block become more walkable and really enhances our neighborhood. But the second reason I'm supporting this project is because of this team of developers that they've talked about. We were part of that neighborhood group that asked them to look at some more amenities. And why we had asked you to hold off on the public comment before. The first thing that really comes to mind is the traffic calming device. One of the areas, as you'll know, is, as they said, there's no stop signs or anything along that road of Quincy, and We've got a hill that comes straight down to the hill, to the bottom where all of us live, and the speed of which those cars come at times is really somewhat dangerous for a lot of the kids that play around that area. So we really welcome that. The other thing, again, is we mentioned the sidewalks, and the third would be the drive from Santa Fe onto Oxford. Again, if you haven't driven that, and I drive that all from Monday to Friday, as well as many of my neighbors, that turn from on Oxford that really takes off to Navajo is such a mess that it really causes traffic jams. So the extension of that road, you know, those two projects alone, I think a lot of us in the neighborhood are very supportive. So I think I'm running out of time, but I will just say for those reasons, I do hope you support this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll. Michael, is it Chavez?
Chavez. Hi. Mike Chavez, 1314 West Oxford, Navajo. I'm the owner of Sam's Automotive with Larry. Larry's my brother-in-law, my partner. My father, Sam J. Chavez, was the founder. He, in 1946, after he got out of the war, started working for Continental Oil Company. Continental Oil Company then merged into Conoco. Dad's gas stations down Broadway. This is probably taking it into late 40s, early 50s. Broadway and Floyd. From there, when he wanted to get into the collision business, he moved around the corner, which you now built the Malley Center. From the Malley Center, his shop which is now the Malley Center, he moved to 2930 South Fox. In 72, with an SBA loan, he moved to the current Oxford. I love Englewood. My family's loved Englewood. My dad's brother was Lloyd, Burt Chevrolet. My dad's brother, Gil, had an upholstery business on Fox. I'm happy to turn this over to Embry, and I hope you support this. They're a great company, as you can see from the beautiful buildings they're going to put up, from the community outreach that they've put out and received all that input. They've internalized that and made the changes. So I'm very proud of Embry and what they're going to put up. With that, I think Larry went ahead and said everything that I needed to say. I hope this community understands that something's going to be built there. Sam's is dead. Sam's isn't going to come to life again. We need to put something in there that's going to be nice, and this is going to be a beautiful project that you're going to be proud of. So, thank you. Thank you.
Member Russell?
Just a point of information, because I know this didn't happen with all three of them. In the public hearing, do we need to give an actual address rather than cross streets where we live?
Not necessarily, unlike public comment, which may impact how you respond if they are a citizen of the city. No one's required to be a citizen to give public comment. So not legally required, but it would be up to council whether they want to ask for that.
So just one more question. I mean, you're not sworn in to speak at council either. You are sworn in to speak at a public hearing.
Yes, that's true.
So that doesn't change it, really?
Well, again, it's up to council. We don't have anything that requires people to give their address during a public hearing. We do require it for public comment. It could be used as perhaps information to verify who the person is. But again, I think it's up to council how you want to proceed.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Member Russell, I'll just note that I reviewed the process for quasi-judicial hearings in the Englewood Municipal Code ahead of the opening of this hearing. I found no reference to the same requirements we have in the municipal code to state address or cross streets. So that's why I haven't asked for it.
All right, thank you.
Next up, Tanner Finello.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Pro Tem. Tanner Finello, I'm with Fuller Real Estate. I was hired by Mike and Larry a little over 2.5 years ago. Might be odd that not brokers standing up here, but I wanted to share with you the experience that I had with these two gentlemen and how they chose Embry, which I think was very interesting. Over the past 8 years, I've been lucky enough to work on 4 TOD sites, and this being one of the 4. All of the owners operate in different ways and what they choose, and most of them are looking to sell out, just be done with it. It was very important that Larry and Mike found somebody that was going to be a steward of their property. They have long lineage here in Englewood, as you could hear. Their father and father-in-law created a great business. It was time for them to sell. As a broker, our role differs from day in, day out, but my job is to advise property owners on how they can best utilize their asset or to sell. It's their given opportunity that they get to sell at one time. Everybody wants to retire. It's one of the best parts of my job is when I get called and somebody says, hey, I'm ready to open a new chapter of my life. How can you help me? Englewood did a great job of creating a lot of documents that we reviewed, like I said, a little over 2.5 years ago. After reviewing those documents, we met with Mike and Larry, told them the highest and best use for your property is going to be to sell to a multifamily developer. They said, great, it's time to do that. They set us out. We performed our marketing activities, and we presented to a little over 100 companies. After several months of meetings, we met with Mike and Larry. Mike and Larry ultimately decided that Embry was the right choice to go forward with. As you heard tonight, through all the consultants that they've used to do public outreach, they modified their plan significantly. I can't say that for all developers in our industry, and it's very unique that you find somebody that would be willing to listen to the neighbors, listen to the staff, and to change their development to be a part of the community. Ultimately, Mike and Larry chose Embry because of their experience and reputation, their high standards for architecture and design that you won't find in all multifamily properties, and their ability to meet key connections in Englewood's strategic plan. Embry's worked very diligently with staff. I can say that. I represent the seller. I'm watching the buyer. I do it a lot. I can say that they worked very, very hard diligently to listen to everybody and all of the outreach. We request your support for this development based on staff's approval and Embry's application being substantially consistent with the goals and the objectives of the city. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Jasper View. Chris Tonelli, you are next.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jasper Vu. I am speaking on behalf of Scott Johnson, who's the representative of Metal Goat. So he gave me a letter to read to you all today, and so I will be reading that letter. Okay. Dear members of City Council, as a representative of Metal Gold Dairy, I wanted to express my support for development of the project that was recently presented to the Planning Commission. Initially, I spoke in opposition to the project due to the lack of community outreach by the developer and the concerns about the impact that the project could have on our business. I am pleased to report that since then, the developer and their team has since reached out to us and taken our concerns into consideration. After reviewing the development plan, we now believe that it has the potential to improve our access plan and current traffic conditions around us. This will not only benefit our business, but also the community as a whole. The improved conditions on Oxford and Navajo are improvements that hopefully will ease a driver's experience going eastbound on Oxford. We appreciate the efforts that the developer has made to address our concerns, and we believe that this project has the potential to bring significant benefits to our community. We look forward to seeing it come to fruition. So thank you for considering our input and for your hard work in evaluating this important project. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we will move to Chris Tonelli.
Thank you. My name is Chris Tonelli. I live at 4575 South Clarkson Street. And pretty much everything that I was going to say has already been said. As you know, the light rail, Englewood's had a plan for this for well over 10 years. And so there shouldn't be any surprise that some kind of development was going to go in here. And so my only question is, if not Embry here, then who? Because you go down any light rail corridor, anywhere in this entire city, you stop at every light rail station and there is either a retail center, a hospital, multifamily housing, office buildings, stadiums, etc. So something's going in here. And I think Embry has done an outstanding job of reaching out to the community and trying to make this the best project that they can. So something, if not Embry, I guess who? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tonelli. Is there anyone in favor online currently?
So they just didn't identify either direction, just that they want to speak during public hearings.
Okay.
So we can do that all at the end, I'm guessing.
Okay, we want to take all the online public comment at the end. I was going to
It's
suggest
up
they
to you.
raise their hand.
Oh, we do have some people who raised their hand. Start there.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oops, wait, let's see. I accidentally muted her. Amy, I'm sorry, can you unmute again?
Yes, I'm all set.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Amy O'Brien, and I have a letter from the business owner at Andre's Salon, which is located at 2950 South Broadway, Unit 1A. Hello, City Council members. I apologize I'm not available in person to testify tonight. However, I felt it was important to still express my support for the development that is being proposed at Oxford and Navajo from the perspective of a local business owner. As someone who has been running a business in the area for many years, I am acutely aware of the challenges that we face in terms of economic growth and development. I believe that investing in new development projects is essential if we want to attract new customers and increase revenue for our local businesses. When new developments are created, they can help to bring new residents and visitors to our community who will be looking for products and services that we can provide. This can help to boost foot traffic, and sales for local businesses and create new employment opportunities for residents. Moreover, development projects can also help to improve the overall attractiveness and competitiveness of our community. By investing in new infrastructure such as roads, public transit, and public spaces, we can make our community a more desirable place to live, work, and visit. This can help to create a positive feedback loop where more businesses and residents are drawn to our community, creating a virtuous cycle of growth and development. I understand there are sometimes concerns about the impact that new developments can have on local communities, such as traffic, congestion, noise, and pollution. However, I believe that these concerns can be addressed through careful planning and design. By working together with developers, community stakeholders, and city staff, we can ensure that new developments are created in a way that minimizes their impact on the community while still providing the economic benefits that we need. In conclusion, I urge you to support the development being proposed at Oxford and Navajo. As a local business owner, I believe that these projects have the potential to create significant benefits for our economy, our community, and our residents. I look forward to working with you to make this vision a reality and to many new clients. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, can I ask who she was reading the letter for?
Yes, absolutely. Could you repeat, Ms. O'Brien, who you read that letter on behalf of?
Yes, Andre Vigil, Vigil, owner of Andre's Salon at 2950 South Broadway.
Thank you.
All right.
I just wanted to make one programmatic note real quick. It is not our custom to take online public comment ahead of the people who are here in person. However, in the Englewood Municipal Code 1-10-2-7, that's 1-10-2-7, covering the procedure for quasi-judicial hearings, we are actually instructed to take public comment favoring first and then take public comment in opposition. So I'm following what's spelled out for me in the Englewood Municipal Code and following that procedure, although it deviates from our normal procedure during public comment. Next up.
Yep. Jennifer, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jenny Kinney. Live on the cross streets of Layton and South Lipan, so very close to the proposed project. Speaking here today in support of this project at Oxford and Navajo. My husband and I, we moved to Englewood in January of 2020. after living in downtown Denver. We're so happy with the decision we made to move here. Not only do I work right in downtown Englewood, but I truly do love the community. And I also enjoy all of the thriving businesses along South Broadway. In addition to this, just also appreciate our home's proximity to the light rail and the improvements there. You know, if I ever need to get to downtown Denver, it's, you know, right there. I want to make note that, you know, this isn't a suburban community, but yet an eclectic and vibrant community of young families and people like myself that work close by the hospitals and small businesses along South Broadway, as well as the Hamden corridor. I hope you can vote to keep Englewood moving ahead and ensure our community is active and not stagnant. From the 3 years I've lived here, we have continued to see businesses thrive, and I want to continue to see the growth continue in Englewood and its community. So with that, I hope you can support Englewood and this proposal this evening. Appreciate everybody's time this evening.
Thank you. And could you just say your name one more time for the record? I didn't quite get it.
Yep, my name is Jenny Kinney. Jennifer, could go by either.
Thank you. Next up, looks like Ariel Yang. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ariel Yang, and I'm a young professional that was working for a repair shop in District 4. I just wanted to say that during my temporary employment there, that it is amazing to see the amount of how close the community is together during that time. Of course, there were definitely changes during that time period as we were moving to a new location. But to see people around the neighborhood come into us with open arms was something that was really heartwarming, and I think is rare to find these days. So on behalf of you know, other people that are trying to build a community there with you guys, I do want to thank you guys and the people there. You guys are amazing. I do know that attainable housing is a major challenge in our city, and many young professionals like myself are struggling to find a place to call home due to skyrocketing rentals and as well as the shortage of housing options that there are. I believe that supporting these development projects and prioritizing attainable housing should be a priority for our city. These projects can help alleviate the housing crisis for a lot of young people and families alike, and ensuring that everybody has a safe and comfortable place to live. And I think that it's also a really great business opportunity as well as place for employment in the future. I commuted an hour and 15 minutes on average a day for work because I loved the people in Englewood so much, and as well as the owners of the business. And so it's just been a great experience with them. And I would love to see the community here grow and have the opportunity for more people, as well as the current residents and their families, to continue staying here. I really hope that, that their kids and their grandchildren, they don't have to commute an hour and 15 minutes and they can still see their family, and be close to one another. So I am definitely in support of this. And I hope that you guys are too, and can see that, with the opportunity for more people and your children to continue living in the area with these developments, that, that they're also going to help pave the way for something bright in the future for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, looks like Stacy.
Hi there, this is Stacy Laux, and I'm reading on behalf of Shane Frazier, who lives at 1210 West Quincy Circle, who just couldn't make it up this late. As a neighbor to the proposed development project, I'm writing to express my enthusiastic support for this important development. I believe this project will bring significant benefits to our community, and I would like to share my perspective as someone who lives in close proximity to this proposed site and will feel the benefits and impacts. I believe that the development will enhance the overall value of our neighborhood. This can be seen in the improvements to the infrastructure that the project will bring, such as sidewalks, upgraded lighting, and increased access to transit. These improvements will make our neighborhood safer and more accessible, which is something that's important to me. Additionally, I believe the development project will create new opportunities for community engagement and social interaction. We have a public park, other spaces for community activities, and this will bring people together, creating a stronger sense of community. Finally, I believe that this development project will have a positive impact on the local economy and for our greater prosperity and overall well-being, including values for our homes and property. In conclusion, I believe the proposed development is an important initiative that will bring significant benefits to our community. I urge you all to support this development, and I commend the developers and the community outreach that's happened to get us to where we are today. Please vote in support. Thank you.
Thank you. And if folks could do me a favor, if you've already spoken and your hand is still raised, if you could take it down. The hour's kind of late and I'm already a little confused, so.
I can help you if needed.
Benjamin, you're next.
Hi, my name is Ben Kinney. I live at 4841 South Lipan Street. Thank you for taking the time to review this application tonight. I'm a Englewood resident and I work here locally just down the street. And I'm hopeful with projects like this, we can continue to sustain the growth of our great community. Englewood isn't a suburban community, but a vibrant community of young families and young families moving in and people that work close by at the hospitals or small businesses along the Broadway and Hamden corridor. With this proposal, it can help to attract young singles as well as families. With such a diverse community, we'll help to support our tax base through support of local businesses and schools. I hope you can vote to keep Englewood moving ahead and a community that is active and not stagnant. I hope you can support Englewood in this proposal this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else online who wishes to speak in favor of this development?
There's one more, Juan.
Juan? Is that
Yep.
the telephone?
Yep. Juan, are you there?
I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, hi, my name is Juan. I'm good friends with the owner at Jimino's Pizza, Robert Mason. He sent in this letter, and I just wanted to share with you guys the thoughts on the project. Dear Council, as an Englewood business, I am hoping that we continue our smart growth model for 2023. I think the Oxford Navajo space could be utilized in a better manner by providing residents in the area with a chance to live and support the existing businesses. Ever since COVID, we hear that businesses lack the customer and essential workforce needed to fuel their businesses. I believe that in addition to the residents will generate revenue as well as provide the workforce support needed for a successful business. In general, I think this plan aligns with our current Oxford Station area plan that encourages transit-oriented, high-density housing for South Oxford and Navajo. With that, I encourage you, City Council, to support this project. Thank you.
Juan, could you just restate the name of the business? I didn't quite hear that.
Jimino's Pizza.
Thank you.
No worries.
City Clerk?
Nobody else has raised their hand.
Okay. Everyone will give me just a moment to make some notes. We will move to the opposition. This sheet has two sides. I'm not sure which one is the front and which one is the back. So I will just start at what I think is the front. David Miller, C. Ann Dickerson will be after him.
Good evening. I live at 4245 South Lipan Street. I back up to this project. When I moved into my house, there was an empty lot at the end of my street. And a entity came in, Habitat for Humanity, and they wanted to build attached housing on that property. And so I've been through this process once, and we beat that. I don't like, you imagine what I think of this. Right now I've got an empty lot. I had a few till they built those 3 eyesores that I can't see anything from anymore. one thing I heard from the developer or whatever, that they want to put a 7-foot fence along my property line. What's that going to do for me? I can still hear the noise and all that. I want to see a minimum 10-foot stone fence that will offer some buffering for me if this project goes through. And we talk about all these infrastructure improvements. I thought the city of Englewood was responsible for this kind of stuff. So again, I question how this project is being looked at by the board. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Ms. Dickerson, followed by, looks like Stacia Chard.
Cian Dickerson, Bates Logan. Well, I just got thrown a curveball. I had a speech all prepared, and I heard some stuff that just can't go by. No matter how wonderful Embry is and how many pretty pictures they show, this is still going to have a very huge impact on our water, our sewage, pollution, parks, traffic. No matter how much they pay, it's all going to be there. The parks in particular, I didn't hear a word about the park and lieu fees, which have always been way, way too low. I think they should have to pay at least 50% of the acreage required for this development in order to properly handle this. This bridge thing, nobody's ever going to use that bridge, not when they're paying $2,500 to $3,000 a month, which brings up the point that this market rate development is not going to advance your affordability and low-income housing goals in any way, shape, or form. And all attempts at such between 2013 and now have failed, and all are at market rate, like Broadway lofts, even built with low-income money, and traditions, as we've heard. If this is so sustainable, where are the solar panels? And how are you planning on dealing with this probably 700 renters and up to 300 dogs in this area for Wi-Fi? That's going to have a tremendous effect on the neighbors' ability to use their cell phones and Wi-Fi. And there's no plan for that, and I've asked for it in one of the meetings, and no. So businesses have not benefited from high-density development. We have more empty storefronts now than we've ever had, and we've got more apartment complexes than we ever had. In 2013, before the police were prevented from talking about this anymore, they testified on the Broadway Kenyon project, now called Belcherry Hills, that high-density apartment complexes claim at least 30% of police calls, service calls. We've got 700 people potentially, maybe even 800 people in this crammed-in area. And the excuse that we've got all of these plans that need to be met, that all went by the by when the comprehensive plan went together. This pedestrian bridge is a waste of money, and we shouldn't plan on it. Nobody's going to use it, not when they're paying $2,500 to $3,000 a month. So we're going to have a lot of people that have to have at least $100,000 income a year in order to handle this.
Thank you, Ms. Dickerson. Next up, Stacia Chard. Stacy, I'm trying to read your handwriting and their scribbles, so if you will say your name, then I won't.
Chard.
Stacia.
Stacia Chard.
Chard, all right. And
I
then
live on Laddie in Mansfield.
Ted Duncan is on deck. Thank you.
Good evening. You know, this is a beautiful, the proposal looks beautiful, well-planned, and it looks like it's going to be taken care of by the right people. However, I'm still opposed to this proposal. It's so massive, and it kind of gives us a city feeling. I mean, I'm sure it'll bring in income taxes and more people, help the businesses. But if I want to see this kind of building, I could go to the Denver Tech Center in Denver, anywhere. Too bad we can't come up with a different type of plan to build on this property to still give City of Englewood that suburban feeling, especially in an area where there's a lot of single resident homes. I mean, it looks great. I wonder if this is affordable housing. It looks wonderful, but I just don't think it fits that area. We already have an apartment complex across the street. This is massive. It will take away the views of the mountains. But there's got to be another way to develop this land that's not going to make it look like that city feeling. Thank you.
Thank you. Ted Duncan? George Blackert is next.
I have a few questions. The Sam brothers, you guys live in Englewood? I do. You do?
I have a house in Englewood, yes, my son lives
Okay. It's a pretty design. How wide will the sidewalks be?
Mr. Duncan, this is
Did you
an
not ask
opportunity to give
questions?
public comment. It's not a Q&A.
All right, it looks good. The sunshine on the buildings, I think, will be blocked from the apartment complex there, and that intersection is hell. It's gonna be terrible with all that congestion. I'm not for this. I think the idea is there, but it's not quite on part, and you need to review that closely. The infrastructure is a huge, huge factor. The water's terrible here in Englewood, and the sewer problem's awful. So consider that before you approve all this.
Mayor Pro Tem, can I ask a question? Could you ask council the questions that you want answered?
I was just going to note that, Councilmember Russell. Thank you.
Thank you.
If you would like us to ask some questions, you do have time remaining on the clock.
Yeah, I'd like to know how wide those sidewalks will be. The apartment complex put a 3 or a 4 foot one in, and it's not adequate. And with the treescapes, from what I'm seeing from the design, it doesn't look like the sidewalks are gonna be all that wide for the pedestrian traffic that it'll create. And it does look pretty, but all drawings do. So yeah, the sidewalks, the infrastructure, the sewer and the water definitely need improvement.
Thank you, sir. Next up is George Blackert, followed by Jim Herdner.
Hi, sorry about that. My name is George Blackert. I live next to David Miller, and I reiterate what he says about my privacy. It's pretty much going to go away with this construction. I would prefer something of a more permanent wall, because I've seen what happens with cedar fences over any length of time. As far as the pedestrian bridge, again, yeah, why would the city pay for it if it's going to be for RTD? Why ain't they paying for it? Now, I've heard a lot about this PUD and how it's supposed to be this density. Well, last I heard, it's just a concept. It's not written in stone that that's what we gotta do. I'm not opposed to urbanization because it's going to happen. But like the previous person said, why don't we build something that's more composite with the neighborhood that makes it look urban, like our neighborhoods. Like they bring up this whole thing about this transition of the townhomes. Transition to what? There's only businesses on the other side of Quincy there. So what are they exactly transitioning to? You've got this monstrosity building on Navajo that is going to, what, be right up against a neighborhood? Where's the transition there? You're going from this 4-story structure to a neighborhood. So I would ask that you guys maybe consider more townhomes in the project, let alone, look at that picture. See those buildings? Winter months, that hill, you're gonna be lucky if it gets an hour and a half, 2 hours of sun a day, if it's lucky, because of the shadowing. So unless our city's gonna improve their sanding, which I doubt, I foresee somebody sliding into somebody there. And as for this lane, is there gonna be 3 lanes, 4 lanes there now? What? Right turn lane, a left turn lane, right turn lane, and then 2 through lanes? Because if you're just putting this one lane, we're moving it up the hill, that's great. What about the people that still wanna make a right turn at Nava? Are they gonna be stuck behind these people waiting to make the right turn? Or to go straight? So I just don't see how that's gonna all play out very well. And I will reiterate the parks. As somebody who you guys have known me from my constant BSing about Jason Park and its overuse already. What's adding, as this lady said, another 700 people with a potential of another 200 dogs. You guys are already closing it for 6 months because of, quote, drought restriction. So I'm sorry. I think the city would be better off spending its money elsewhere and maybe looking to redevelopment, because nobody here who lives here is going to walk. They're all going to drive because there's nothing there nearby to walk to. Maybe the park, that's about the only thing nearby to walk to, unless you're going to cross it to Dairy to get milk. Otherwise, there's nothing there. And you don't want to cross Santa Fe. Trust me, it's not a fun time. I've walked it. It's...
Thank you, Mr. Blackert.
Yep.
Jim Herdner. James Levy is next. Jim Herdner. Jim, you live on Penn Street, if I'm pronouncing your last name incorrectly. All right, next up, James Levy.
Next.
Penny Beavers. Daniel Reed. Jan Weipert.
Good evening, Jan Weipert. I'm glad to be here again tonight. I'll probably see you again and again and again. So I made some quick notes. One is, before the wall was mentioned, the masonry and the fence, that should be a wall for a couple of reasons. One is for noise for these people. I don't live close, but they need noise protection from the traffic and the people that'll be in and out of the townhouses. The 10 feet sounded good. And the other reason is for safety. If there are cars going up and down that street and there's no sustainable fence that would stop a car, that fence needs to be strong enough to stop a car in most instances, not into a backyard where there are kids. So please look at that. I'm thinking about the stress on the rec center from this. I didn't understand if there was any kind of recreation. I saw a pool, but is there any other kind of a recreation center for these 395 units? I think, we have to look at the additional stress on the rec center. You've already added 400 units across the street. So another 400 people, and you've got units, 395 units, you've got the rec center right there. These people are going to be utilizing that unless there's something in the development. So they either need to look at helping support the rec center on a continuous basis or do something there. You're looking at 65 feet high. Remember, guys, these are the generalities of what we're going to allow anywhere. You're talking about rezoning different things. You as a city council, we as people can say something works or doesn't work. I would also suggest some kind of a pole, 65 feet where the end of this would be, so you can see where that shade line goes. They shouldn't have to live with shade in their backyards all summer. Be aware that escrows can be held for long periods of time from builders. It doesn't have to be 6 months, it could be 5 years. Sewer and water is an issue. This is not going to be any kind of low income. This is not going to help low income people. There should be a deep soil test that's taken by people other than those being paid for by the development. It needs to be a deep soil test so we know what happens when the soil starts getting kicked up and being blown around for the people in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Weipert. Penny Nelson is next. Mary Regan comes after. Penny Nelson, are you here?
I'm here. You caught me just as I was
Sure.
drinking water. My name is Penny Nelson. I live at 4335 South Lipan. And I strongly disapprove of this, this apartment building. I moved into this house 10 years ago, but I've known it for a long time. The house I'm living in was owned by my sister-in-law and her husband. They raised 3 kids there. So I know the neighborhood pretty well. I remember when they used to have the auction and there was no parking then. When I bought the house from them, I bought it because I knew the neighborhood, because I knew it was a nice neighborhood. It was a neighborhood with people with backyards, barbecues, kids playing in the backyard, the whole neighborhood concept. I also liked it because of the field that was back behind her house, which now, of course, is Quincy Circle, and the park nearby. Now, the field is gone. It's Quincy Circle. What I'd like to suggest, which goes along with some of the other suggestions, is that instead of building a 4-story apartment building with balconies that people can see down into the backyards of these poor folks that live on the Pam, I'd like to see single-family homes, like Quincy Circle. At least there'd be homes there, it'd be neighborhood, there'd be kids, there'd be barbecues, there'd be stuff that people do in neighborhoods. You build apartments there, it's no longer a neighborhood, it's vertical. I don't buy that thing about having good neighbors, people that you get to know, because I've lived near apartments before and you don't get to know any of those people. In fact, a lot of people who live in houses near apartments are not happy about having to live near an apartment. Now, another thing that's been addressed over and over and over again, of course, the sidewalk, the pedestrian bridge, Oxford, the park in Quincy, all that sort of stuff. Seems like we're being held hostage. If this isn't approved, this isn't going to happen. And they are things, improvements that have been needed to have done a long time ago, a long, long time ago. And now it's brought up, and it's only going to happen because of these apartments. That irks the crap out of me. I'm a little concerned about, of course, the sewage, like everybody else. The flood waters with this underground garage. What if it floods? What if that underground, all that water goes pouring down into the underground garage like it did in that poor woman's basement that died over on Acoma? One big concern also are the sidewalks along Windermere/Navajo going to be shoveled. There's big ice patches still along Quincy from last December. Nobody knows where to shovel them.
Ms. Nelson, that's your time for the evening. Thank you. Mary Regan is next. Following Mary Regan will be Barb Chumley.
Hello, my name is Mary Reagan, and I live at 4985 South Delaware Street. And I am opposed to this. Crowding us out to overbuild a corner lot for what? To gain more revenue and property taxes? We gave revenue to build a new complex for the police department, and the crime went up. Affordable housing shows that it brings in more crime and segregation. No one can afford to live in these rooms. The police don't enforce the codes nor stop crime now. What will happen when we have overgrown our neighborhoods? Are you trying to collapse the infrastructure? We're not downtown Denver. We are not an HOA. How will we be able to keep up with the crime? Do you guys really think that we're idiots and we're willing to give up the reasons that we bought our homes here and raised our families? We are the middle class, or should I now say the lower class, because we can't afford to pay the property taxes and live here anyways. Keep the heritage of Englewood as a small family neighborhood and quit trying to crowd us out. We're not going to become the next California. You're going to build this and we're going to end up dealing with the rolling blackouts, just like everywhere else. We do not have the infrastructure to sustain that. Thank you.
Thank you. Barb Chumley, Dan Corbett will be next.
Good evening, Barb Chumley, Bannock and Radcliffe. I'm one of the citizens that bought here 25 years ago. I worked really hard for my home, and I wanted to retire there. I don't want any more new apartments or 3-story triplexes next to me, or, you know, the neighbors that I talk to feel the same way. We want to feel safe and we want to go out on walks in the evening. We want to be able to know our neighbors and know who's surrounded us. We chose to live here because of the small town feel and not to be in Denver's sardine can with the mass housing. We invested to be here, and it wasn't easy, but we worked for it. The units at Oxford Station and Oxford Vitcher, which has already increased the density incredibly, have increased the traffic tremendously and put a strain on the neighborhood. You know, once the vista is complete, I'd ask for a new traffic study. There is no way that we can sustain this level. I drive through that intersection daily, and it's scary. My mother and father-in-law were hitting that intersection and are still recovering, and that was 6 months ago. You know, the residents that are in the complexes don't have the investment in the city or any loyalty to keep it beautiful. The Oxford Station complex regularly uses the park, and it has closures for turf building. The complex themselves DNA test their dogs so that if there is an owner that happens to have a dog, leave a pile, they get a ticket, you know, which in turn causes all of those people to go over to Jason, and they let their dogs do what they need to do freely, and they don't always get that cleaned up. You know, this is the same approach Embry is taking with the DNA testing. I specifically asked, and they answered, yes, we're going to DNA test as well. You know, that is not going to be okay for our parks. You know, when do we citizens get a say? We voted for you to represent us. You know, when Embry postponed, I was really hoping that they would just pull out completely. It would be a win for all of us that had to pay, that have paid into the city for 20 years. I don't want to be threatened with what else could go in. I want to vote on it. The trust that we put into you voting for you has been damaged. We are not the ones who chose you. We are the ones who chose you to represent us and speak for us. Please listen to us. The water issues need to be a priority. People's livelihoods in their homes without three stories and neighbors looking into their windows. You know, their gardens are never going to get any sunlight. The mass traffic and accidents are just going to continue to increase. And realistically, the cost of these apartments and townhomes is outlandish. Do you really think that there's going to be anyone that can successfully make that kind of money in Englewood to be able to rent one of these homes? I would love to see affordable small 2-3 bedroom units that my children who grew up in this area could move into. And why couldn't we build affordable single housing with the upcoming generation that can continue? You know, the last thing I ask you is that the zoning and planning committee that brought this to you, I do not feel that they followed proper channels. Their voting took place outside of the voting time. They took a break and came back, and then they
you-
finished their vote.
Can you finish your comments, please? It's
Yeah,
your time.
that is all. I just asked you to look at the zoning meeting as well
Thank you.
for properness. Thank you.
Dan Corbett is next, followed by Ann.
My name is Don Corbett, Radcliffe and Bannock. Mayor Pro Tem, Council. Really think that you guys need to pay attention to your citizens. This is not a good proposal at all. As I said, light rail station is in Sheridan, so why are we, why is it that we're gonna try to foot the bill for the bridge? You know, this is going to affect all of the surrounding areas around this complex. Traffic's not gonna get any better. You guys are only moving a block up before your right lane ends. You know, your guys' shade on Navajos, guys, I know this was addressed before, but it's only gonna be an hour and a half, 2 hours a day in the winter time. So you can have all kinds of crashes coming down the hill towards Oxford. Where is the parking overflow gonna go to from the 1.6 parking spaces? Because I can guarantee you there's going to be at least 2 cars per unit. So, thoughts to ponder for you guys. Remember, we're the ones that voted you guys in, and not very pleased with my decision of supporting the one that I supported. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Corbett. That was Don Corbett. I apologize for the. Ann, looks like O. Ann, are you here? Is there anybody named Ann in the room? No. Okay. Charles R. Radays. Kathleen Bailey. Gary, you will be next.
Kathleen Bailey, Jason and Union. I'm speaking tonight directly to item 5 on Mayor Pro Tem's list, health and safety. This public hearing is about the 3rd Petroleum Brownfield site, Sam's Automotive, and the identified end use for this site is residential, not commercial, which the other 2 sites are their end use is identified for. I'm voting against this proposed development for the following reasons. According to community development staff, Embry Partners did not provide the promised Phase 1 environmental site inspection report. Embry Partners instead provided a summary letter. The summary letter states that CRI, Casey Resources Inc., completed a standard E-1527-12 investigation with regard to the Sam's Automotive site property and the surrounding areas. And just as a note, that the EPA is currently phasing out that particular type of investigation as not stringent enough. But anyway, CRI's site investigation found the following serious recognized environmental conditions, or RECs, on that site. 1, CRI found that previous consultants completed a Phase 1 ESA for the 1314 West Oxford Avenue parcel in 2019, and that identified at the time, petroleum underground storage tanks and oil and water separators. Those findings triggered the 2019 consultants to also do a subsurface investigation and Phase 2 ESA which also was completed. However, according to CRI, groundwater samples were not collected, and this was identified by CRI as a data gap. The two, CRI found previous inspections done in 2010 had identified multiple sources of used oil releases within the maintenance shop and product storage tank area and on the ground surface on the west and southwest sides of the land parcel. This historic release were also identified as an wreck. Historic petroleum disposed at the ground surface was reported to CRI during the course of interviews. This potential disposal of petroleum on the ground surface was also identified as a wreck. The condition of material storage, specifically fuel and used oil containers, had resulted in staining of concrete and posed a potential of chemical release to unpaved portions of the property. The material storage was also identified as a wreck. Yet with all of these recognized environmental conditions as evidence of probable major petroleum contamination on Sam's Automotive site, CRI's conclusions recommended Embry Partners and City Council was the following. This property is, in our professional opinion, a typical for infill development where limited environmental impacts are identified and can be managed through the use of an MMP. Terracon, as you recall.
Ms. Bailey, if you could please wrap up.
Yes. An MMP is an oversight that they do in the process of development. So the site will be disturbed and soil contamination can blow by dust and or runoff into the neighborhood. And
Thank you. Ms. Bailey, I need you to wrap up. There's 3 minutes allocated. You're 30 seconds over already.
I'm sorry?
Please wrap up your comments.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you. I asked the city to vote against this Embry Partners plan as a real risk of the health and safety of the immediate
Point of order, Mayor.
residential neighborhoods.
This is far
and
over
I asked the council request that they propose a new plan to safely clean up Sam's Automotive
Thank you,
property
Ms. Bailey. I'm sorry I
before
have to
they
cut you
ever
off.
begin excavation for development. Thank you.
Next up, Gary. Gary Kozak?
Yep, you got it right. Thank you. Gary Kozak. I'm right on Oxford and Pan. And Sam's, you guys are great neighbors all the time you were there. I was there way before you. All right? Born and raised right on that corner.
Mr. Kozak?
71 years old.
We're going to put you on the timer.
Now, real quick, okay? They want to ride in and ride out only on Oxford. Sorry, it can't work. You got 18-wheelers coming in there. You got over-the-road tankers coming in there. And they're already interfering in the queuing to LaPan Street, but they're double deep, sometimes 3 times deep, waiting to cross to make a turn into Medical Dairy in their main entrance. All right? You can't even be coming westbound on Oxford and make a left-hand turn when they're in the queuing. Now we have to stop all that traffic and all the other traffic. Why is that? Because we've got islands out in the middle. Why were those islands put out in the middle? Was because traffic used to go 4 lanes. And because a lot of the neighbors up on Oxford do not have a garage, a lot of them park on the street, okay? So we put the islands in there. I've had that island hit once a month at least the entire 15 years I think it's been in there. So now you're gonna put this right in, right out only, and then stick an island out there. You cannot do that with the semis. And I have a picture of it here, of their queuing. 400 trucks a day, queue going in and out of there. Now, think of this, council. You've got a recreation center there. We put the islands there, and they opened that gate up to go there so they would not go around the rec center. Place your thought. 800 trucks a day going around the rec center because they get delayed on making that turn. They're already starting to do it because of the delays. Okay, so you're right in and right out only. I have to be totally against that, okay, for safety. All your pictures are great, but you never showed the pictures of their driveways. Their visitor parking lot is at the light and has to violate the law to cross over the turning lane, the queuing lane, to drive on to Navajo. Okay, that's a violation to go in and out of there. Then you go to the next one, and that's our VIP parking lot, which happens to be right where they're going to be coming out. I have one other thing real quick. On Navajo, if there's any kind of traffic at all there, the 18-wheelers have to come up and they go down LaPan Street, a residential street. Legal? Yes, because they're allowed 1 block to make a correction. What I'm asking is the developer go in there and use 10 feet of your property, the west side of your property, and put another lane in there. Now you have a decent turn lane, but you could have the far right lane as a right turn and straight lane. Now you're gonna reduce some of that traffic problem that's gonna be there, because I'll be darned if I'm not gonna have another wreck and some kids get hurt again on LaPan because the 18-wheelers have to come around there, because that road is only 2 lanes. And anybody with an 18-wheeler, which there's a lot of businesses, that's an access road to businesses either way. And the last thing is, you talk about 1 parking per space for RTD. RTD doesn't own that. That's the Sheridan side of the street, and there is no parking structure. It's all public parking.
Thank you, Mr. Kozak.
Thank you.
Next up, I'm sorry, I can't read the first name. It looks like Hill on Inca Street. Inca Street. Looks like maybe Earl Hill, but I don't want to guess. Someone Hill. J Hill? Middle initial J. All right, nobody here named Hill. All right, Jennifer White. Next up will be David Frisbee.
Hello. So I've gone back and forth tonight, and for the last several months, as I've been very heavily involved in this, and I just want to call out a few things. First, I do want to thank the builder. Our codes and our height limits are what we lack in the city, and I do thoroughly appreciate the changes that you've made. I think it's fair. I don't think it's fair enough. My heart truly breaks tonight, truly, for those people on the pan, because they're going to be in their backyard and there's going to have a tower over their heads, and people are going to be looking down on them from an apartment. And that breaks my heart, because I don't know a lot of these people directly, but it hurts my heart for them. Yeah. I do think that we've learned a few lessons here. I would really love, I think these builders and developers have shown that they're contributing to our community and they're not just building. I wish we would have done more of that in the buildings up before. Oxford Station, the apartment next to it, all of the other. Them contributing to the city and helping the city as a whole, I think is really important. And I think I would love to see that in some kind of code. I don't know all the rules, but I would love to see that more, because I think it's really important, and I know our city is desperate for change. I do want to also kind of call out that if we do go forward with this, which I have a feeling we will after watching reactions and hearing comments, I don't want to rush to the next. You know, if we're building Oxford Station, we've got the apartment next to it. I know Ratcliffe's a hop, skip, and a jump away, and we're going to throw that into planning and zoning as well. And then we're going to move down, because I've seen the proposals all the way down the street. And I think it's time that we pause for a moment. I thought a lot in the different directions of what happens when there's an ambulance. God forbid I need an ambulance to come to my house, and they're trying to get down that 2-lane street, and how do they pass this? They've got people going in and out. And I think of all of these types of things outside of just being sad for the people. I would also really love to also take in mind that all of these people have made really great points, and I think they're all fair. Watching that video, I gasped, and it scared the hell out of me, to be honest with you, because I do think that that's a possibility. We have infrastructure problems. We've heard it for hours tonight, and I think that those are things that we do need to address in the city. So I do appreciate your time. I know it's a long night, but just wanted to call out a couple of those things, and that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. White. After Mr. Frisbee will be Alex Hazer.
So we'll try this again. No, I appreciate it, and I'll try to tie this together with what my original point was going to be earlier, because I do think this is related across the board. And to echo Jennifer, it's clear that Embry has gone above and beyond, and they're to be commended for that, because I think as the owner of Sam's noted. Apparently that's not the case with all builders. So this is less about Embry and more about skepticism, I guess you could say, of Englewood's ability to carry out the vision that has been in place for this area. And so, as others have continually noted throughout the night, there are a lot of issues that this project brings to light. And it's great that the Quincy improvements are in, that the extra lane is added on Oxford. But as others have noted, I haven't heard anything, and there's really not anything I don't think you can do for Navajo. It's a 2-lane street. I haven't heard anything about going southbound on Navajo, turning west onto Santa Fe. And that ties into the pedestrian bridge. Again, I find it troubling that this has been a priority for the city. Embry's kicking in money that they don't have to kick into, but yet, as far as I know, the Oxford Street or Oxford Station apartments didn't contribute anything. And at the Planning and Zoning Committee, when we asked what the delta was between what Embry was contributing and what was left to fund that, we couldn't get an answer. Now, maybe you guys have heard an answer since then. I don't know. I haven't seen it. But those are all real concerns. If you're driving southbound on Navajo now and you want to turn west, if you have one pedestrian in that crosswalk, you might get 2 cars through that stoplight, maybe. And if you're trying to go straight south through there, you're going to have problems too. And so, in closing, I guess I'd just leave you with this. If this proposal passes, I would ask that you take this into account when deciding future issues. As Jennifer noted also, we know Radcliffe's coming down the pipe. It's not hard to envision a row of 4 to 6 story condominiums, apartments, mixed-use buildings all along Navajo, and having a tunnel, so to speak, that's blocking sunlight and affecting the Lipan neighborhood, as everybody's talked about tonight. So I hope you do take that into consideration, whether it's Code Next, whether it's these other projects coming down the pipe, if this passes tonight, and keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frisbee. And I just wanted to take an opportunity. I know we talked during the break, but I wanted to apologize for throwing you off your stride earlier tonight.
Can I get his first name and actually his address? Did he give his address?
Sorry, David Frisbee.
Okay.
1050 West Stanford Drive.
Thank you.
That was 1050 West Stanford Drive. Alex Hazer. Kevin Wright, you will be the last of the in-person public comment this evening.
Hello, my name is Alex Hazer. I live at Fox and Princeton. I'd like to start by stating the obvious. This is an issue that would directly affect the daily lives of hundreds of Englewood residents. It's big and it's permanent. This should at the very least be a survey to get direct input from residents. Secondly, distributing written notices within a 1,000-foot radius of a potential build site for a development of this size is inadequate, especially considering that nearly half of the area is zoned for industrial use. I'm disappointed that more was not done to make Englewood residents aware of these changes to our neighborhood. But most importantly, the proposed development was not designed with Englewood residents in mind. To touch on a few points, the proposal boasts access to the light rail, but the financial support for the pedestrian bridge wasn't spoken about until concerned citizens expressed issues with safety. Local shops, restaurants, and public spaces would be beneficial to both current and future Englewood residents, but there's no space for them in this planned development. The proposal does not meet the parking requirements laid out by city code, leaving parking to overflow into the neighborhoods immediately adjacent to the build site. As someone who has lived in a high-density complex like this one, also near a light rail stop, I can say that the shortage of parking spaces is as frustrating to its residents and its guests as it is inconvenient for neighbors. As a first-time home buyer that is so happy to finally have a garden, the precedent that this proposal sets for future multi-story developments in the area is very concerning. Finally, the lack of transparency in this process is disheartening. For example, the letters of support are linked directly to this meeting's agenda, while the letters and petitions for those against the development are buried in a 1,200-page document. This is not a fair representation of this community's opinions. Englewood residents deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wright.
My name is Kevin Wright. I live at Julian and Tuck Street. I'd first like to start off by thanking Mike and Larry from Sam's Auto, providing jobs, providing us with a place to bring our vehicles. Thank you. I believe your integrity is very good. Your intentions are good as well. I'd also like to thank the Embry builders. You guys are professionals. I like what you've done here. It's beautiful. Why can't you bring that to the Civic Center right here? That's my question to you. Now, I just sat down to this and I started reading. And number 5 really caught my eye. The resulting rezoned property will not have a significant negative impact on those properties surrounding the rezoned area and the general public's health, safety, and welfare, or the community to be protected. I read to you earlier about the 2018 incident where Rachel Haber lost her life due to the storm waters and the storm drains, and that they went from Platte River all the way down Navajo Street to Proto Park, I believe it is called. Now I see you're wanting to put this huge property across the street from another huge property that's been built. And I see that you're going to improve the lighting, you're going to widen the sidewalks, you're going to make this, and you're going to make that up on top. But I've not heard anybody discuss. What are you going to do underneath the ground for us? What are you going to do with our sanitary, our sewer systems, our water? With this type of building and the compliance codes that are coming your way due to the climate change, you're going to have to put electric in here, charge cars, electric heating, heat pumps, the whole 9 yards. The electrical requirements in here are going to require more transformers. Who's going to cost? Who's going to pay for it? That's my question. Who's going to pay for all this new infrastructure that's going to be required? You guys are professionals. I mean, this is gorgeous, man. I'd love to see that right here on this property. So I would encourage you all to take that Sam's Club and bring it here to the Civic Center. You guys lost your last 2 contractors. These guys are the bomb. I mean, I see what they got here. Bring them on over. Utilize these developers. But don't sit there and go into a neighborhood and put their neighborhood into jeopardy, because their safety is important. When the lights go out, their power goes off as well. That means their furnaces go down. They might not have heat in their home. These are things you need to consider when making your decision on putting this large property into an already stressed out infrastructure. Please consider this when you make your decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. We will now move to online public comment. Unless there's anybody present in the room who signed up. Mr. Foss, I don't see your name on the sheet.
So I think there might have been some confusion, so we could open it up, but there's 2 public hearings tonight and there were 2 sign-up sheets. So some people may want the opportunity to speak now versus during the second public hearing.
Okay, does that sign-up sheet also have support on it, or is it only opposition?
One in support. We had to post them separately because there's 2 separate public hearings. And we stood back there and explained it, but there might be some confusion as well.
Okay, that does complicate things a bit, but it would be my preference to follow our procedure and conclude this public hearing with the question period, and then open the next public hearing.
Well, I just think there might have been confusion. They might want to speak now instead.
Member Russell.
I would weigh in favor of people sitting here, and there may have been confusion that they've stayed this long. We ought to give them an opportunity to weigh in. I just think that we need to do that.
And really quickly, we do have 2 people for this specifically that are online if you want to do those, and then anybody who does want to speak.
Members of council, I'm looking for some direction here because I'm feeling a little rudderless on the matter. Member Anderson?
I think we should, if there are people who want to speak to this public hearing, they signed up for the other one, I think they should speak now.
Is there any objection? City Clerk, can I have the sheet, please?
Yep. And do you want to do, we do have Chris Hainsworth online right now.
Okay. I would actually prefer to do in person first, as that is our standard procedure. Okay.
Maybe you can just ask anybody who wants to speak now versus on the second PUD.
Okay. I do see some duplicates on here. If you've already spoken, obviously, I'm not going to call you again for this public hearing, but you will have the opportunity in the next. Looking for a little help here. If you have not yet spoken at the current public hearing, I see your hand, Mr. Foss. Are you on this list? Yes, you are. Please come up.
Good evening, and it's past my bedtime. Cynthia Serafos, Floyd and Downing. And I want to first address the mythology of the pedestrian bridge at Oxford and Santa Fe. Back before dirt in 1999, when the federal transportation people came and told us they were shoving light rail through Englewood, they promised us a $2 million pedestrian bridge for the light rail station at Oxford, and you'll notice that we're enjoying that to this day. So that's what the myth of the bridge is here in Englewood. Plus, they gave us a choice of 3 comprehensive plans, and none of them have actually come to fruition. So that's also what that kind of planning represents here in Englewood. So the other situation is, I live on Floyd and Downing. I don't live near this intersection, but this is after you guys fixed Floyd and Broadway, which I love the left-hand turn lane. Oh my gosh, I love that left-hand turn lane. If only people could see and read the signs and use it, it would be great. Here, this is now my very least favorite and most dangerous intersection in the city of Englewood. At this intersection, you are driving down into a concrete canyon, and there is no sight distance no matter what direction you're coming to at this intersection. And I have seen accidents at this intersection frequently that are just terrifying to me. The other situation is there is no sight distance. So if someone is standing to cross any of these streets right now, and they step one step back from the intersection and the curb, which they should certainly do, you can't really see that there's a pedestrian there because it's a concrete canyon currently, and there is nothing in this plan to increase the safety and the sight distance of this extremely dangerous and overloaded intersection already, which is basically going to be a toboggan run in the winter and a slurry run in the summer when we get the heavy rains. It's extremely dangerous, and it still is even with this plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Serafos. I think I've developed a plan for this. If you intended to speak in this portion of the public hearing, and you signed up on the sheet, and I have not called your name yet, will you please just raise your hand? Okay. I don't see any hands raised in the audience, so we will go to online public comment at this time. And I'll allow the clerk or ask the clerk to call those people. If you're ready to speak, you can use the hand raise function, and the clerk will call you.
All right, our first person is Chris Hainsworth. Are you there?
Yes, I am here.
Okay.
So I am concerned because I believe that this development will actually have a significant negative impact on the overall neighborhood. And I think that the neighborhood, as it's been kind of talked about here, really doesn't include all the areas between Quincy and Oxford, all the way east to Broadway. I mean, all the traffic improvements, the pedestrian improvements, those things end going east to about Jason. But then from about Jason all the way to Broadway, we still don't have any good, improvements there to control traffic or to improve pedestrian safety for anyone who wants to cross either Quincy or Oxford. Today, it's already difficult to cross Oxford, up around this area, around Elodie and, Delaware type, area. The only options that really exist are going down to Jason and using the crosswalk there, going all the way up to Broadway. With this current development, we, have seen the increase in the traffic in the neighborhood just from, the Oxford Station development. But with this increased development, and especially the right turn in and right turn out onto Oxford, I'm concerned that, there will be traffic and safety issues, closer to Broadway because, we're not even addressing that. And then, on Quincy, one blinking set of lights for a pedestrian crossing right about Jason Park is nice for that immediate area, but then any car going up Quincy towards Broadway won't, they'll just immediately speed back up, creating another safety issue, up towards the top of the hill. Additionally, we're going to be funneling traffic eastbound on Oxford and on Quincy up to Broadway, and there are no turn arrows at either of those intersections that allows anybody to actually turn off of Oxford, for example, and go northbound on Broadway, which I think anybody who's gone through that intersection already during rush hour or during any kind of heightened traffic issues from there on out. So I don't believe that the full traffic and safety impacts have been evaluated here. I think that they've only been evaluated for the blocks immediately adjacent to the development, but that they fail to consider that there's a single whole neighborhood here that will be impacted by that, and there hasn't been any kind of thing done. So that's all I have.
Thank you.
All right, Tara Marks, are you the one on the line right now?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, my name is Tara Marks, and I live on the corner of Princeton and Elodie. And similar to the previous caller, I too am concerned that it seems like all of the points that have been brought up are right within the immediate vicinity of the proposed development. And I think they are all excellent points, but it is going to impact the wider neighborhood. And that includes the increased traffic that's going to go up and down Broadway, also Quincy. My other concern is that with the increased traffic that's going to be going in those directions, people might get impatient and then turn down other neighborhood streets. And it's really going to impact the walkability and the safety of Englewood, because where I live, there are always people walking around with their dogs, with their kids. There's actually kids that come by themselves on their bikes, on their skateboards. And if we increase all this traffic it already speeds, the traffic is already so fast. And if people are impatient going from A to B, then that's going to cause a lot of problems. And it's really going to impact I would say, the health, safety, and well-being of the residents of the entire neighborhood. I also just want to say that the reason I am so proud to live in Englewood is that we are such an active walking community. And I really think it's going to impact the walkability of Englewood in general to have all of these extra cars, all of this extra density in traffic. And so I'm just very strongly opposed to this development. So thank you.
All right, next we have Jan Brown. Jan?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Jan, we got a nasty echo on the line. If there is someone else who is not currently muted,
You might want to just mute your computer while you the sound, your speaker.
I'm hearing more than we sound, but I can work with you guys and
Ms. Brown, we can't hear a thing you're saying right now, unfortunately, due to the sound quality. Have you tried muting the speakers on your computer?
Jan, there's a lot of feedback on your end. Oh, okay.
Bear with us while we work through the technical issues. I think Ms. Brown may be phoning in at the moment.
Oh, there we go. All right. Jan Brown, are you there? Jan? Okay. And we have two people marked with the same name, and I'm just double checking to make sure that it's not somebody else. And I think we're good.
Can we take just a 1 minute stretch break to see if Ms. Brown can get connected?
There we go. Bless you. Okay. Jan, can you hear us now? Oh, darn. I do know that she submitted a written comment as well that came by email. So if she does have trouble, we can still provide that as testimony.
Do we have any other online public comment at the moment, City Clerk?
We have one that just popped in and raised their hand. One more.
Let's take that one. I don't know if someone can perhaps.
David, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. So my name's David Hanazeski, and I am in District 4. And I've just been watching on YouTube for a little bit, and I wanted to comment to council and just encourage all of you to vote with your convictions and vote on the platforms you ran in and what you think is best for the city of Englewood, and not to let the negative feedback you're receiving in this meeting necessarily sway you. The constituents that are able to speak may not represent your entire district, and I just encourage you all to vote on the platforms you ran on and stay true to your morals and what you believe in, because I think that's what's most important. And I've appreciated hearing the comments from the citizens of Englewood, and I hope to continue to learn more about what Englewood is doing to grow and change and help move us towards the future. So thank you.
I think that's it on my end.
Ms. Brown is not reconnected.
No.
All right. Well, that concludes our public comment on the current public hearing for the planned unit development. As we discussed at the beginning, we'll now move to questions for the developer and the development team. Member Newenkamp.
I will kick us off. Thank you very much. Thank you all for being here at the late hour. I have some questions for the developer and some that might be for staff as well. So I'll kind of maybe try to group these together. One is that, from my understanding, from the information that was provided, these are going to be market rate units, and that the apartments and the townhomes will both be rentals. Can you speak a little bit about your assessment right now of supply and demand within Englewood. We heard some comments that there's obviously other multifamily unit housing nearby. How do you assess the demand right now? And then what specifically for the townhomes was the decision to keep them rentals and not for sale units?
Yeah, so again, Jimmy McCloskey with Embry. And so to answer your question, I guess the first question was the different product types. And so, we kind of showed what we originally had provided to the neighborhood. We heard feedback. It's not uncommon for us to provide a different type of, like a multi-housing, which would be a townhome, which would kind of the next step down when it comes to density. Typically, they're our most popular units. And that's because they have a 2-car garage, so they self-park. There's no one living above you. And so folks that are looking for a little bit more privacy or want to have a little more space, the range in size is from about 1,200 to almost 1,700 square feet. So they're pretty large as well. And so then going back to the other question, which is demand, Denver continues to be just in general, just a great area for people to move to. And so as people move here from other states, and then specifically to Englewood, there is a little bit of a movement out of the more higher price, like Cherry Creek or Denver locations. The light rail is the other thing that really attracted us to the project. We've done other projects. Gateway at Arvada, Arvada Station were 2 projects that I've done here in town that were on light rail stations that were, they're just really popular. People have the opportunity to kind of live in a quieter neighborhood, and a quieter area, but they can have access to downtown amenities, whether it's downtown Englewood or downtown Denver. They go to games, or a lot of times people use it for work. It cuts down on traffic because they can plan their commute around a high, like a train or a bus system. So hope that answers it.
Yeah, can you address the second part of my question about the decision to make them all rentals and nothing for sale? Is that just your business model?
Sure.
Do you ever do for sale units?
Yes, we don't. We just do rentals, and that's what we've done for 50 years. Yeah, okay. So we strictly do multifamily rental housing.
Thank you.
Mayor Sierra.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Mr. McCloskey, Mr. Pauken, for the presentation tonight. I have one question for you. I have a couple questions for staff, but I'll ask you the question. In terms of the parking, I saw that you did go over 300 over what the light rail plan suggestion was, from 398 to 638. I guess I'm trying to figure out what is the additional cost to the project by adding the, about 280 or 250 units of parking? Are you able to quantify that in terms of cost?
I always promise myself that I'll never do math in public, so I'll try and stick to that.
I'm trying to do it at 11 p.m. So
it's expensive. You can count on about $15,000 to $20,000 per stall, parking stall. So we, again, been in the business for a long time. This is something we pay a lot of attention to. We hired a third-party group called Walker, and they do a parking study for us. So regardless of what the city requirement is, we go and hire a third-party group. They study other projects in the area. They do car counts, and they try and understand what the impact is. And we typically, Mayor, build more parking than required. People in Denver have separate cars. We charge them if they have an additional car, but they may have a Jeep or something for the mountains or whatever. So in this particular case, we hired Walker, and they gave us the number. And it's not inexpensive, but it's something that we kind of really dial into that early on in our process. The other thing is, when it comes to parking, we worked with the neighbors, and that was one of the things that we talked about earlier, was kind of getting that garage so it was surrounded by units and people weren't looking into a garage. That was a big part of our community process. There was another comment also about subterranean parking. All this parking is above grade. There was a comment earlier from one of the neighbors about safety and concern.
Thank you very much for that answer.
Mayor, if you want to go ahead with your questions for staff, I think it would be appropriate now.
I appreciate it. There's just 2 questions for staff. I guess the question in terms of the just looking over the pedestrian bridge and how there's going to be increased walkability, would there be access to the pedestrian bridge from Oxford if people were going to cross over? Or is where's the, how do people access it basically from this new development potentially?
Good evening, Mayor. So the access will be along the south side of Oxford there. They'll walk west of Navajo along the south side of Oxford to get to the bridge, and then they'll cross to the north to get to the light rail station.
Okay, so just north of the existing Oxford apartments.
Right up northwest corner of the Oxford Station Apartments is where the access point is for the bridge. The sidewalk runs along the south side of Oxford there already, and they'll use that to get up to the bridge.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Mr. Host. The second question I have is regarding, there's been some comments, or at least there was some information within the packet that kind of talked to this area being ripe for retail. Nothing's zoned currently for retail, whether it's a coffee shop or any type of retail within that area. Am I correct in that?
The majority of the area is zoned I-1.
Okay. So that would be a no then, correct?
I've got my book here. I can go through some of the allowed uses in the area. Give me just 1 second.
Okay.
I appreciate that follow-up because that was going to be my question. For those of us who don't work in the planning division, explicitly spelling out the I-1 uses would be helpful.
I think this has come up in the past, and I don't think I-1 allows for coffee shops. Or I think it's very limited. And actually, I'll have a second question ready. I can ask it now. It may require some research, but I know that we have been talking about the pedestrian bridge and just getting this, having this come to fruition. Obviously, budgeting has been the issue. Can someone remind me what the city portion is for the bridge? I know that CDOT is, or Dr. Cog is picking up a large portion of this. What is the city of Englewood portion as a whole, not counting what is potentially being provided by this development?
So the total budget is 2 million, and there's 1.7 million of a grant right now, and there's 300,000 that's city share of that grant right now. So in the total amount needed is roughly about 3 million to build the bridge. So we're about $1 million short. So with the developer contribution, we'd still be around 400,000 to 500,000 short of the full amount needed to construct the bridge.
Mr. Host, thank you.
So as far as the land use questions are concerned, there are certain commercial uses that would be permitted in I-1, such as, sorry, I'm getting through my book here. Financial institutions, brew pubs, caterers, restaurants and bars, taverns with or without outdoor operations, restaurants with drive-throughs, sales rooms associated with brewery, distillery, and wineries would be conditional use. Takeout and delivery only would be permitted by right. But in addition to some of the retail uses that are currently allowed and have been with I-1, it could also allow for certain types of warehouse and storage uses, manufacturing process uses, industrial service uses, and the like.
Thank you, Mayor. Does that answer all your questions?
It does. Thank you very much, Mr. Isom, and thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem.
With that, Member Woodward is next.
Thank you. A question, let's see, on all the electric, including appliances, I'm wondering if, when you say all electric, you mentioned heat pumps. How about hot water heat, boilers, anything like that, or domestic hot water heat? Is that going to be electric also?
It is, yeah. So on this property, it'll be a hot water heater per individual unit. So there's no boiler system, master boiler system. It's just an individual heater.
Okay, and so no natural gas at all?
Not that I know of, no. Yeah. Yeah.
Congratulations. That's really, I mean, good job. Also, the parking at 1.6 for TOD area is really aggressive number for a lot of parking. I mean, it's a lot of parking, and my guess is you're overparked. It would be my immediate thought on that, just knowing some of the other TODs here and nationally. So thank you for that. And would you also go over the pedestrian sign again, where it was, you've budgeted 85,000 for it? I didn't quite get where that was located at.
Sure, Councilman. I'm happy to go through that. So again, we did an initial study, so right at Jason Park, so just immediately east of this site on Quincy. And that image we showed, I don't know if I'm allowed to go back to that. I see our picture still up here. Maybe not. But we have proposed right in the middle of Jason Park, which shows, I believe it is at Jason Court. But sir, I want to be clear, we don't know if that's the right place because we want to do the study with city staff. So it could either be at Jason Street or Jason Court. But I think it's so important to get connection from the south side there to make that there. I think we're all working on getting that picture. Let me see if I'm doing it. Bonnie's going to find it while I talk about it. There we go. Yeah. Sorry, sir. So right there, I think the thing I didn't point out, we do the pinch point curb where that comes out and actually makes you slow down. It makes you do that. So we are trying to address Quincy Street. So sure, that's right in the middle of Jason Park, and Jason Street is just to the east of that image.
Okay. Yeah, and that pinches on both sides. So
it does, and it's a place of refuge, right? It comes out for a pedestrian, and it also has the rapid flash, so it does a number of things. The image there shows that where they can control that. So yes, we think it's a much safer passage for people on foot.
Very good, thank you. Let's see, conditions. Storm drainage on site.
Yeah.
Can you address that a little bit for the public that had brought it up?
Yeah, I think the public was terrific in asking that question. Overall, and I'm not an engineer, so I want to be really clear about that. We could have our engineers. We are decreasing the overall stormwater that is going off-site. We are going to have much more pervious area, not impervious area. That's all impervious today. And we are actually providing detention and water quality on-site that doesn't happen today. So all of you know, and there was actually really good descriptions of that, just to the west, going under Oxford there are some flooding issues. Some of that flow is coming from the current site today. We will capture all of that. So we, again, are decreasing overall stormwater flow. We're really improving the existing conditions. The other thing I just want to point out is we're bringing that to grade. You know that intersection well. You can picture that grade change. We are bringing that in and taking the capacity of that, and we will have 5-foot sidewalks and 6-foot tree lawns to absorb that as well, to answer another question that was out there. So we are greatly improving that overall stormwater situation on the site.
Great. Okay, and you'll have a vault then underneath? That releases as it is allowed to fill the pipes?
That's too deep for me, my friend. We're gonna have to go right to the engineer.
So it's a pretty deep one, huh?
Connor Culligan and Harris Coker Smith, 1120 Lincoln Street, Denver. They're actually large CMP metal pipes underground that will act as a detention vault.
Okay,
and provide storage up to the 100-year storm.
Good, thank you.
Councilman, one correction on the gas. So the pool heater is gas and the barbecue grills. So we do have a little bit of gas on the site, but so.
Okay, thank you. The barbecue, they don't have barbecue in the unit, do they?
You want some gas.
Okay. Exercise area, that was brought up, the rec center, and what do you have on site for exercising?
Sure, yeah. Yeah, we're, when it comes to amenities, we've got a kind of a self-contained program. So we have our own fitness center. Of course, I mentioned the pool. The fitness center, you know, it's full weights and cardio. There's also places for people to work. So we've got other things on site. We've got like little cube areas within the common areas for people to work. We've got areas for people to kind of walk around down by where the over by where Oxford is, and then we also have some areas down where the townhomes are as well. It was on the site plan. So yeah, those are some of the amenities when it comes to fitness or other things for people to do.
Okay. let's see. The soil testing, I know you've done that, the environmental, and that's.
We have.
It was
yeah.
pretty clear, I thought, in
We
the
did a phase
report.
1, we did a phase 2. We also have an MMP or materials management plan in place with Baseline, who's a local environmental engineer here in town. They were mentioned as CRI or KC Resources, but they merged, the firms merged over the last couple of months. So it's Baseline that'll be doing that materials management plan for us.
Yeah, and obviously it doesn't start until this has gone through the next steps, and you've purchased the property and that sort of thing.
That's correct.
So
yeah.
that's why a lot of that, I mean, it's a report now. That's all
right.
it is.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is it? There was, with regard to water and sewer, the city is going through major infrastructure upgrades starting this year. I mean, starting now. And so a lot of the underground infrastructure and that sort of thing, the pipes, the valves, those types of things are going to be replaced over the next, I think, 3 to 5 years, hopefully. Somebody had said 7 earlier. I think being on the water board, we've been hearing 3 to 5. Mm-hmm. And also, as far as water, the amount of water that we have rights to in this city, thanks to our forefathers, is...
Member Woodward, can we stick to questions, please?
Yeah, well, I'm just trying to answer some of the questions of the people.
Yeah, but this is the time that we ask questions.
Okay. Well, we have enough water for up to roughly 70,000 people, so we're pretty good there. Thank you.
And I'll just say, we did conduct a full water and sanitary sewer study on this site. As you know, you submit the plans, the number of units, and we got a full analysis back from all the review agencies that there was capacity for that, and we're making some other improvements. So we did go through that full analysis as well.
Yeah, I've got them.
Is that it, Member Woodward?
That's it. Thank you.
Member Anderson?
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. Really appreciate having you guys here tonight. I had a couple of questions regarding the kind of traffic flow. Could we go back to the slide that had the diagrams?
We certainly can. I think we're going to go
Somebody
back.
can, I'm sure. Okay.
That might be, is that on Oxford particularly, Councilman?
Yeah.
If you just go up 1 or 2 more. Sorry, down the other way. I apologize. I think it shows the arrows, if that helps. There we go. Is that helpful?
Okay, so the changes here, kind of going from west to east, are currently there's just one through lane there. Is that correct, through the intersection?
That is correct, and you all can picture it. It actually, you come off the interstate or off of Santa Fe, and it immediately makes you make that turn. You're forced to make it, and a lot of people don't know you have to turn right in that lane. So you have accidents, a merger issue there. So the city staff, which I think is right, scoped this study, and they said, we need a through lane. So you can either turn right southbound or continue on. So that merge point, instead of like 20 or 40 feet there, now is a couple hundred feet. So that was a really important, so you're right, sir, that really changes that merge lane.
And will that, I mean, traffic really backs up there if you come off Santa Fe as well. Will this help move traffic through that intersection more quickly then too?
Yeah, absolutely. And some of the comments that were made about the Metal Gold folks, we worked with them. Mr. Cozad, I believe was the name, that pointed out some of the turns that are made today that cross Oxford. We're stopping those turns, and actually Meadow Gold is admitting those turns shouldn't happen today, right? So that will drive their traffic. This will on Windermere. So we're really trying to protect that corridor. The other thing I want to note is we are adding an entire lane of traffic into our site. So that's how we're doing this. We're not just squeezing more in. The bike or the bus lane, all of that, the bus stop, all of that is coming into our site. So we're actually adding width there as well for the road capacity.
So is that a public right-of-way dedication then?
That's right.
Okay.
Yes.
And so the concern about the Meadow Gold, they're currently turning left after they go through that intersection. They're turning left into the parking lot, and this will change that.
Yeah, and I don't want to go through all those, but I'll try to point it out. Right where that new median island is identified, that just to the left of that, I think is west, is their VIP lot that was mentioned. So we're forbidding that. We don't want that movement to occur. The city doesn't want. If you go on up, then sir, as you move to the east, they do turn into their general parking lot there, right?
Okay.
And so that motion, again, we're extending that, and they get a dedicated left-hand turn lane there. So a much safer condition.
So at that point, there would be one through lane and one left-hand turn lane. That's where the merge happens?
You are correct. Yes, exactly. So that's where the merge happens, and then they get a left-hand turn lane. I think most importantly, we're trying to drive the truck traffic, not us, just the way it'll flow, left immediately there on Windermere. They go behind north of the site and then load from there. So that's where the truck traffic is. So we're really trying to solve a lot of those issues. And again, the city staff scoped this and said, these are the infrastructure improvements that need to happen.
Okay, and then on site, they can enter either off of Navajo or that right turn there off of Oxford. How are they getting back out? Let's see, if they're somebody turning it right, then they have to, if they were going to get back out to Santa Fe,
sure,
they have to go out onto Quincy or onto.
Yeah, so
Oxford?
the primary entrance, if I may say that, is we have two entrances on Navajo, right? The primary entrance into the garage. It'd also be the primary exit, right? So you turn onto Navajo, you turn right, and we're adding a dedicated left-hand turn lane there to turn left onto Oxford. So we want that flow. The reason this right in, right out that we're showing is limited here, we don't want the flow to go to Oxford. We don't want it to go deeper into the neighborhood. We want to connect to Santa Fe. So in a lot of ways, we're shaping the traffic directly to that Navajo intersection.
Okay. And then just a couple questions on parking. You have the 1.6 park. Is there structured parking on site to meet that, or is that all surface?
Yes, sir. Okay. It's all structured. There is some surface, like some loading and overflow, but
that's kind of back inside the, kind of tucked into the building?
You're right, sir. Like on the, what would be the east sides of our building. And then I think, there's some like drop-off area and primary, but the primary parking is in the garage. And then importantly, on those townhomes, we don't talk about that enough, they all have two car garages for each one of those townhomes. So they kind of self-park.
And those are entered into from the inside of the property then? They don't have access from the street or from the...
Yep, if we go, there's a second entrance on Navajo that primarily enters those townhomes, or there is an entrance on Quincy, but in a lot of ways that's past the first entrance, right? Unless they're coming from the east side. So again, we're trying to direct that primary traffic flow off of Navajo.
Off of Navajo, okay.
Yes.
That's helpful. All right, I think most of the rest of my questions were already asked in some form or another, but I did want to follow up on the retail for staff here. Are we, I know I would love to see some retail go in here at some point. Are we getting to a level where we have kind of sufficient, sufficient density, sufficient numbers of people here to support retail in this area? Of course we have the neighborhoods here too. Is this a good possibility, do you think?
That's a great question, and I am not a retail developer, but we have had, to my knowledge, we have not had anybody reach out to us about creating any kind of retail development in this area. But again, I've been here a very short time. I have recently spoken to a gentleman that has talked about actually putting in a coffee shop further south, closer to the Bridge House development. In the last few months. That's the only retail discussion that I've had in there.
Okay, very good.
If Councilman, I just want you
Yeah.
to know, we are actually adding retail, small format, as a use that's allowed in our buildings. I want to be clear
really?
about that.
Okay.
We don't think the retail is quite there yet, but it could be over time. So we're adding that into our PUD for that coffee shop or something like that. If that happens, we could come back and add that in. So we've designed it, thought about that.
So you
and
have
that's a
space
use-
on the property to do that, to build additional space or to utilize something that's already there?
That's
Some
right. It
ground
would be
floor
probably
kinda-
utilize something that's there, make a change, but most importantly, as you know, you need to have it as in your use table. So we've
Sure.
added that in our use table as the PUD.
Very good. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
We'll go to Member Russell next.
Thank you, and I thank you for the presentation. I have several questions. The question that Ms. Bailey asked about providing a summary report for the soil samples instead of the phase 2 testing. Why did you choose to do that? Or is that a wrong assessment?
I think that's what we committed to in the public meeting when we met about a month ago. We told her we would send her the summary pages. And then that's it, yeah.
And that's basically what we have in our packet also, right, is the summary
So, yeah.
pages?
Yeah, that's correct, yeah.
Okay. I do have some questions about that, and maybe these are more for staff. I mean, she was absolutely correct in the fact that back in the 90s, we did have 2 properties, the JCPenney Tire Company and a gas station, that we developed EAF to protect the city from the mitigation problems. And now we are going to, if we approve this property, we're leaving that in your hands. And then if there's problems, because we haven't seen the phase 2, other than just the summary, I think that could be a problem for this council also, if those weren't taken care of. And I do know that somebody told me about a project farther down on the light rail where they are having problems now, after they've already built.
Sure, yeah. Councilwoman, thank you for the question. Just to clarify, like, we did go through both the phase 1 and phase 2. We have the plan, the mitigation plan that we will go through. That is regulated, as you probably certainly know, by CDPHE, and we go through that process. So we have disclosed all that, have done all the proper studies, and are following all the proper process, and we'll do that. So I'm not questioning that at all. I just want you to have the assurance that we've, had a firm do that, done the analysis. They did not see any environmental known conditions, but we will go through that process and mitigate anything that would be found on site. So I know that's still forward-looking, but we are fully in that process.
Okay, thank you. Then this question is for staff. How many projects are already in the works in the area where this is, plus also farther north, down towards Hampton? And those projects that will drain into this area?
Are you asking about stormwater?
Yes, stormwater.
Yeah, the main project that will drain to this area is the South Englewood Storm Sewer Outfall Project, where we're building the pond there at Radcliffe and Navajo. That's the major, gonna hold up a lot of the flow coming into this area. That's our big goal, is to improve this area with that pond.
Right, that's our project. But there are developments in the works next to the Oxford Station. There's 1 or 2 already being built. And then there are some farther south by the Elks Club, and maybe a little bit east of the Elks Club, because all of those will drain also into that. Oxford and Santa Fe is where all of those storm water systems drain.
And that is correct, yeah. I'm not exactly sure how many private developments are in the works now. I know there's a handful, probably 3 or 4, and they all are required to do a 100-year detention on their sites. So all of them, similar to this site here, they will actually improve the conditions by developing. They will hold back a lot more water than is being held back now. So it will actually improve the conditions with the development, because they will have detention that doesn't exist today.
But how many detention ponds can drain into the existing storm sewer pipes over a period of time? I mean, what happens if those detention pipes or detention ponds back up and they can't feed into the main pipe that goes down through Oxford to the river? Let's say we have 100, well, and I do think that in 2018, that storm that we had probably was more a 100-year storm. We were told it was a lot less than that, but I do not believe that. So, can they all drain into there? Does it just hold the water until?
It holds it and releases it at the historic rate. So it doesn't hold it forever. It holds it for up to 72 hours and releases it over time. So that rate, the volume is determined by the rate they're allowed to release, which is the rate that they are releasing today. They can't make it any worse than it already is. They've got to hold back enough to not, the extra impervious area cannot increase the flow coming off of those sites. And having the 100-year does slow down even the flow today, because there's no detention today at all. There's no delay at all. It comes off the side as quick as it hits the site. So there will be a delay, which does slow down that timing and keeps it from all hitting at the same time.
Okay, I have some concerns because we had 4 sinkholes in that area in a period of 2 years, and we didn't, so I just want to make sure that that's not going to be a problem, because we have a lot more increase going on there. Okay, let's see. One question about the parking. So this is for the developer. Will you charge for parking spaces?
So the first stall is built into the rent of the resident. And then after that, additional parking, they are charged for that parking. The townhomes get 2 stalls because they have 2 parking spaces per townhome.
Right, and so I'm not really worried about the townhouses, but I've come down Windermere just last week on a Sunday afternoon. There was not a place to park on the street.
Mm-hmm.
And there are 3 projects, that would include yours, in that area. There will be no place. People who sat here and said people that live there are going to be frustrated because there will be no place to park. And when you charge for parking, people are going to try to park on the street. Okay, then my other questions, let's see, I got that one. So we'll go to traffic now. In looking at the traffic study, and all of these other projects that are going on right now also, they were not included in this traffic study, correct?
We are asked to study all existing or known traffic or projects that we know, and also background traffic. So existing traffic and what will happen in 10 and 20 years. So we look at background traffic as well.
So in 10 to 20 years, these other projects that are in this area, both feeding from Hampton this way and from Bellevue to the project,
sure.
They will be feeding into it before you do. Probably. So were those considered in the traffic study?
So, and I certainly could have our engineers, when we submit a study like this, we go to the city and they scope the size and the boundaries of the study, how far we should go. And we look at all those intersections, provide the numbers of units, and then we look at that number of trips and we make those improvements. So we are, as you have seen, the 14 different public improvements we are making, all of those were driven by the traffic study. We are making those improvements, and a lot of them are existing challenges that have been coming for a long time, right, from other spots. So, Councilman, we think we're addressing those, and we're also looking at that growth in background traffic. So all the growth around us, we're accounting for that as well and trying to anticipate those changes that we can make improvements on today.
And so basically, this traffic study went from Bellevue to Dartmouth and from Santa Fe to Broadway, and all the intersections along Santa Fe feeding into this, plus that area. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes. I saw a head nod, yes.
Okay, and so from my understanding, by 2025, when you are built out, those intersections will already fail. And we have a D right now. What I'm looking at, and maybe I'm looking at this wrong, it's in every area I looked where you were checking the intersections, like Santa Fe and Oxford, Bellevue, Dartmouth. It said LOS D, which is passing, but D is the lowest that will pass. All of ours were LOSD. The ones going into your property will be B. They're perfect.
Yes.
But we're already very close to failing, and by the time this is all built out, we will be. And in the traffic study also, the Pell, the linkage study, we are not going to get anything from that. Santa Fe, actually Littleton and Sheridan are also adding dense properties, so Santa Fe is going to be increasingly worse.
So I will answer, and I'm certainly happy to have our traffic engineer. We did the full study, we looked at that. This is more of a philosophical comment, and I mean that respectfully. That's why transit-oriented development has to work. Background traffic is going to continue to grow and drive right by this site. And so we're actually trying to provide a TOD site and pedestrian connections that actually make that light rail work, and so we can reduce overall traffic. So you are absolutely right, Councilwoman. Of course, there will be trips to the grocery station or grocery store and other places. So we're parking for that, and we're accounting for that traffic trip. But we think this is appropriate because otherwise that same traffic is going to come from further and further out and drive by this site. So we tried to scope it in a way that really supported the 10-year vision and the 4 different plans for this site and absorb any impact and mitigate any impact we were providing as well. So we hope we found that balance. If there's other improvements we're missing, we're certainly open to that discussion. But again, these were the impacts they saw and where we're trying to mitigate those impacts.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Sure.
Councilmember Russell, is that all?
Yes, for now. Thank you.
I have some questions as well before I go to Member Woodward and Member Noonan Camp. There were a couple of things that I heard tonight that I thought were interesting. The first was that the setback for the townhome properties, which is what actually backs the property of a lot of the residents here, was modified or deviates in some way to make it smaller.
Sure.
And my question is, what is the purpose of that setback, and what, if any, effect would there be if we used a standard setback for that?
Bonnie Nijellik, Norse Design. I can address that. So we have one spot along Navajo that we have a 7-foot setback. That's our smallest setback. It's at a pinch point because Navajo curves a little bit at the south end. So most of the rest of those buildings are much larger than the 7-foot. That's just the smallest. And part of the reason for that was so that we could have bigger setbacks along the east property line adjacent to our neighbors.
Okay, great. The other is the fence question. Can we review the plan for the fence? And there was a suggestion here that I think may bear some investigation and mitigating some impacts to the surrounding neighborhood, which is to use a sound wall of some sort, taller, as opposed to the proposed fence. Can you talk a little bit more about the fence design as it is now?
Absolutely. So we came up with a 7-foot fence, which is already above what residential zone districts allow for fencing. Code currently allows 6 feet, so we're increasing that to 7 feet. And then we're balancing that with a mix of large shrubs, evergreen trees, and shade trees, which, depending on the different types of trees and different types of shrub, they'll have different maximum heights. But trying to blend that fence height with actual landscaping screening as well.
Would you consider changing that to the suggested 10-foot wall? I know there would be significant cost associated with that, but.
It's certainly something we can look into. I think we would want to study that. Really just from an aesthetic standpoint, it sounds like something I think that people would want. But 10-foot fences don't look great. I think landscaping can actually provide a better buffer, and vegetation can help absorb some of that noise and things like that.
And what is the material proposed for the fence?
It's a cedar fence with masonry columns.
Great. And then I want to circle back to the environmental assessment, if I may. And this is far, far outside my area of expertise, I have to admit, but I did review the report because it was of concern to one of my constituents. And what I read indicates, obviously there's been some stewardship or responsibility shown here. What concerns me about what I didn't read is you break ground and you find something that wasn't anticipated. And now we have a hole in the ground that has expensive contamination. What happens next? How do we resolve that? And how do we secure a commitment to ensure that we don't have a bigger problem that can't be fixed by the private sector developer that's working on the project?
Sure. Yeah. So two things. The first is the Sam's owners did a great job cleaning up the site years ago. So there was a tank there. It was I believe it was like a fuel tank for them to fill up their own vehicles, and that's where the contamination happened. And so when they cleaned that up, that's when we came along. We did our report, phase 1, did a phase 2, didn't find anything that triggered any kind of corrective action. But the materials management plan, the MMP that we have in place that we've built with Baseline, our environmental engineer, that's what happens. So if we are digging, we find something, they tell us, hey, you take this material here. And so we do the testing and both on-site and off-site, and we know where to haul the material if something comes up. And that would be, those guesstimates for where you haul the material is kind of based on what the previous contamination would be. So if it was something, by a power plant, it'd be a different type of, you'd be taking it to somewhere in the West Desert of Nevada or something, where here it'd be, another location. So it just depends on where they want you to take. And that's all driven by CDPHE.
Okay, so CDPHE supervises the process? You have to pull permits?
No, we hire a Baseline. We hire an environmental engineer to supervise. And then they work with Colorado to tell us where we would take it if something were to come up.
Okay, so for disposal, but
yes,
your environmental assessment indicates you're going to dig X bar. I think it was, 5 feet or something?
That's correct.
Of surface coming off.
Yeah.
If at the 5-foot mark, you find something that wasn't anticipated, I guess my question is, how is it handled from there?
It's part of that management plan. So we would say, hey, we found this, what do we do? And they say, okay, we're going to do this with that material. Okay. Sometimes it depends on what it is. You can air it out, you haul it away. It just depends. But that's why you want to have an MMP on your site, so that you have a plan of action during construction, and you're not under construction and you find something and then it becomes an issue because you don't know what to do.
And I know I'm belaboring this, but is one of the possible responses keep digging? Like, you're at 5 feet.
It could be.
You have contamination.
Yeah, I have a site right now where that was the answer, so we kept on digging. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it just depends what they direct you to do.
All right.
Yeah.
That answers my questions. I believe Member Woodward is next.
Yeah, mine goes back to the bridge again, and I think it's probably Public Works, Tim, on that. I'm curious to get up there from what I believe I understood from the mayor's question was you enter it from the south side to go across north to the light rail. Is that ADA accessible?
Yes, it is. It will, I think there's a little bit of a tweak we have to do when we build the bridge to make it fully accessible, but it is the slope and everything meets ADA to get up there and get across the bridge. And either way, when it's done, it will be ADA accessible.
Okay. And so that will also be then a part of the whole rail trail that's going right there.
Correct. Yeah, I was going to mention that. Yeah, so the bridge is not just for this development or for, just these residents. It is part of the larger rail trail planned trail for the city that connects basically all the way up at Bates Avenue down to the big Dry Creek Trail there that goes east-west to the regional trail. So that rail trail this is a piece of the rail trail that also serves these developments to get them to the light rail. But the rail trail is really the bigger picture why this bridge is critical for that project.
Okay. And so that access is through the entryway for the Oxford going west on the Oxford Road there.
Right. Well, it's right at the kind of that southwest corner of Oxford and Navajo there. You walk, there's a sidewalk there now. You can walk up to the kind of the northwest corner of the Oxford Station Apartments. That's where the landing for the bridge will be, where you approach the bridge, and that's where it'll tie to the light rail, the rail trail.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Sure.
Mayor Sierra, I see your hand raised, but it's been raised since you asked the last questions, which is why I haven't called on you yet.
Yep, sorry about that.
All right.
I just have a few questions. Many of mine have been answered by questions of my colleagues, but I have a few more for the developer. I know the plan is that you build this and then you would continue to run it. How long do you typically hold on to the sites that you develop?
It does range. In this particular case, it'd be a minimum of 10 years. And that's driven by the opportunity zone that it's in. So yeah, it'd be quite a long time.
And can you give us a sense of how long you think the construction timeline, both for the site itself and then all the public improvements, would take? I know there's like a build out of 2025, but how long would the construction, I think, be going on and the impact to the community?
I mean, weather obviously plays a big part of that. This year's been tough with the projects we have under construction, all of the snow. But you're looking at a 28 to 32 month build out all in for all the units there.
I just want to add that second part, and in the conditions, at least how they're drafted, those public improvements have to be done before CO, so they're in that same window as well.
Helpful, thank you. On the parking, quickly, I'm assuming it's permitted, and then is there also guest parking internal to the complex?
There's guest parking included in that 1.6 ratio. That's right.
Great,
yeah.
Thank you. And then my next questions are actually for staff. One is, as the additional lane after the turn in to the east of Navajo, the lane merges back into the main traffic. Are we concerned at all about congestion with that merge of the two lanes back into one?
So yeah, I think the thought behind that is we allow more time for that merge, so people aren't trying to merge so quickly. They have a little time to kind of spread out and be able to merge a little smoother there. There's still gonna obviously be a merge point there as we go back to one lane, but it's gonna be a lot more gradual, I think, is the theory there. It really kind of eases the suddenness of that, so people have time to react and make the maneuver without having to jog over so quickly.
That's helpful. And then we had two questions from citizens that they did highlight for us that I do want to make sure we get on the record in the public hearing. One was a question around how wide the sidewalks will be, the new sidewalks. Do you have that number?
Yeah, they're 5-foot sidewalks and with the 6-foot detachment from the back of curbs, so they are separated from the road, a little more comfortable for people to walk on.
Thank you. And then the second was there was one citizen who raised the question about congestion when it comes to emergency services and ambulance routes. I know we look at that. Can you share anything that we looked at?
Yeah, I might have to have the developer's traffic engineer talk a little more about that. I'm not real familiar with how that's all considered in that. Would maybe somebody from the developer want to talk to the emergency services, how that's reviewed? You guys want to come up? Or? We got the traffic engineer from Kimley Horn here, who was the developer's traffic engineer that looked at those things. Oh, HKS, I'm sorry.
I'm Mike Kibbe, HKS. We're at 1120 Lincoln Street in Denver. As far as all of the roadway widths and laneage surrounding the site and everything that we're improving, that there's plenty of room for all emergency services, that they won't get trapped or anything like that, as well as on-site circulation too. They can get in and get back out.
Okay, thank you. And that's all from me.
I have one more question that I forgot to ask that may have been covered in the traffic plan, but I wasn't clear. Currently, if you are traveling northbound on Navajo and you hit the Oxford intersection, there is no turn arrow. Is there a plan to add turn arrows to this intersection?
Yes, that is part of the signal improvements. There will be left turn arrows there. That is something we've asked the developer to provide for us.
And will that be a 4-directional turn arrow, or is it only the 2 directions, or is it only the 1 direction that I mentioned? Do you speak to that again? I'm not sure. All 4. I know for sure the northbound movement for sure is going to have an arrow. Are you familiar with the? Is it all 4? I think it is all 4. From my typically you would do all 4. You wouldn't just do 1. So all 4 legs will have a designated left turn arrow rather than just the red to green. So thank you. Member Russell.
Thank you. And this may be for city staff also. Mr. Kozak brought up, and this is absolutely correct, that when it rains substantially, it is a lake under Oxford. And that it was brought up in the past that there was a plan to fix it. Is there any plan on the books to fix that problem? Because I've driven by there. I drove by there that day trying to get home when it rained so hard in 2018. And there were people standing on top of their cars.
So correct, so what we're doing with the pond there for the South Englewood outfall, that's a 25-year storm design event. So in a 25-year storm event, there should not be any ponding there after we build the new pond. But in the 100-year event, there is still gonna be some overflow because the pond won't be big enough to hold the 100-year event. So there is still gonna be, definitely not gonna be nearly as bad, but there, in a 100-year event, there is, the pond we're building is, we don't have the volume for the 100 years, since the 25 years is all we could afford. So there will be still a potential for a ponding there in a 100-year event.
So you're talking about the one we're building at Radcliffe and Windermere?
The one for the outfall, correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Host, can you clarify, is that a CDOT problem or is that an Englewood problem? Because that intersection is sort of mixed up in jurisdiction, right?
Yeah, it's Englewood flow, so typically it is an Englewood issue. It is something we need to address because it's our outfall pipe there, Englewood's outfall pipe that runs across there into Sheridan down to the Platte River. So it is something we are working on that. And the ultimate solution is, and what we've planned for in the future, we've kind of phased the pond. When we can build that pond to the 100-year event, that pond will go away at Oxford. But until we can make that pond the 100-year size, which is quite a bit larger than we're building now, we just can't store all that water right now with the land we have and the funding we have right now. So.
Okay, thank you. Now would be the time when we take any further questions from council. I've looked and looked and looked and I see none, so we'll now entertain a motion to close this public hearing.
I move to close the public hearing.
I'll second it.
Moved by Member Noonekamp, seconded by Member Woodward. Please vote.
Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonekamp.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward.
Aye.
Member Wink.
Aye.
Member Woodward.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you. That concludes the public hearing for the planned unit development at the Sam's Automotive property. Our next agenda item is a public hearing for a major subdivision for the Sam's Automotive redevelopment. Before we open this public hearing, noting the late time, I wonder if we might take a brief break. 5 minutes to visit the facilities, literally 5 minutes. Please. All right, we will recess for 5 minutes. Be back here right around midnight.
still calls himself just a fuller guy. And even though he works for Freshman Magazine, he still flies. Yeah. So Freshman almost at one point in time, we're all just getting to work. We're still going. We're still going. We're still working on fast.
Member Russell? Thank you, everybody, for that brief break. Proof that council is human. I had to take a little bio break there. We will now return to the session in progress. The next item on our agenda is agenda item 10B, public hearing for a major subdivision for the Sam's Automotive redevelopment. This portion of this public hearing covers the major subdivision. That is the primary difference between what we just did and what we are about to do. I do have some sign-up sheets, but owed to the late hour and the few people in attendance currently in the audience, I think when we begin the public hearing, I'll just ask for hand raises, and I'll check to see if your name's on the list. All right. I'll now entertain a motion to open the public hearing for a major subdivision for the Sam's Automotive redevelopment.
I move to open the public hearing for the major subdivision.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Newnenkamp. Please vote.
Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Newnenkamp.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward.
Aye.
Member Wink.
Aye.
Member Woodward.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you. We'll begin with the staff presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is the major subdivision, sub 2022-009 for 1314 West Oxford Avenue, 1315 West Quincy Avenue, and 1325 West Quincy Avenue. Here we show the proposed subdivision. It combines 3 existing lots, as well as provides right-of-way dedication at 511 square feet on West Oxford, 6,779 square feet on South Navajo, and 1,127 square feet on West Quincy. Here we just have some zoomed-in views of the right-of-way dedication. Staff recommends approval of subdivision 2022-009 in conjunction with the Embry-Oxford Navajo PUD proposal. With that, we're available for questions.
I think we'll follow the same process we did last time and handle the questions after the public comment. So if the developer or applicant has a proposal, now is the time.
Bonnie Nijelik, Norse Design, 1101 Bannock Street. I think Brian copied our presentation, so I won't go say the same thing, but we're meeting the code requirements, and the primary piece is dedicating that right-of-way for the additional improvements on Oxford. Our team's here for questions when you have those, and out of respect for everyone's time this evening, we did not ask our supporters to stay for this second hearing, so hopefully we can keep this all quick for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Public comment, one person favoring. Chris, are you in attendance? Okay. So we'll go to the online. If anyone online would like to give public comment in support of this major subdivision, please raise your hand. I see none, so we will move to any public comment in opposition. If you're here to testify in opposition to this major subdivision, if you will just raise your hand. Mr. Kosek, you are on the list. Please come forward.
Thank you. Gary Kozak, 1260 West Oxford Avenue.
Actually, I forgot to swear people in for this. I apologize. And Brian, I know you spoke, and you spoke as well. Anybody who plans to speak. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter now being heard by Englewood City Council?
I do.
Thank you.
Now, my clock starts now. Guys, you do a great job of laying it out and all this. But I'm going to tell you, because I've lived there my entire life, every death that's gonna be caused down there, or at least a percentage of them, because the traffic structure is not right. All right, I've asked that you guys take on the Navajo side and add a lane. That lane could be a right-hand turn and a straight turn. Now you can have a turning lane and have enough room for semis to come and go up that street. Right now, if there's a person in that turning lane or that close, that trucker will now come up to La Pan and go up La Pan. My last count was 36 kids live on La Pan Street. All right? And these truckers don't respect residential areas. That's what got me on city council to start with, and then that whole project down there of the Santa Fe corridor, I was involved with all of that. I represented the city through all of it. I've got a real problem with that one there, and then we put an island out there because the lane, you're right, you can't just have a right-hand turn lane coming off of Santa Fe. You have to go forward, but as soon as you go forward, who's gonna get it? My gate's gonna get it again. My fence is gonna get it. The fire hydrant's gonna get it. And that's across from our people in our street to get across to the rec center. What are we gonna do there when a kid gets run over? I had a gal drive through my historic fence that I had there doing excess of 60 miles an hour. We won her in court. We won it in court, and she's out of town. She's gone. She disappeared. All right, so that fence, you see, I had a temporary wood fence up there because I'm waiting to come up with enough money to try to restore it. All right, I respect you, and I respect the Sams for all they've done, but I'm telling you right now, it's gonna be on you. That's why I asked for a traffic study. They gave an old traffic study. At the day that we approved it, we had a traffic study. The highway department made it, and we went out and counted all the traffic. All right? I sat there for 2 minutes getting on from La Pan to get on to Oxford because of the traffic. I've got pictures showing double over-the-road tankers sitting there waiting. You put that island out there to block it. Now they can't have 2 semis sitting there waiting to make a left-hand turn. That's why I've asked the city to consider the recreation to get that, at least get them out of there so that they don't get run over. If I'm coming westbound on Oxford, okay, I can't turn onto La Pan if that semi's waiting to get into their yard because it's the same queuing. You talk about extending the queuing, great, extend it, but extend it where? Now you're blocking the extension of the queuing going the other way. You didn't consider right there at the intersection going westbound, they've already got 2 lanes to alleviate it, let one go through. All right, I'm out of time. I'm open for any questions, and I got lots of pictures. All
Thank you,
right?
sir.
Any questions from anybody?
I do not see any.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone online wish to comment on the subdivision? I see no public comment remaining, so we'll now open the floor to questions. I just have one question, and maybe this is a bit pedantic, but what is the reason why we need to file a major subdivision here?
The main reason for the major subdivision is the dedication of right-of-way. If
So
it
then-
was just combining lots and there was no right-of-way dedication, it could follow the minor subdivision process. But because they're dedicating right-of-way for the public improvements, they have to go through this process as well.
So we have to file a major subdivision in order to accept the land as public right-of-way? Is that sort of the
You're
process?
accepting the subdivision as well as the public right-of-way.
Okay. Okay, I think you've answered the question as best it can be answered. I'm still having a little trouble wrapping my head around the process, but that makes sense. Thank you. Any other questions? I don't see any, so I'll now entertain a motion to close this public hearing.
I'll move to close the public hearing.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Is there a second?
Second?
Thank you, Member Newnham. Please vote.
Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Newnham.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward.
Aye.
Member Wink.
Aye.
Member Woodward.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you. That concludes the agenda item 10B. There are no items for agenda item 11. We'll move to agenda item 12. First up is Mayor's Choice. Mayor, do you have anything
And
to offer?
due to the late time, I will hold off until next week.
Thank you, Mayor. Council Member's Choice. Member Russell.
Thank you. I just have one thing to bring up because I think that council needs to look into this very soon. I think it would be very wise, COVID is over, if planning and zoning and all the boards and commissions meet back in person, as well as, city council needs to be here all the time too. So, we don't have to talk about it tonight, but I would like it to be on the study session agenda soon.
Okay. Do we have staff online that has noted that request? I'll do my best to bring that up during Mayor Manager on Wednesday, Member Russell. An email might be helpful, given the late hour. I have just one item on Member's Choice, and that is that I have scheduled a town hall for Saturday, the 25th. That'll be an open session. It's scheduled for 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. in the community room. The city notification indicates that it's focused on development, but it will be an open session. So if you have questions to bring to that town hall, please do. It'll be Saturday afternoon, March 25th from 1 to 3 in the community room. Any other council members with anything to offer tonight? All right, I see nothing. City manager, is there a report?
I'll also defer my report. Thank you.
All right, with that, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody, and happy Tuesday.